Preface to Book 1 of From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leni. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1, by Titus Livius, translated by George Baker. Book 1, Preface. Whether in tracing the series of the Roman history from the foundation of the city I shall employ my time to good purpose is a question which I cannot positively determine, nor, were it possible, would I venture to pronounce such determination, for I am aware that the matter is of high antiquity, and has been already treated by many others, the latest writers always supposing themselves capable either of throwing some new light on the subject, or, by the superiority of their talents for composition, of excelling the more inelegant writers who preceded them. However that may be, I shall, at all events, derive no small satisfaction from the reflection that my best endeavours have been exerted in transmitting to posterity the achievements of the greatest people in the world; and if, amidst such a multitude of writers, my name should not emerge from obscurity, I shall console myself by attributing it to the eminent merit of those who stand in my way in the pursuit of fame. It may be farther observed that such a subject must require a work of immense extent, as our researches must be carried back through a space of more than 700 years, that the state has, from very small beginnings, gradually increased to such a magnitude that it is now distressed by its own bulk, and that there is every reason to apprehend that the generality of readers will receive but little pleasure from the accounts of its first origin, or of the times immediately succeeding, but will be impatient to arrive at that period in which the powers of this overgrown state have been long employed in working their own destruction. On the other hand, this much will be derived from my labour, that, so long at least as I shall have my thoughts totally occupied in investigating the transactions of such distant ages, without being embarrassed by any of those unpleasing considerations in respect of later days, which, though they might not have power to warp a writer's mind from the truth, would yet be sufficient to create uneasiness, I shall withdraw myself from the sight of the many evils to which our eyes have been so long accustomed. As to the relations which have been handed down of events prior to the founding of the city, or to the circumstances that gave occasion to its being founded, and which bear the semblance rather of poetic fictions than of authentic records of history, these I have no intention either to maintain or refute. Antiquity is always indulged with the privilege of rendering the origin of cities more venerable, by intermixing divine with human agency; and if any nation may claim the privilege of being allowed to consider its original as sacred, and to attribute it to the operations of the gods, surely the Roman people, who rank so high in military fame, may well expect that, while they choose to represent Mars as their own parent and that of their founder, the other nations of the world may acquiesce in this with the same deference with which they acknowledge their sovereignty. But what degree of attention or credit may be given to these and such like matters I shall not consider as very material. To the following considerations I wish every one seriously and earnestly to attend: by what kind of men, and by what sort of conduct, in peace and war, the empire has been both acquired and extended. Then, as discipline gradually declined, let him follow in his thoughts the structure of ancient morals, at first, as it were, leaning aside, then sinking farther and farther, then beginning to fall precipitate, until he arrives at the present times, when our vices have attained to such a height of enormity that we can no longer endure either the burden of them or the sharpness of the necessary remedies. This is the great advantage to be derived from the study of history, indeed the only one which can make it answer any profitable and salutary purpose, For, being abundantly and furnished with clear and distinct examples of every kind of conduct, we may select for ourselves and for the state to which we belong such as are worthy of imitation, and, carefully noting such as being dishonourable in their principles are equally so in their effects, learn to avoid them. Now, either partiality to the subject of my intended work misleads me, or there never was any state either greater or of purer morals or richer in good examples than this of Rome, nor was there ever any city into which avarice and luxury made their entrance so late, or where poverty and frugality were so highly and so long held in honour, men contracting their desires in proportion to the narrowness of their circumstances. Of late years, indeed, opulence has introduced a greediness for gain, and the boundless variety of dissolute pleasures has created, in many, a passion for ruining themselves and all around them. But let us, in the first stage at least of this undertaking, avoid gloomy reflections, which, when perhaps unavoidable, will not, even then, be agreeable. If it were customary with us, as it is with poets, we would more willingly begin with good omens and vows and prayers to the gods and goddesses, that they would propitiously grant success to our endeavours in the prosecution of so arduous a task. End of Book 1, Preface. Part 1, Book 1 of From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lenny. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1, by Titus Livius, translated by George Baker. Book 1, Part 1. It has been handed down to us as a certain fact that the Greeks, when they had taken Troy, treated the Trojans with the utmost severity, with the exception, however, of two of them, Aeneas and Antenor, towards whom they exercised none of the rights of conquest. This lenity they owed partly to an old connection of hospitality, and partly to their having been all along inclined to peace and to the restoration of Helen. These chiefs experienced afterwards great varieties of fortune. Antenor, being joined by a multitude of the Hennicians who had been driven out of Paphlagonia in a civil war, and having lost their king Pylaemenes at Troy, were at a loss both for a settlement and a leader, came to the innermost bay of the Adriatic Sea, and expelling the Euganians, who then inhabited the tract between the Alps and the sea, settled the Trojans and Hennicians in the possession of the country. The place where they first landed is called Troy, and from thence the Trojan canton also has its name. The nation in general were called Hennicians. Aeneas, driven from home by the same calamity, but conducted by the fates to an establishment of more importance, came first to Macedonia. Thence, in search of a settlement, he sailed to Sicily, and from Sicily proceeded with his fleet to the country of the Laurentians. Here also, to the spot where they landed, was given the name of Troy. Here the Trojans disembarked, and as, after wandering about for a great length of time, they had nothing left beside their ships and arms, they began to make prey of whatever they found in the country. On this, King Latinus and the aborigines, who were then in possession of those lands, assembled hastily from the city and country in order to repel the violence of the strangers. Of what followed there are two different accounts. Some writers say that Latinus, being overcome in battle, contracted an alliance, and afterwards an affinity, with Aeneas. Others, that when the armies were drawn up in order of battle, before the signal was given, Latinus, advancing in the front, invited the leader of the strangers to a conference, then inquired who they were, whence they came, what had induced them to leave their home, and with what design they had landed on the Laurentian coast. And that, when he was informed that the leader was Aeneas, the son of Anchises by Venus, and his followers Trojans, that they had made their escape from the flames of their native city and of their houses, and were in search of a settlement, in a place where they might build a town, being struck with admiration of that renowned people and their chief, and of their spirit, prepared alike for war or peace, he gave him his right hand, and by that pledge assured him of his future friendship. A league was then struck between the leaders, and mutual salutations passed between the armies. Latinus entertained Aeneas in his palace, and there, in the presence of his household gods, added a domestic alliance to their public one, giving him his daughter in marriage. This event fully confirmed the hopes of the Trojans that here at last they were to find an end of their wanderings, that here they would enjoy a fixed and permanent settlement. They built a town which Aeneas called Lavinium, from the name of his wife. In a short time after, his new consort bore him a son, who was named by his parents Ascanius. The Aborigines, in conjunction with the Trojans, soon found themselves engaged in a war. Turnus, king of the Rutulians, to whom Lavinia had been affianced before the arrival of Aeneas, enraged at seeing a stranger preferred to him, declared war against both Aeneas and Latinus. A battle that ensued gave neither army reason to rejoice. The Rutulians were defeated, and the victorious Aborigines and Trojans lost their leader Latinus. Whereupon Turnus and the Rutulians, diffident of their strength, had recourse to the flourishing state of the Etrurians and their king Mezentius, who held his court at Ceres, at that time an opulent city. He had been, from the beginning, not at all pleased at the foundation of the new city, and now began to think that the Trojan power was increasing to a degree inconsistent with the safety of the neighboring states, and therefore, without reluctance, concluded an alliance and joined his forces with those of the Rutulians. Aeneas, with the view of conciliating the affection of the Aborigines, that he might be the better able to oppose such formidable enemies, gave to both the nations under his rule the name of Latines, that all should not only be governed by the same laws, but have one common name. From thenceforth the Aborigines yielded not to the Trojans in zeal and fidelity towards their king Aeneas. This disposition of the two nations, who coalesced daily with greater cordiality, inspired him with so much confidence that, notwithstanding Etruria was possessed of such great power that it had filled with the fame of its prowess not only the land but the sea also, through the whole length of Italy from the Alps to the Sicilian Strait, and although he might have remained within his fortifications, secure from any attack of the enemy, yet he led out his troops to the field. The battle that followed was, with respect to the Latines, their second, with respect to Aeneas, the last of his mortal acts. He, by whatever appellation the laws of gods and men require him to be called, is deposited on the bank of the river Numicus. The people gave him the title of Jupiter Indiges. His son Ascanius was as yet too young to assume the government. Nevertheless, his title to the sovereignty remained unimpeached until he arrived at maturity. During this interval, and under the regency of Lavinia, a woman of great capacity, the Latine state and the united subjects of the prince's father and grandfather continued firm in their allegiance. I am not without some doubts, for who can affirm with certainty, in a matter of such antiquity, whether this was the same Ascanius mentioned above, or one older than him, born of Creusa, wife to Aeneas, before the destruction of Troy, and who accompanied his father in his flight from thence, whom, being also called Iulus, the Julian family claim as the founder of their name. This Ascanius, wheresoever and of whatsoever mother born, certainly the son of Aeneas, finding the number of inhabitants in Lavinium too great, left that city, then in a flourishing and opulent state, considering the circumstances of those times, to his mother or stepmother, and built a new one on the Alban Mount, which, from its situation, being stretched along the hill, was called Alba Longa. Between the building of Lavinium and the transplanting the colony to Alba Longa, the interval was only about 30 years. Yet so rapidly had this people increased in power, especially after the defeat of the Etrurians, that not even on the death of Aeneas, nor afterwards, during the regency of a woman and the first essays of a youthful reign, did either Mezentius and the Etrurians, or any other of the bordering nations, dare to attempt hostilities against them. A peace was agreed upon, in which it was stipulated that the river Albula, now called the Tiber, should be the boundary between the Etrurians and Latines. Ascanius' son, called Silvius, from his having by some accident been born in the woods, succeeded him in the kingdom. He begat Aeneas Silvius, who afterwards begat Latinus Silvius. This prince planted several colonies, who have obtained the name of ancient Latines. The surname of Silvius was henceforward given to all those who reigned at Alba. Of Latinus was born Alba, of Alba Attis, of Attis Capys, of Capys Capitus, of Capitus Tiberinus, who, being drowned in endeavoring to cross the river Albula, gave to that river the name so celebrated among his posterity. Agrippa, son of Tiberinus, reigned next, after Agrippa Romulus. Silvius received the kingdom from his father, and being struck by lightning, demised it to Aventinus, who, being buried on that hill which is now a part of the city of Rome, gave it his name. To him succeeded Procas, who had two sons, Numitor and Amulius. To Numitor, as being the firstborn, he bequeathed the ancient kingdom of the Silvian family, but force prevailed over both the will of their father and the respect due to priority of birth. Amulius dethroned his brother, took possession of the kingdom, and, adding crime to crime, put to death the male offspring of Numitor, making his daughter Rhea Silvia a Vestal, under the specious pretence of doing her honor, but in fact to deprive her of all hope of issue, the Vestals being obliged to vow perpetual virginity. But the fates, I suppose, demanded the founding of this great city, and the first establishment of an empire which is now in power next to the immortal gods. The Vestal, being deflowered by force, brought forth twins, and declared that the father of her doubtful offspring was Mars, either because she really thought so, or in hopes of extenuating the guilt of her transgression by imputing it to the act of a deity. But neither gods nor men screened her or her children from the king's cruelty. The priestess was loaded with chains and cast into prison, and the children were ordered to be thrown into the stream of the river. It happened providentially that the Tiber, overflowing its banks, formed itself into stagnant pools in such a manner as that the regular channel was everywhere inaccessible, and those who carried the infants supposed that they would be drowned in any water, however still. Wherefore, as if thereby fulfilling the king's order, they exposed the boys in the nearest pool, where now stands the Rominal fig tree, which, it is said, was formerly called Romular. Those places were at that time wild deserts. A story prevails that the retiring flood having left on dry ground the trough, hitherto floating, in which they had been exposed, a thirsty she-wolf from the neighbouring mountains directed her course to the cries of the children, and, stooping, presented her dugs to the infants, showing so much gentleness that the keeper of the king-herds found her licking the boys with her tongue, and that this shepherd, whose name was Faustulus, carried them home to his wife Laurentia to be nursed. Some there are who think that this Laurentia, from her having been a prostitute, was by the shepherds called Lupa, and to this circumstance they ascribe the origin of this fabulous tale. Thus born and thus educated, As soon as years supplied them with strength, they led not an inactive life at the stables or among the cattle, but traversed the neighbouring forests in hunting. Hence, acquiring vigour both of body and mind, they soon began not only to withstand the wild beasts, but to attack robbers loaded with booty. The spoil thus acquired they divided with the shepherds, and, in company with these, the number of their young associates continually increased. They carried on both their business and their sports. It is said that even at that early period the sports of the Lupercal, which we still celebrate, were practised on the Palatine Hill, and that this was called Palatium, from Palantium, a city of Arcadia, and afterwards the Palatine Hill; and that Evander, who was of that tribe of Arcadians and had been many years before in possession of this part of the country, had instituted there this solemnity brought from Arcadia, in which young men were to run about naked, in sport and wantonness, in honour of Lycian Pan, whom the Romans afterward called Aeneas. While they were intent on the performance of these sports, the time of their celebration being generally known, the robbers, enraged at the loss of their booty, attacked them by surprise, having placed themselves in ambush. Romulus, making a vigorous defence, extricated himself, but they took Remus prisoner, delivered him up to King Amulius, and had the assurance to accuse them both of criminal misbehaviour. The principal charge made against them was that they had made violent inroads on the lands of Numitor, and, with a band of youths which they had collected, plundered the country in a hostile manner. In consequence of this, Remus was given up to Numitor to be punished. From the very beginning Faustulus had entertained hopes that the children whom he educated would prove to be descended of the royal blood, for he knew that the infants of Rhea had been exposed by order of the king, and that the time when he had taken them up corresponded exactly with that event, but he had resolved to avoid any hasty disclosure, unless some favourable conjuncture or necessity should require it. The necessity happened first, wherefore, constrained by his apprehensions, he imparted the affair to Romulus. It happened also that Numitor, while he had Remus in his custody, heard that the brothers were twins, and when he combined with this circumstance their age and their turn of mind, which gave no indication of a servile condition, he was struck with the idea of their being his grandchildren, and all his inquiries leading to the same conclusion, he was upon the point of acknowledging Remus. In consequence, a plot against the king was concerted between all the parties. Romulus, not going at the head of a band of youths, for he was unequal to an open attempt, but ordering the shepherds to come at a certain hour by different roads to the palace, forced his way to the king, and was supported by Remus, with another party procured from the house of Numitor. Thus they put the king to death. In the beginning of the tumult, Numitor, calling out that the city was assaulted by an enemy and the palace attacked, had drawn away the Alban youth to the citadel, on pretence of securing it by an armed garrison, and, in a little time seeing the young men, after perpetrating the murder, coming towards him with expressions of joy, he instantly called the people to an assembly, laid before them the iniquitous behaviour of his brother towards himself, the birth of his grandchildren, how they were begotten, how educated, how discovered; then informed them of the death of the usurper, and that he had himself encouraged the design. The youths, at the same time advancing with their followers through the midst of the assembly, saluted their grandfather as king, on which the multitude, testifying their assent by universal acclamations, ratified to him the royal title and authority. When Numitor was thus reinstated in the sovereignty at Alba, Romulus and Remus were seized with a desire of building a city in the place where they had been exposed and educated. There were great numbers of Albans and Latines who could be spared for the purpose, and these were joined by a multitude of shepherds, so that, altogether, they formed such a numerous body as gave grounds to hope that Alba and Lavinium would be but small in comparison with the city which they were about to found. These views were interrupted by an evil, hereditary in their family, ambition for rule. Hence arose a shameful contest, though they had in the beginning rested their dispute on this amicable footing, that, as they were twins, and consequently no title to precedence could be derived from priority of birth, the gods, who were guardians of the place, should choose, by auguries, which of the two should give a name to the new city, and enjoy the government of it when built. Romulus chose the Palatine, Remus the Aventine Mount, as their consecrated stands to wait the auguries. We are told that the first omen appeared to Remus, consisting of 6 vultures, and that, after this had been proclaimed, twice that number showed themselves to Romulus, on which each was saluted king by his own followers, the former claiming the kingdom on the ground of the priority of time, the latter on that of the number of the birds. On their meeting, an altercation ensued, then blows, and their passions being inflamed by the dispute, the affair proceeded at last to extremity, and murder was the consequence. Remus fell by a blow received in the tumult. There is another account, more generally received, that Remus, in derision of his brother, leaped over the new wall, and that Romulus, enraged thereat, slew him, uttering at the same time this imprecation: "So perish every one that shall hereafter leap over my wall." By these means Romulus came into the sole possession of the government, and the city, when built, was called after the name of its founder. The first buildings which he raised were on the Palatine Hill, where he himself had been brought up. To the other deities he performed worship, according to the mode of the Albans, but to Hercules, according to that of the Greeks, as instituted by Evander. It is recorded that Hercules, after having slain Geryon, drove away his cattle, which were surprisingly beautiful, and that, being fatigued with travelling, he lay down near the river Tiber in a grassy place, to which he had swum over, driving the herd before him, in order to refresh the cattle with rest and the rich pasture. There, having indulged himself in meat and wine, he was overpowered by sleep, whereupon a shepherd, who dwelt in the neighbourhood, named Cacus, of great strength and fierceness, being struck with the beauty of the cattle, wished to make prey of some of them. But considering that if he should drive the herd before him into his cave, their tracks would direct the owner's search, he dragged the cattle backward by the tails into the cave, picking out those that were the most remarkable for their beauty. Hercules, awaking at the dawn of day, took a view of his herd, and missing some of the number, went directly to the next cave, to examine whether the footsteps led thither. But when he observed that they all pointed outward, and yet did not direct to any other quarter, perplexed, and not knowing how to act, he began to drive forward his herd from that unlucky place. Some of the cows, as they were driven off, missing those that were left behind, began, as was natural, to low after them, and the sound being returned from the cave by those that were shut up in it, brought Hercules back. Cacus, endeavouring by force to prevent his approach to the cave, and invoking in vain the assistance of the shepherds, received a blow of his club, which put an end to his life. At that time Evander, a native of Peloponnesus, who had removed hither, governed that part of the country, rather through an influence acquired by his merit than any power of sovereignty vested in him. He was highly revered on account of his having introduced the wonderful knowledge of letters, a matter quite new to these men, who were ignorant of all the arts, and still more so on account of the supposed divinity of his mother, Carmenta, whose prophetic powers had been an object of admiration to those nations before the arrival of the Sibyl in Italy. Evander, then, being alarmed by the concourse of the shepherds, hastened to the spot where they were assembled in a tumultuous manner about the stranger, whom they accused as undeniably guilty of murder. And when he was informed of the fact and of the cause of it, observing the person and mien of the hero, filled with more dignity and majesty than belonged to a human being, he inquired who he was, and being told his name, that of his father and his country, he addressed him in these words: "Hail, Hercules, son of Jove! My mother, the infallible interpreter of the gods, foretold to me that you were destined to increase the number of the celestials, and that an altar would be dedicated to you in this place, which a nation hereafter the most powerful in the world should distinguish by the name of the greatest, and would offer thereon sacrifices to your honor." Hercules, giving his right hand, replied that he embraced the omen, and would fulfill the decree of the fates by building and dedicating an altar in the place. There, then, for the first time, was performed a sacrifice to Hercules of a chosen heifer taken out of the herd, and the Potitii and the Pinerii, the most distinguished families in the neighbourhood at the time, were invited to assist in the ceremonies and share the entertainment. It happened that the Potitii attended in time, and the entrails were served up to them. The Pinerii, arriving after the entrails were eaten, came in for the rest of the feast. Hence it continued a rule, as long as the Pinarian family existed, that they should not eat of the entrails. The Potitii, instructed by Evander, were directors of that solemnity for many ages, until the solemn office of the family was delegated to public servants, on which the whole race of the Potitii became extinct. These were the only foreign rites that Romulus then adopted, showing thereby, from the beginning, a respect for immortality obtained by merit, a dignity to which his own destiny was conducting him. End of Book 1, Part 1.
Part 2, Book 1 of From the Founding of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Harrington. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1 by Titus Livius, translated by George Baker. Book 1, Part 2. After paying due worship to the gods, he summoned the multitude to an assembly, and knowing that they could never be brought to incorporate as one people by any other means than by having their conduct directed by certain rules, he gave them a body of laws, and judging that if he added to the dignity of his own carriage by assuming the ensigns of sovereignty, it would help to procure respect to those laws among a rude, uninformed people, he adopted a more majestic style of appearance, both with regard to his other appointments and particularly in being attended by 12 lictors. Some think that he was led to fix on this number by that of the birds in the augury which had portended the kingdom to him. I am rather inclined to be of their opinion, who suppose that all the officers attendant on magistrates, and among the rest the lictors, as well as the number of them, were borrowed from their neighbors, the Etrurians, from whom the curule chair and the gown edged with purple were taken, and that the Etrurians used that number because their king, being elected by the suffrages of 12 states, each state gave him one lictor. Meanwhile, the city increased in buildings, which were carried on to an extent proportioned rather to the number of inhabitants they hoped for in future than to what they had at the time. But that its size might not increase beyond its strength, in order to augment his numbers, he had recourse to a practice common among founders of cities, who used to feign that the multitude of mean and obscure people, thus collected, had sprung out of the earth. He opened a sanctuary in the place where the enclosure now is, on the road down from the capital, called the Pass of the Two Groves. Hither fled from the neighboring states crowds of all sorts, without distinction, whether freemen or slaves, led by a fondness for novelty. And this it was that gave solidity to the growing greatness of the city. Having reason now to be pretty well satisfied with his strength, he next made provision that this strength should be regulated by wisdom, and for that purpose he created 100 senators, either because that number was sufficient, or because there were no more than 100 citizens who could prove their descent from respectable families. They were certainly styled fathers from their honorable office, and their descendants patricians. The Roman state had now attained such a degree of power that it was a match in arms for any of the neighboring nations, but, from the small number of its women, its greatness was not likely to last longer than one age of man, as they had neither hopes of offspring among themselves, nor had yet contracted any intermarriages with their neighbors. Romulus, therefore, by advice of the Senate, sent ambassadors round to all the adjoining states, soliciting their alliance and permission for his new subjects to marry among them. He intimated to them that, quote, cities, like everything else, rise from low beginnings, that, in time, those which are supported by their own merit and the favor of the gods procure to themselves great power and a great name, and that he had full assurance both that the gods favored the founding of Rome and that the people would not be deficient in merit. Wherefore, as men, they ought to show no reluctance to mix their blood and race with men. Unquote. In no one place were his ambassadors favorably heard. Such contempt of them did people entertain, and, at the same time, such apprehensions of danger to themselves and their posterity from so great a power growing up in the midst of them. By the greater part they were dismissed with the question whether they had opened an asylum for women also, for that would be the only way to procure suitable matches for them. This was highly resented by the Roman youth, insomuch that the business appeared evidently to point towards violence. Romulus, in order to afford them a convenient time and place for a design of that sort, dissembling his displeasure, prepared, with that intent, to celebrate solemn games in honor of the equestrian Neptune, to which he gave the name of Consualia. He then ordered the intended celebration to be proclaimed among the neighboring nations, while his people exerted themselves in making the most magnificent preparations that their knowledge and abilities allowed, in order to engage attention and raise expectation. Great numbers of people assembled, induced in some measure by a desire of seeing the new city, especially those whose countries lay nearest, the Cainensians, Crustuminians, and Atomnatians, and especially the whole multitude of the Sabines came with their wives and children. They were hospitably invited to the different houses, and when they viewed the situation and the fortifications and the city crowded with houses, they were astonished at the rapid increase of the Roman power. When the show began, and every person's thoughts and eyes were attentively engaged on it, then, according to the preconcerted plan, on a signal being given, the Roman youth ran different ways to carry off the young women. Some they bore away as they happened to meet with them without waiting to make a choice, but others of extraordinary beauty, being designed for the principal senators, were conveyed to their houses by plebeians employed for that purpose. It is said that one highly distinguished above the rest for her beauty was carried off by the party of one Thalassius, and that in answer to many who eagerly inquired to whom they were hurrying her, they, every now and then, to prevent any interruption in their course, cried out that they were carrying her to Thalassius. This circumstance gave rise to the use of that word at weddings. The terror occasioned by this outrage put an end to the sports, and the parents of the young women retired full of grief, inveighing against such a violation of the laws of hospitality, and appealing to the God to whose solemn festival and games they had come, relying on the respect due to religion and on the faith of nations. Nor did the women who were seized entertain better hopes with regard to themselves, or a less degree of indignation. However, Romulus went about in person, and told them that this proceeding had been occasioned by the haughtiness of their parents, who refused to allow their neighbors to marry among them, that, notwithstanding this, they should be united to his people in wedlock in the common enjoyment of all property, and of their common children, a bond of union than which the human heart feels none more endearing. He begged of them to soften their resentment and to bestow their affections on those men on whom chance had bestowed their persons. It often happened, he said, that to harsh treatment mutual regard had succeeded, and they would find their husbands behave the better on this very account, that every one would exert himself, not merely in performing his duty as a husband, but to make up to them for the loss of their parents and of their country. To these persuasions was added the soothing behavior of their husbands themselves, who urged, in extenuation of the violence they had been tempted to commit, the excess of passion and the force of love, arguments than which there can be none more powerful to assuage the irritation of the female mind. The women, who had been forcibly carried off, soon became reconciled to their situation, but their parents, still more than at first, endeavored to rouse their several states to revenge, employing both complaints and tears, and wearing the dress of mourners. Nor did they confine their demands of vengeance within the limits of their own states, but made joint applications from all quarters to Titus Livius, king of the Sabines, the embassies being addressed to him as the person of the highest renown in all those parts. The people who were the principal sufferers by outrage were the Cynenensians, the Crustuminians, and the Atemnatians. To them, the proceedings of Tatius and the Sabine nation appeared too dilatory. Wherefore, these three states, uniting in a confederacy, prepared for immediate war. Nor did even the Crustuminians and Atemnatians exert activity enough for the impatient rage of the Cynenensians. This state, therefore, alone made an irruption into the Roman territories, but while they carried on their ravages in a disorderly manner, Romulus met them, and, without much difficulty, taught them that rage without strength avails but little. He routed and dispersed their army, pursued it in its flight, slew their king in the battle, and seized his spoils, after which he made himself master of their city at the first assault. From thence he led home his victorious troops, and being not only capable of performing splendid actions, but also fond of displaying those actions to advantage, he marched up in procession to the Capitol, carrying on a frame, properly constructed for the purpose, the spoils of the enemy's general, whom he had slain, and there, laying them down under an oak, which the shepherds accounted sacred, he, at the same time, while he offered this present, marked out with his eye the bounds of a temple for Jupiter, to whom he gave a new name, saying, Jupiter Feretrius, in acknowledgment of the victory which I have obtained, I, Romulus the king, offer to thee these royal arms, and dedicate a temple to thee on that spot which I have now measured out in my mind, to be a repository for those grand spoils which, after my example, generals in future times shall offer, on slaying the kings and generals of their enemies. This was the origin of that temple which was the first consecrated in Rome. Accordingly, it pleased the gods so to order that neither the prediction of the founder of the temple, intimating that future generals should carry spoils thither, should prove erroneous, nor that the honor of making such offerings should be rendered common by being imparted to many. In after times, during so many years and so many wars, there have been only 2 instances of the grand spoils being obtained. So rare was the attainment of that high honor. While the Romans were thus employed, the army of the Atemnatians, taking advantage of the opportunity which the country being left without troops afforded them, made a hostile incursion into the Roman territories. But a Roman legion, hastily led out, surprised them while they straggled through the country. They were routed, therefore, at the first onset, and their town was taken. While Romulus exulted in this second victory, his consort, Hersilia, teased by the entreaties of the captured women, earnestly petitioned him that he would show favor to their parents and admit them into the number of his citizens, a measure which could not fail of forming a union satisfactory to all parties. This request was easily obtained. He then marched against the Christumenians, who were carrying on hostilities. With these he had still less trouble than with the Attamnatians, because they had been dispirited by the defeats of their allies. Colonies were sent to both countries, but greater numbers were found willing to give in their names for Christumenium on account of the fertility of the soil. There were frequent migrations also from those places to Rome, chiefly of the parents and relations of the ravished women. The last war on this occasion was begun by the Sabines, and it was by far the most formidable, for none of their operations were directed by rage or passion, nor did they disclose their intentions until they began to act. They employed stratagem, too, in aid of prudence. The Roman citadel was commanded by Spurius Tarpeius. His maiden daughter, who had accidentally gone without the fortifications to bring water for the sacred rites, was bribed by Tatius with gold to admit some of his troops into the citadel. As soon as they gained admittance, they put her to death by throwing their armor in a heap upon her, either because they wished that the citadel should rather appear to have been taken by storm, or for the sake of establishing a precedent that faith was not to be kept with a traitor. The story is told in another manner, that, as the Sabines generally carried on their left arms bracelets of great weight, and wore rings set with precious stones, which made a great show, she bargained for what they wore on their left arms. Accordingly, instead of the presents of gold which she expected, they threw their shields upon her. Others say that, in pursuance of the agreement to deliver up what was on their left arms, she expressly demanded their shields, and this seeming to be done with a treacherous intent, she was put to death by means of the very reward which she required. The Sabines, however, kept possession of the citadel, but though on the following day the Roman army, in order of battle, filled the whole plain between the Palatine and Capitoline hills, yet they did not come down to the level ground, until the Romans, stimulated by rage and eagerness to recover the citadel, advanced to an assault. The foremost champions of the two parties who led on the troops were Medius Curtius on the side of the Sabines and Hostus Hostilius on that of the Romans. The latter, in front of the army, by his spirit and intrepidity, enabled the Romans to support the fight, in spite of the disadvantage of the ground. But on his falling, the Roman soldiers quickly gave way and were driven back to the old gate of the Palatium. Romulus himself, being forced along by the flying crowd, raised his hands toward heaven and said, "O Jupiter, by the direction of thy auspices, I, here on the Palatine hill, laid the first foundation of my city. The Sabines are already in possession of our citadel, which they obtained by fraud. From thence they now make their way hither in arms, and have passed the middle of the valley. But do thou, O Father of gods and men, from hence at least repel the enemy, remove dismay from the minds of the Romans, and stop their shameful flight. I vow a temple here to thee, Jupiter Stator, as a testimony to posterity of the city being preserved by thy immediate aid." Having prayed thus, as if he had perceived that his supplications were heard, he called out, "Here, Romans, Jupiter, supremely good and great, orders you to halt and renew the fight." The Romans, as if they had heard a voice from heaven, halted, and Romulus himself flew forward to the front. On the side of the Sabines, Medius Curtius had run down first from the citadel, had driven back the Romans in disorder through the whole space at present occupied by the Forum, and was now at no great distance from the gate of the Palatium, crying out, "We have conquered these traitors to hospitality, these cowards in war. They now feel that it is one thing to ravish virgins, and another, far different, to fight with men." While he was vaunting in this manner, Romulus attacked him with a band of the most courageous of the youths. Medius happened at that time to fight on horseback, and on that account was the more easily repulsed. He soon gave way and was pursued by the Romans. The rest of the Roman troops also, animated by the bravery of their king, put the Sabines to the rout. Medius was plunged into a lake, his horse taking fright at the noise of the pursuers, and this circumstance turned the attention of the Sabines to the danger in which they saw a person of so much consequence to them. However, his friends beckoning and calling to him, he acquired fresh courage from the affection of the multitude and accomplished his escape. Both parties now renewed the engagement in the plain between the two hills, but the advantage was on the side of the Romans. At this crisis, the Sabine women, whose sufferings had given cause to the war, with their hair disheveled and garments torn, their natural timidity being overcome by the sight of such disastrous scenes, had the resolution to throw themselves in the way of the flying weapons, and, rushing across between the armies, separated the incensed combatants and assuaged their fury, beseeching, on the one hand, their parents, on the other hand, their husbands, not to pollute themselves with the impious stain of the blood of father-in-law and son-in-law, nor brand with the infamy of parricide their offspring, the children of one and grandchildren of the other party. If ye wish, said they, to destroy the affinity and connection formed between you by our marriage, turn your rage against us. We are the cause of the war. We are the cause of wounds and death to our husbands and fathers. It is better for us to perish than to live either widowed by the loss of one party or fatherless by that of the other. This transaction powerfully affected both the multitude and the leaders. Silence suddenly ensued and a suspension of the fight. The commanders then came forward in order to concert measures for a pacification, and they not only concluded a peace, but combined the two nations into one, associating the two sovereigns in the government and establishing the seat of empire at Rome. By this accession, the number of citizens was doubled, and, as some compliment to the Sabines, the united people were called Quirites, from the town of Cures. To perpetuate the remembrance of that battle, the place where his horse, emerging from the deep of the lake, first brought Cadiz to a shallow, was called the Curtian Lake. This happy re-establishment of peace, after a war so distressing, rendered the Sabine women still dearer both to their husbands and parents, and above all to Romulus himself, so that, when he divided the people into 30 curias, he gave these the names of the women. But as the number of the women was undoubtedly greater than that of the curias, whether those who were to give their names to them were selected on account of their age, or their own dignity, or that of their husbands, or by lot, we are not informed. At the same time also, 3 centuries of knights were enrolled. The Ramnenses, so called from Romulus, the Titienses, from Titus Tatius, and the Luceres, the reason of whose name and origin is unknown. Thenceforward the two kings reigned together, not only with equal power, but with concord. Several years after, some relations of King Tatius offered violence to the ambassadors of the Laurentians, for which violation of the law of nations the latter demanded satisfaction. But Tatius paid more regard to the interest and importunities of his relations, and thereby drew upon himself the punishment due to them. For he was slain afterwards at Lavinium, in a tumult raised on his going thither to an anniversary sacrifice. It is said that Romulus showed less resentment of this proceeding than became him, either because there had been no sincere cordiality between them while associated in the government, or because he thought that the other deserved the death which he met. He avoided, therefore, entering into a war on the occasion, but to make some atonement for the ill treatment of the ambassadors and the murder of the king, the league between the cities of Rome and Lavinium was renewed. Thus, beyond their expectations, the Romans enjoyed peace on that side. But a war broke out from another quarter, much nearer home and almost at their gates. The Fidenicians, looking with jealousy on the great increase of power in so near a neighbor, determined to make war on them before they should arrive at that degree of strength which it was evident they would in time acquire, and sent a body of young men in arms, who laid waste the whole country between Fidenae and the city. Then, turning to the left hand, because the Tiber confined them on the right, and continuing their depredations, they threw the country people into the utmost consternation, and the sudden alarm spreading from the country into the city made known what had happened. Romulus instantly led out his forces, for a war so near home admitted no delay, and pitched his camp at the distance of a mile from Fidenae. Leaving there a small guard, and marching out with all the rest of his troops, he ordered a party to lie in ambush among the bushes that grew there in abundance. Then advancing with the other more numerous body of infantry and all the cavalry, by riding up almost to the gates and offering battle, in an irregular and insulting manner, he drew the enemy out of the town as he wished. The cavalry, acting in this manner, answered also another purpose, as it afforded a more spacious pretext for the retreat which he was to counterfeit. And when the foot too began to retire, while the horse seemed irresolute whether to fight or fly, the enemy rushing suddenly out of the gates in crowds, eager to pursue and press on the Roman army in its retreat, were drawn to the place of the ambuscade. The Romans, now rising suddenly, attacked their line in flank, and the ensigns of those who had been left to guard the camp, advancing at the same time, added to their fears. Dismayed at so many dangers, the Fidenacians fled, before Romulus and the horsemen with him could well turn to pursue them. Thus they, who had lately pursued an enemy, who only pretended to fly, now fled themselves in earnest, with much greater haste, back to the city. But they could not get clear of the enemy. The Romans, pressing close on their rear, rushed into the city along with them before the gates could be shut. End of Book 1, Part 2. Part 3, Book 1 of From the Founding of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Harrington. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1 by Titus Livius. Translated by George Baker. Book 1, Part 3. The contagion of the Fidenacian War infected the Veientians. Induced by the relationship subsisting between them and the Fidenacians, for they also were Etrurians, and urged on beside by their dangerous vicinity of situation, in case the Roman arms were to be turned against all their neighbors, made an incursion into the Roman territories in the manner of a predatory rather than of a regular war. And thus, without encamping or waiting the approach of the enemy's army, they returned to Veii, carrying home the plunder collected in the country. On the other side, the Roman commander, not finding the enemy in the country, and being prepared for and determined on a decisive action, crossed over the Tiber. The Veientians, hearing that he was forming a camp, and that he intended to advance to their city, marched out to meet him, for they chose rather to engage in the open field than to remain shut up and fight from the walls and houses. There, unassisted by any stratagem, the Roman king, through the mere force of his veteran troops, obtained the victory, and pursued the routed enemy to their walls. The city was so strong and so well secured, both by art and by nature, that he did not choose to attempt it, but led home his troops and, in his way, ravaged the enemy's country for the sake of revenge rather than of booty. These devastations, having distressed the Veientians no less than the loss of the battle, they sent deputies to Rome to sue for peace. A part of their lands was taken from them, and a truce granted for 100 years. These were the principal transactions in peace and war during the reign of Romulus, and none of them was unsuitable to the belief of his divine origin, or to the rank of a divinity which after his death he was supposed to have obtained. This may be said of the spirit which he showed in recovering the kingdom for his grandfather, as well as of his wise conduct in founding the city and establishing its power by the arts both of war and peace. For, by the strength which it acquired under his management, it became so respectable that, during 40 years after, it enjoyed profound peace and security. He stood, however, much higher in the favor of the people than he did in that of the Senate, and was yet more beloved by his army. He established a bodyguard of 300 men, whom he called Celeres, and these he kept constantly about his person, in time of peace as well as war. Such were his achievements in his mortal state. One day, while holding an assembly in the plain on the borders of the lake of Capra, for the purpose of reviewing his army, a sudden storm arose, accompanied with violent thunder and lightning. The king was enveloped in a thick cloud, which hid him from the eyes of the assembly, and was never more seen upon earth. The Roman youth were at length eased of their apprehensions by the return of calm and serene weather after such a turbulent day, but when they saw the royal seat empty, though they readily believed the senators who had stood nearest to him that he had been carried up on high by the storm, yet they were struck with such dread at being thus left in a manner fatherless, that for some time they remained in mournful silence. At last, some few setting the example, the whole multitude saluted Romulus as a deity, the son of a deity, the king and parent of the city of Rome, and implored his favor with prayers that he would be pleased always propitiously to watch over the safety of his own offspring. Some, I believe, even at that time, harbored silent suspicions that the king had been torn in pieces by the hands of the senators. Such a report was spread abroad, but it was little credited, both on account of the high admiration entertained of the man, and because the general consternation caused the other account to be more universally received. It is farther mentioned that a contrivance of one particular man procured additional credit to this representation of the matter. For Proculus Julius, a man whose testimony, as we are told, deserved respect in any case, even of the greatest importance, while the public were full of grief for the king, and of displeasure against the senators, came out into an assembly of the people and said, "Romans, yesterday at the dawn of day, Romulus, the parent of this our city, descending suddenly from heaven, appeared before me, and when, seized with horror, I stood in a worshipping posture and addressed him with prayers that I might be allowed to behold him without being guilty of impiety. Go, said he, tell the Romans that it is the will of the gods that my Rome should be the metropolis of the world. Let them therefore cultivate the arts of war, and be assured and hand this assurance down to posterity that no human power is able to withstand the Roman arms." After these words, he went up and vanished from my sight. It was wonderful how readily the story was credited on this man's word, and how much the grief of the people and of the army was assuaged by their being satisfied of his immortality. Meanwhile, the minds of the senators were agitated by ambition and contention for the vacant throne. Factions had not yet taken their rise from the interests of individuals, for, among a new people, no one yet possessed any eminent superiority over the rest. The contest lay between the different bodies of which the state was composed. Those of Sabine descent were anxious that a king should be chosen from among them, apprehensive lest they might lose their claim by disuse, there having been no king of their race since the death of Tatius, although by the terms of the union they were entitled to equal privileges. On the other hand, the original Romans spurned the thought of a foreigner being placed on the throne. Notwithstanding this diversity in their views, yet all concurred in wishing for a king, for they had not yet tasted the sweets of liberty. The Senate now began to fear, lest, as the sentiments of many of the neighboring states were very unfriendly towards them, some foreign power might attack them, while the state was destitute of a government, and the army destitute of a commander. Everyone, therefore, was desirous that there should be some head, but no one party could be induced to give way to another. In this difficulty, the senators shared the government among themselves, forming, out of their number, which consisted of 100, 10 decades, with one president in each, who were to have the direction of public affairs. Each 10 governed jointly. The president alone had the lictors and other badges of sovereignty. The time of each holding the government was limited to 5 days, and the administration went to them all in rotation. In this manner a year passed without a king, and that interval from this circumstance was called an interregnum, which term is still applied to similar interruptions of the regular government. By this time the people began to murmur, alleging that slavery was multiplied on them, that they had 100 masters set over them instead of one, and it became evident that they would no longer be satisfied without a king, nor without one chosen by themselves. The senators, perceiving that such schemes were in agitation, judged it prudent to make a voluntary offer of what they could not much longer retain. Yet while they gratified the people in surrendering to them the sovereign power, they took care not to give up a larger share of privilege than they kept in their own hands. For they passed a decree that, when the people should elect a king, that election should not be valid unless the Senate approved their choice. And to this day the same right is claimed with respect to enacting of laws and the appointing of magistrates, though the efficacy of it has been quite taken away. At present, before the people begin to vote, the Senate previously declare their approbation of the proceedings of the assembly, and that even before they are yet resolved upon. The Interrex then, having called an assembly, said, "Romans, be the event prosperous, fortunate, and happy. Elect a king. The fathers have thought proper to decree that it should be so. If ye choose a person worthy to be esteemed a fit successor to Romulus, the fathers will join their approbation." This proceeding was so pleasing to the people that, lest they might appear to be outdone in generosity, they voted and ordered nothing more than that the Senate should determine by their decree who should be king of Rome. There was at that time a person named Numa Pompilius, who was universally celebrated for justice and piety. He lived at Cures, in the country of the Sabines, and was as eminently skilled as anyone in that age could be, in all laws human and divine. He was supposed to have been instructed by Pythagoras of Samos, for which supposition there is no other foundation than its not being known from what other quarter he derived his knowledge. Certain it is that more than 100 years after this period, in the reign of Servius Tullius, Pythagoras assembled the youth of the remoter parts of Italy about Metapontum, Heracla, and Croton, and had them instructed under his own direction. From places so remote, even if he had lived in the time of Numa, how could such a character of him have reached the Sabines as should have inspired them with the desire of receiving his instructions? In what common language could they have communicated, or with what safety could a single man have made his way thither through so many nations differing in their language and manners? I therefore rather believe that his mind was by nature furnished with virtuous dispositions, and that the instructions which he received were not so much in foreign learning as in the coarse and severe discipline of the Sabines, than whom no race of men were less corrupted by refinements. On hearing the name of Numa Pompilius, although the Roman fathers saw that the balance of power would incline to the Sabines, if a king were chosen from among them, yet, no one presuming to prefer himself or any other of his own party, or, in short, any one of the fathers or citizens to him, they all to a man concurred in voting that the kingdom should be conferred on Numa Pompilius. When he arrived, in consequence of their invitation, he ordered that, as Romulus, on the founding of the city, had obtained the sovereign power by an augury, so the gods should be consulted in like manner concerning himself. Accordingly, being conducted into the citadel by an augur, to which profession was annexed for ever after by public authority the honor of performing that solemn office, he sat down on a stone with his face turned towards the south. The augur took his seat at his left hand, with his head covered, holding in his right hand a crooked wand free from knots, which they called lituus. Then, taking a view towards the city and the adjacent country, after offering prayers to the gods, he marked out the regions of the sky from east to west. The parts towards the south he called the right, those towards the north the left, and in front of him he set in his mind a boundary at the greatest distance that his eye could reach. Then, shifting the lituus into his left hand and laying his right on Numa's head, he prayed in this manner: Father Jupiter, if it is thy will that this Numa Pompilius, whose head I hold, should be king of Rome, display to us, we beseech thee, clear tokens of the same, within those limits which I have marked out. He then named the particular auspices which he wished should be sent, and, these having appeared, Numa was declared king, and came down from the consecrated stand. Being thus put in possession of the kingdom, and considering that the city was but of short standing, and had been founded by means of violence and arms, he formed a design of establishing it anew upon principles of justice, laws, and morals, and knowing that the minds of the people, rendered ferocious by military life, would never accommodate themselves to the practice of these during the continuance of war, he resolved, by a disuse of arms, to mollify the fierceness of their temper. With this view, he built a temple to Janus, near the foot of the hill Argiletum, which was to notify a state either of war or of peace. When open, it denoted that the state was engaged in war. When shut, that there was peace with all the surrounding nations. Since the reign of Numa, it has been shut but twice, once in the consulate of Titus Manlius upon the conclusion of the First Punic War. The happiness of seeing it once more shut, the gods granted to our own times, when, after the battle of Actium, the emperor, Caesar Augustus, established universal peace on land and sea. This temple he then shut, and having, by treaties and alliances, secured the friendship of all his neighbors, and thereby removed all apprehension of danger from abroad, he made it his first aim, lest the dispositions of the people, which had hitherto been restrained by fear of their enemies and by military discipline, should, in time of tranquillity, grow licentious, to inspire them with fear of the gods, a principle of the greatest efficacy with the multitude in that rude and ignorant age. And as this did not seem likely to make much impression on their minds without the aid of some pretended miracle, he made them believe that he had nightly meetings with the goddess Egeria, and that, by her direction, he instituted the sacred rites most acceptable to the gods, and appointed proper priests for each of the deities. His first undertaking was to divide the year into 12 months, according to the course of the moon. And because the moon does not make up the number of 30 days in each month, and consequently there are some days wanted to fill up the complete year, formed by the revolution of the sun, he managed in such a manner, by inserting intercalary months, that every 24th year, the space of all the intermediate years being completed, the days coincided with the same position of the sun from whence they had set out. He also appointed days of business, and days of cessation therefrom, foreseeing how expedient it would be in future that there should be times wherein no business could be brought before the people. He next turned his thoughts to the appointment of priests, though he performed in person the greatest part of the sacred rites, especially those which now belong to the office of the Flamen of Jupiter. Judging that in such a warlike state the greater number of kings would resemble Romulus rather than Numa, and would go abroad themselves to war. Therefore, lest the sacred rites, the performance of which pertain to the office of the king, should be neglected, he created a Flamen of Jove, who was to attend constantly on the duties of that priesthood, and decorated him with a splendid dress and a royal curule chair. He created likewise 2 other Flamens, one of Mars, the other of Quirinus. He also selected virgins for the service of Vesta, an order of priesthood derived from Alba, and therefore related in some sort to the family of the founder of the city. For these he fixed a stipend to be paid out of the public treasury, that they might, without interruption, attend to the business of the temple, and by enjoining virginity and other religious observances, gave them a sanctity of character that attracted veneration. He elected also 12 priests, called Salii for Mars Gradivus, and gave them, as an ornament of distinction, a flowered tunic, and over the tunic a brazen covering for the breast. He ordered these to carry the celestial armor called ancyllia, and to go in procession through the city singing hymns with leaping and solemn dancing. He then chose out of the senators a pontiff named Numa Marcius, son of Marcus, and gave him a written and sealed copy of the institutions respecting all the sacred rites, together with directions as to what victims, and on what days, and in what temples each should be performed, and out of what funds the expenses of them should be defrayed. He also subjected all other religious performances, whether public or private, to the determination of the pontiff, in order that there should be an authorized person to whom the people might, on every occasion, resort for instruction, lest, through their neglect of the rights of their own country, or the introduction of foreign ones, irregularities might take place in the worship of the gods. The same pontiff was also to determine all matters relative, not only to the invocation of the celestial gods, but to funeral solemnities and the worship of the infernal deities, and when and how such prodigies as appeared, either by lightning or any other phenomenon, should be attended to and expiated. For the purpose of obtaining information of the sentiments of the deities respecting these matters, he dedicated an altar on the Aventine to Jupiter Elicius, and consulted the god by auguries concerning the prodigies that were to be expiated. The attention of the whole community being diverted from violence and arms to the considering and adjusting of these matters, necessarily prevented idleness, whilst reverence towards the gods, with the thought of the deity of heaven interfering in the concerns of mankind, filled their breast with such a degree of piety that good faith and regard to the obligation of oaths operated as powerfully on their minds as the dread of the laws and of punishment. And while the people formed their manners after the example of the king as the most perfect model, the neighboring powers, who had formerly looked upon Rome not as a city but as a camp pitched in the midst of them, for the purpose of disturbing the general peace, were brought to entertain such respect for it as to deem any one guilty of impiety who should give trouble to a state entirely occupied in the worship of the gods. There was a grove, in the center of which, from out of a dark cave, flowed a rivulet, fed by a perpetual spring. Thither it was Numa's custom frequently to repair unattended, to meet, as he pretended, the goddess Egeria. He therefore dedicated it to the Muses, they having been, he alleged, of her counsels, whom he called his spouse. To faith, under the designation of single faith, he instituted an anniversary festival, in the celebration of which he ordered the flamens to be carried in a covered chariot drawn by 2 horses, and while employed in the worship of her, to have their hands covered close down to the fingers, to signify that faith was to be carefully preserved, and that even its seat in the right hand was sacred. He appointed many other sacrifices, and consecrated the places where they were to be performed, which the priests called argenses. But the greatest of all his works was the establishment of a permanent peace, which he maintained through the whole course of his reign with no less care than he employed in securing his own authority. Thus 2 kings in succession, by different methods, one by warlike, the other by peaceful institutions, contributed to the aggrandizement of the state. Romulus reigned 37 years, Numa 43. The nation, by this time, became possessed not only of great strength, but had also attained to a competent knowledge of the arts both of war and peace. End of Book 1, Part 3. Part 4, Book 1 of From the Founding of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Harrington. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1, by Titus Livius, translated by George Baker. Book 1, Part 4. On the death of Numa, an interregnum again took place. After some time, the people elected to the throne Tullus Hostilius, grandson to that Hostilius who distinguished himself in the battle with the Sabines at the foot of the citadel, and the Senate gave their approbation. He was not only of a temper very different from that of the late king, but more warlike in his disposition than even Romulus himself. His youth and vigor, and at the same time the renown of his grandfather, stimulated his native courage. Thinking, therefore, that the strength of the state was growing languid through inactivity, he sought on all sides for an opportunity of stirring up a war. It happened that some Roman and Alban peasants committed mutual depredations on each other's lands. At this time, Gaius Cluilius held the government of Alba. Ambassadors were sent from both sides at nearly the same time to demand restitution. Tullus gave orders to his that they should attend to nothing else until they executed their commission. He well knew that the Alban would give a refusal, and then war might be proclaimed without incurring the charge of impiety. The Albans proceeded with less dispatch. Being courteously and liberally entertained by Tullus in his palace, they cheerfully enjoyed the pleasures of the king's table. Meanwhile, the Romans had made the first demand of restitution, and on the Albans' refusal had declared war to commence on the 30th day after, and returned to Tullus with an account of their proceedings. He then gave the ambassadors an opportunity of proposing the business of their embassy. They, entirely ignorant of what had passed, spent some time at first in making apologies, that it was very disagreeable to them to say anything that would not be pleasing to Tullus, but that they were compelled by their instructions. They came to demand restitution, and if that were not granted, had orders to declare war. To this Tullus answered, "Tell your king that the king of Rome appeals to the gods to judge which of the two states first dismissed with the refusal the ambassadors of the other demanding restitution, that upon that state they may inflict all the calamities of this war." This answer the Albans carried home, and both parties made the most vigorous preparations for a war which might almost be called a civil war, as it was to be waged in some manner between parents and their children, both parties deriving their descent from Troy. For Lavinium owed its origin to Troy, from Lavinium sprung Alba, and from the race of the Alban kings the Romans were descended. The issue of the war, however, was such as rendered the dispute less grievous than might have been apprehended, for without a general engagement, and without any farther damage than the demolition of the houses of one of the cities, the two states were incorporated into one. The Albans first, with very numerous forces, made an irruption into the Roman territories, and at the distance of no more than 5 miles from the city, fortified their camp with a trench, which, from the name of their leader, was afterwards called the Cluilian Trench, and retained the name for several ages, until the occasion being in time forgotten, the name too fell into disuse. In this camp, Cluilius the Alban king died, on which the Albans created Metius Fufetius their dictator. Tullus, now impatient for action, especially after the death of the king, assured his men that the supreme power of the gods, which had already begun with the head, would inflict upon the whole body of the Albans the penalty incurred by their having occasioned this impious war. And marching past the enemy's camp in the night, he advanced with his army ready for action into the Alban territories. This procedure drew out Medius from the camp where he lay. He led his troops by the shortest road towards the enemy, sending forward an ambassador to tell Tullus that it was highly expedient that they should confer together before they came to an engagement, that if he would give him a meeting, he was confident that what he had to propose to his consideration would appear to concern the interest of Rome no less than that of Alba. Tullus, not thinking it proper to decline the proposal, though he saw no probability of any good consequence arising from it, led out his troops into the field. The Albans likewise marched out to meet him. When both parties were drawn up in order of battle, the leaders, attended by a few of the principal officers, advanced into the middle space, where the Alban began thus. I understood from our King Cluilius that, on our part, injuries sustained and a refusal of satisfaction, when demanded, were the causes of the present war. And I doubt not that you, Tullus, allege on your part the same grounds of quarrel. But if, instead of plausible professions, I may be allowed to declare the truth, it is a thirst for dominion that stimulates two nations, connected by their situation and by consanguinity, to take up arms against each other. Nor do I examine whether the measures pursued are justifiable or not. The determination of that point was the business of him who commenced the war. For my part, it was for the purpose of carrying it on that the Albans constituted me their leader. Of this, however, Tullus, I wish to warn you, what a formidable power the Etrurians possess, both in our neighborhood and more especially in yours. You, as being nearer to them, know better than we. On land they are very powerful, on the sea exceedingly so. Now consider that, when you shall give the signal for battle, they will enjoy the sight of these two armies engaged as they would a show, and will not fail to attack both the victor and the vanquished together when they see them fatigued and their strength exhausted. Wherefore, since we are not content with the certain enjoyment of liberty, but are going to hazard an uncertain cast for dominion or slavery, let us, in the name of the gods, pursue some method whereby, without great loss, without much blood of either nation, it may be decided which shall have dominion over the other. This proposal was not unpleasing to Tullus, though, from his natural disposition, as well as from confidence of success, he was rather inclined to violent measures. Both of them then, turning their thoughts to devise some plan, they adopted one, for which accident had already laid the foundation. It happened that in each of the armies there were 3 twin brothers, between whom there was no disparity in point of age or of strength. That their names were Horatius and Curiatius we have sufficient certainty, for no occurrence of antiquity has ever been more universally noticed. Yet, notwithstanding that the fact is so well ascertained, there still remains a doubt respecting the names, to which nation the Horatii belonged, and to which the Curiatii. Authors are divided on the point. Finding, however, that the greater number concur in calling the Horatii Romans, I am inclined to follow them. To these 3 brothers on each side the kings proposed that they should support by their arms the honor of their respective countries, informing them that the sovereignty was to be enjoyed by that nation whose champions should prove victorious in the combat. No reluctance was shown on their parts, and time and place were appointed. Previous to the fight, a league was made between the Romans and the Albans on these conditions, that whichever of the 2 nations should, by its champions, obtain victory in the combat, that nation should, without further dispute, possess sovereign dominion over the other. Treaties are variously formed, but the mode of ratification is the same in all. The following is the manner in which, as we are told, they proceeded on that occasion, and we have no record of any more ancient treaty. The herald addressed the king in these words: Dost thou, O king, order me to strike a league with the pater patratus of the Alban nation? Having received the king's order, he said, O king, I demand vervain from thee. The king answered, Take it pure. The herald brought clean stalks of that herb from the citadel.
He afterwards asked the king in these words: "Dost thou, O king, constitute me the royal delegate of the royal people, the Quirites, including in my privileges my attendants and implements?" The king replied, "Be it without detriment to me, and to the Roman people, the Quirites, I do constitute thee." The herald was Marcus Valerius, and he made Spurius Fusius pater patratus by touching his head and hair with the vervain. The pater patratus is appointed ad usurandum patrandum, that is, to ratify the league, and this he does in a great many words, which being expressed in a long set form, I may be excused from repeating. Then, after reciting the conditions, he said, "Hear thou, O Jupiter, hear thou, pater patratus of the Alban nation, hear ye people of Alba, as those conditions, from first to last, have been recited openly from those tablets, or that wax, without fraud or deceit, in such sense as they are most clearly understood here this day, from those conditions the Roman people will not first depart. If they shall at any time first depart from them, under authority of the state, through any fraud or deceit, do thou, O Jupiter, on that day strike the Roman people in like manner as I shall here this day strike this swine, and strike them thou with greater severity, in proportion as thy power and ability are greater." So saying, he struck down the swine with a flint stone. The Albans likewise, by their dictator and their priests, repeated their form of ratification and their oath. The league being concluded, the three brothers on each side, pursuant to the agreement, took arms, the friends of each putting them in mind that the gods of their country itself, the whole of their countrymen, whether at home or in the army, rested on their prowess the decision of their fate. Naturally bold and courageous, and highly animated besides by such exhortations, they advanced into the midst between the two armies. The two armies sat down before their respective camps, free from all apprehensions of immediate danger to themselves, but not from deep anxiety, no less than sovereign power being at stake, and depending on the bravery and success of so small a number. With all the eagerness, therefore, of anxious suspense, they fixed their attention on an exhibition which was far indeed from being a matter of mere amusement. The signal being given, the three youths, who had been drawn up on each side as in battle array, their breasts animated with the magnanimous spirits of whole armies, rushed forward to the fight, intent on mutual slaughter, utterly thoughtless of their own personal peril, and reflecting that on the issue of the contest depended the future fate and fortune of their respective countries. On the first onset, as soon as the clash of their arms and the glittering of their swords were perceived, the spectators shuddered with excess of horror, and their hopes being as yet equally balanced, their voice was suppressed, and even their breath was suspended. Afterwards, in the progress of the combat, during which not only the activity of the young men's limbs and the rapid motions of their arms, offensive and defensive, were exhibited to view, the three Albans were wounded, and two of the Romans fell lifeless to the ground. On their fall, the Alban army set up a shout of joy, while the Roman legions were almost reduced to a state of despair by the situation of their champion, who was now surrounded by the three Curiatii. It happened that he was unhurt, so that, though singly he was by no means a match for them collectively, yet was he confident of success against each taken singly. In order, therefore, to avoid their joint attack, he betook himself to flight, judging from their wounds that they would pursue him with different degrees of speed. He had now fled some way from the place where they had fought, when, looking back, he perceived that there were large intervals between the pursuers, and that one was at no great distance from him. He therefore turned about with great fury, and while the Alban army called out to the Curiatii to succor their brother Horatius, having in the meantime slain his antagonist, proceeded victorious to attack the second. The Romans then cheered their champion with shouts of applause, such as naturally burst forth on occasions of unexpected success. On his part, he delayed not to put an end to the combat, for, before the third could come up to the relief of his brother, he had dispatched him. And now they were brought to an equality in point of number, only one on each side surviving, but were far from an equality either in hopes or in strength. The one, unhurt and flushed with 2 victories, advanced with confidence to the third contest. The other, enfeebled by a wound, fatigued with running, and dispirited besides by the fate of his brethren already slain, met the victorious enemy. What followed could not be called a fight. The Roman, exulting, cried out, "2 of you have I offered to the shades of my brothers. The third I will offer to the cause in which we are engaged, that the Roman may rule over the Alban." And, whilst the other could scarcely support the weight of his armor, he plunged his sword downward into his throat. Then, as he lay prostrate, he despoiled him of his arms. The Romans received Horatius with triumphant congratulations and a degree of joy proportioned to the greatness of the danger that had threatened their cause. Both parties then applied themselves to the burying of their dead with very different dispositions of mind, the one being elated with the acquisition of empire, the other depressed under a foreign jurisdiction. The sepulchres still remain in the several spots where the combatants fell, those of the 2 Romans in one place nearer to Alba, those of the 3 Albans on the side next to Rome, but in different places as they fought. Before the armies separated, Metius, in conformity to the terms of the treaty, desired to know from Tullus what commands he would give, and was ordered to keep the young men in readiness under arms, as he intended to employ them in case of a war breaking out with the Veientians. The 2 parties then retired to their respective homes. Horatius advanced at the head of the Romans, bearing in triumph the spoils of the 3 brothers. Near the gate Capena he was met by his sister, a maiden who had been betrothed to one of the Curiatii. Observing on her brother's shoulder the military robe of her lover, made by her own hands, she tore her hair, and with loud and mournful outcries called on the name of her deceased spouse. His sister's lamentations, in the midst of his own triumph and of so great public joy, irritated the fierce youth to such a degree that, drawing his sword, he plunged it into her breast, at the same time upbraiding her in these words: "Begone to thy spouse with thy unseasonable love, since thou couldst forget what is due to the memory of thy deceased brothers, to him who still survives, and to thy native country. So perish every daughter of Rome that shall mourn for its enemy." Both the Senate and people were shocked at the horrid deed, but still, in their opinion, his recent merit outweighed its guilt. He was, however, instantly carried before the king for judgment. The king, unwilling to take on himself a decision of such a melancholy nature, and evidently disagreeable to the multitude, or to inflict the consequent punishment, summoned an assembly of the people, and then said, "I appoint 2 commissioners to pass judgment on Horatius for murder according to the law." The law was of dreadful import. Let 2 commissioners pass judgment for murder. If the accused appeal from the commissioners, let the appeal be tried. If their sentence be confirmed, cover his head, hang him by a rope on the gallows, let him be scourged, either within the pomerium or without the pomerium. The 2 commissioners appointed were of opinion that according to that law they were not authorized to acquit him, however small his offense might be. And after they had found him guilty, one of them pronounced judgment in these words: "Publius Horatius, I sentence thee to punishment as a murderer. Go, lictor, bind his hands." The lictor had come up to him and was fixing the cord when Horatius, by the advice of Tullus, who wished to give the mildest interpretation to the law, said, "I appeal." So the trial on the appeal came before the commons. During this trial, the people were very deeply affected, especially by the behavior of Publius Horatius, the father, who declared that, in his judgment, his daughter was deservedly put to death. Had it not been so, he would, by his own authority as a father, have inflicted punishment on his son. He then besought them that they would not leave him childless, whom they had beheld but a few hours ago surrounded by a progeny of uncommon merit. Uttering these words, the old man embraced the youth, and pointing to the spoils of the Curiatii, which were hung up in the place where now stands the Horatian column, "O my fellow citizens," he exclaimed, "can you bear to behold him laden with chains and condemned to ignominy, stripes, and torture, whom but just now you saw covered with the ornaments of victory, marching in triumph? A sight so horrid that scarcely could the eyes of the Albans themselves endure it. Go, lictor, bind the arms, which but now wielded those weapons which acquired dominion to the Roman people. Cover the head of that man, to whom your city owes its liberty. Hang him upon the gallows, scourge him within the pomerium, but do it between those pillars to which are suspended the trophies of his victory. Scourge him without the pomerium, but do it between the tombs of the Curiatii. For to what place can ye lead this youth, where the monuments of his glory would not redeem him from the ignominy of such a punishment?" The people could not withstand either the tears of the father or the intrepid spirit of the youth himself, which no kind of danger could appall, and rather out of admiration of his bravery than regard to the justice of his cause, they passed a sentence of acquittal. Wherefore, that some expiation might be made for the act of manifest murder, the father was ordered to make atonement for his son at the public expense. After performing expiatory sacrifices, which continued afterwards to be celebrated by the Horatian family, he laid a beam across the street, and covering the young man's head, made him pass, as it were, under the yoke. The beam remains to this day, being constantly kept in repair at the expense of the public, and is called the Sisters' Beam. A tomb of squared stone was raised for Horatia on the spot where she fell. The peace with Alba was not of long continuance. The dissatisfaction of the multitude, on account of the power and fortune of the state having been hazarded on 3 champions, perverted the unsteady mind of the dictator. And as his designs, though honorable, had not been crowned with success, he endeavored, by others of a different kind, to recover the esteem of his countrymen. With this view, therefore, as formerly, in time of war, he had sought peace, so now, when peace was established, he as ardently wished for war. But perceiving that his own state possessed more courage than strength, he persuaded other nations to make war openly by order of their governments, reserving to his own people the part of effecting their purposes by treachery under the mask of allies. The Fidenations, a Roman colony, being assured of the concurrence of the Veientians and receiving from the Albans a positive engagement to desert to their side, were prevailed on to take arms and declare war. Fidenae having thus openly revolted, Tullus, after summoning Metius and his army from Alba, marched against the enemy, and passing the Anio, pitched his camp at the conflux of the rivers. Between that place and Fidenae, the Veientians had crossed the Tiber, and in the line of battle they composed the right wing near the river, the Fidenations being posted on the left towards the mountains. Tullus drew up his own men facing the Veientians, and posted the Albans opposite to the troops of the Fidenations. The Alban had not more resolution than fidelity, so that, not daring either to keep his ground or openly to desert, he filed off slowly towards the mountains. When he thought he had proceeded to a sufficient distance, he ordered the whole line to halt, and being still irresolute, in order to waste time, he employed himself in forming the ranks. His scheme was to join his forces to whichever the parties fortune should favor with victory. At first, the Romans who stood nearest were astonished at finding their flank left uncovered, by the departure of their allies, and in a short time a horseman at full speed brought an account to the king that the Albans were retreating. Tullus, in this perilous juncture, vowed to institute 12 new Salian priests, and also to build temples to Paleness and Terror. Then, rebuking the horseman with a loud voice, that the enemy might hear, he ordered him to return to the fight, telling him that there was no occasion for any uneasiness, that it was by his order the Alban army was wheeling round in order to fall upon the unprotected rear of the Fidenacians. He commanded him also to order the cavalry to raise their spears aloft, and, this being performed, intercepted from a great part of the infantry the view of the Alban army retreating, while those who did see them, believing what the king had said, fought with the greater spirit. The fright was now transferred to the enemy, for they had heard what the king had spoken aloud, and many of the Fidenacians understood the Latin tongue, as having been intermixed with Romans in the colony. Wherefore, dreading lest the Albans might run down suddenly from the hills and cut off their retreat to the town, they betook themselves to flight. Tullus pressed them close, and after routing this wing, composed of the Fidenacians, turned back with double fury against the Veientians, now disheartened by the dismay of the other wing. Neither could they withstand his attack, and the river intercepting them behind prevented a precipitate flight. As soon as they reached this, in their retreat, some, shamefully throwing away their arms, plunged desperately into the water, and the rest, hesitating on the bank, irresolute whether to fight or fly, were overpowered and cut off. Never before had the Romans been engaged in so desperate an action. End of Book 1, Part 4. Part 5, Book 1 of From the Founding of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Harrington. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1 by Titus Livius, translated by George Baker. Book 1, Part 5. When all was over, the Alban troops, who had been spectators of the engagement, marched down into the plain, and Medius congratulated Tullus on his victory over the enemy. Tullus answered him, without showing any sign of displeasure, and gave orders that the Albans should, with the favor of fortune, join their camp with that of the Romans, and appointed a sacrifice of purification to be performed next day. As soon as it was light, all things being prepared in the usual manner, he commanded both armies to be summoned to an assembly. The heralds, beginning at the outside, summoned the Albans first, and they, struck with the novelty of the affair, and wishing to hear the Roman king delivering a speech, took their places nearest to him. The Roman troops, under arms, pursuant to directions previously given, formed a circle round them, and a charge was given to the centurions to execute without delay such orders as they should receive. Then Tullus began in this manner. If ever, Romans, there has hitherto occurred at any time or in any war an occasion that called on you to return thanks, first to the immortal gods, and next to your own valor, it was the battle of yesterday. For ye had to struggle not only with your enemies, but, what is a more difficult and dangerous struggle, with the treachery and perfidy of your allies. For I will now undeceive you. It was not by my order that the Albans withdrew to the mountains, nor was what ye heard me say, the issuing of orders, but a stratagem, and a pretext of having given orders, to the end that while you were kept in ignorance of your being deserted, your attention might not be drawn away from the fight, and that, at the same time, the enemy, believing themselves to be surrounded on the rear, might be struck with terror and dismay. But the guilt which I am exposing to you extends not to all the Albans. They followed their leader, as ye would have done, had I chosen that the army should make any movement from the ground which it occupied. Medius there was the leader of that march. The same Medius was the schemer of this war. Medius it was who broke the league between the Romans and Albans. May others dare to commit like crimes if I do not now make him a conspicuous example to all mankind. On this, the centurions in arms gathered round Medius, and the king proceeded in his discourse. Albans, be the measure prosperous, fortunate, and happy to the Roman people, to me, and to you. It is my intention to remove the entire people of Alba to Rome, to give the commons the privileges of citizens, and to enroll the principal inhabitants among the fathers, to form of the whole one city, one republic. As the state of Alba, from being one people, was heretofore divided into two, so let these be now reunited. On hearing this, the Alban youth, who were unarmed and surrounded by armed troops, however different their sentiments were, yet, being all restrained by the same apprehensions, kept a profound silence. Tullus then said, Medius Fufetius, if you were capable of learning to preserve faith and a regard to treaties, I should suffer you to live and supply you with instructions. But your disposition is incurable. Let your punishment, then, teach mankind to consider those things as sacred which you have dared to violate. As, therefore, you lately kept your mind divided between the interest of the Fidenations and of the Romans, so shall you now have your body divided and torn in pieces. Then 2 chariots being brought, each drawn by 4 horses, he tied Medius, extended at full length to the carriages of them, and the horses being driven violently in different directions, bore away on each carriage part of his mangled body, with the limbs which were fastened by the cords. The eyes of all were turned with horror from this shocking spectacle. This was the first and the last instance among the Romans of any punishment inflicted without regard to the laws of humanity. In every other case we may justly boast that no nation in the world has shown greater mildness. During these proceedings, the cavalry had been sent forward to Alba to remove the multitude to Rome. The legions were now led thither to demolish the city. As soon as they entered the gates, there ensued not a tumult or panic, as is usual in cities taken by storm, where the gates being burst open, or the walls leveled by the ram, or the citadel being taken by force, the shouts of the enemy and the troops running furiously through the city throw all into confusion with fire and sword. But gloomy silence and dumb sorrow so stupefied the inhabitants that, not knowing in their distraction what to leave behind or what to carry with them, and incapable of forming any plan, they stood at their doors, making inquiries of each other, or wandered through their own houses, which they were now to see for the last time. But now, when the horsemen with shouts urged them to depart, and the crash of the houses which the troops were demolishing in the outer parts of the city assailed their ears, and the dust raised in distant places had filled all parts, enveloping them as with a cloud, each of them hastily snatching up whatever he could, and leaving behind his guardian deity, his household gods, and the house wherein he had been born and educated, they began their departure, and soon filled the roads with one continued troop of emigrants. The sight of each other continually renewed their tears, through the mutual commiseration which it excited in every breast. Their ears were assailed with bitter lamentations, especially from the women, as they passed the temples which they had been used to revere, now filled with armed soldiers, and reflected that they were leaving their gods, as it were, in captivity. When the Albans had evacuated the city, the Romans leveled to the ground all the buildings in every part of it, both public and private, and in 1 hour ruined and destroyed the work of 400 years, during which Alba had stood. The temples of the gods, however, they left untouched, for so the king had commanded. Meanwhile, from this destruction of Alba, Rome received a considerable augmentation. The number of citizens was doubled. The Caelian Mount was added to the city, and in order to induce others to fix their habitations there, Tullus chose that situation for his palace, where from thenceforth he resided. The persons of chief note among the Albans, the Tullii, Servilii, Quintii, Gaganii, Curiatii, Cloylii, he enrolled among the senators, that this part of the state also might receive an addition. And, as a consecrated place of meeting for this body, thus augmented, he built a senate house which retained the name of Hostilia, even within the memory of our fathers. and that every order in the state might receive an accession of strength from this new people, he chose from among the Albans 10 troops of horsemen. From among them also he drew recruits, with which he both filled up the old and formed some new legions. Encouraged by this formidable state of his forces, he declared war against the Sabines, a nation the most powerful of that age, next to the Etrurians, both in point of numbers and of skill in arms. Injuries had been offered on both sides, and satisfaction demanded in vain. Tullus complained that some Roman traders had been seized in an open fair at the temple of Feronia. The Sabines, that prior to this some of their people had fled into the asylum and were detained at Rome. These were the reasons assigned for the war. The Sabines, reflecting that a great part of their original strength had been fixed at Rome by Tatius, and that the Roman power had been also lately increased by the accession of the people of Alba, took care, on their part, to look round for foreign aid. Etruria lay in their neighborhood, and the state of the Etrurians nearest to them was that of the Veientians. From among these they procured a number of volunteers, who were induced to take part against the Romans, principally by the resentment which they still retained on account of their former quarrels. Several also of the populace, who were indigent and unprovided of a settlement, were allured by pay. From the government they received no assistance, and the Veientians, for it was less surprising in others, adhered to the terms of the truce stipulated with Romulus. Vigorous preparations being made on both sides, and it being evident that whichever party should first commence hostilities would have considerably the advantage, Tullus seized the opportunity of making an incursion into the lands of the Sabines. A furious battle ensued at the wood called Militiosa, in which the Romans obtained the victory. For this they were indebted not only to the firm strength of their infantry, but chiefly to the cavalry, which had been lately augmented, since, by a sudden charge of this body, the ranks of the Sabines were thrown into such disorder that they were neither able to continue the fight nor to make good their retreat without great slaughter. After the defeat of the Sabines, the government of Tullus and the Roman state in general possessed a large degree of power and of fame. At this time, an account was brought to the king and the senate that a shower of stones had fallen on the Alban Mount. This appearing scarcely credible, and some persons being sent to examine into the prodigy, there fell from the air in their sight a vast quantity of stones like a storm of hail. They imagined also that they heard a loud voice from the grove on the summit of the hill, ordering that the Albans should perform religious rites according to the practice of their native country. These the Albans had entirely neglected, as if, with their country, they had also abandoned its deities, and had adopted the Roman practice, or perhaps, incensed against fortune, had renounced the worship of the gods. On account of the same prodigy, the Romans also instituted for themselves, by order of government, a festival of 9 days, either in obedience to a voice from heaven, uttered on the Alban Mount, for that likewise is mentioned, or by direction of the haruspices. Be this as it may, it is certain that, whenever an account was received of a similar phenomenon, a festival for 9 days was celebrated. In a short time after, the country was afflicted with a pestilence, and though this necessarily rendered men averse to military service, yet the king, in himself fond of war, and persuaded that young men enjoyed better health while employed abroad than when loitering at home, gave them no rest from arms until he was seized by a tedious disorder. Then, together with the strength of his body, the fierceness of his spirit was reduced to such a degree that he, who, lately, thought nothing less becoming a king than to busy his thoughts in matters of religion, became at once a slave to every kind of superstition, in cases either of great or of trifling import, and even filled the minds of the people also with superstitious notions. The generality, comparing the present state of their affairs with that which they had enjoyed under Numa, became possessed of an opinion that the only prospect left them of being relieved from the sickness was in obtaining pardon and favor from the gods. It is said that the king himself, turning over the commentaries of Numa and discovering therein that certain sacrifices of a secret and solemn nature had been performed to Jupiter Elicius, shut himself up and set about the performance of this solemnity, but, not having undertaken or conducted the rites in due form, he not only failed of obtaining any notification from the gods, but, through the resentment of Jupiter for being addressed in an improper manner, was struck with lightning and reduced to ashes, together with his house. Tullus reigned 32 years, highly renowned for his military achievements. On the death of Tullus, the direction of affairs, according to the mode adopted from the beginning, fell into the hands of the Senate. They nominated an interrex, who presided at the election, when the people created Ancus Marcius king, and the Senate approved of their choice. Ancus Marcius was the grandson of Numa Pompilius by his daughter. As soon as he was in possession of the throne, reflecting on the glory which his grandfather had acquired, and considering that the late reign, though highly honorable in other respects, yet in one particular had been very deficient, the affairs of religion having been either quite neglected or improperly managed, he judged it to be a matter of the utmost consequence to provide that the public worship should be performed in the manner instituted by Numa, and ordered the pontiff to make a transcript of every particular rite from the commentaries of that king on white tables, and to expose it to the view of the people. From these proceedings, not only his subjects, whose wishes tended to peace, but the neighboring states also, conceived hopes that the king would conform himself to the manners and institutions of his grandfather. In consequence of which, the Latines, with whom a treaty had been concluded in the reign of Tullus, assumed new courage, and made an incursion into the Roman territories. And when the Romans demanded satisfaction, returned a haughty answer, imagining the Roman king so averse to action that he would spend his reign among the chapels and altars. The genius of Ancus was of a middle kind, partaking both of that of Numa and of Romulus. He was sensible not only that peace had been more necessary in the reign of his grandfather, to a people who were but lately incorporated and still uncivilized, but also that the tranquility which had obtained at that time could not now be preserved without a tame submission to injuries, that they were making a trial of his patience and would soon come to despise it. In short, that the times required a king like Tullus rather than one like Numa. However, being desirous that, as Numa had instituted the religious rites to be observed in time of peace, so the ceremonies to be observed in war should have himself for their founder, and that wars should not only be waged, but be proclaimed likewise according to a certain established mode, he borrowed from the ancient race of the Aequicoli, that form of demanding satisfaction which is still used by the heralds. The ambassador, when he comes to the frontiers of the state, from whom satisfaction is demanded, having his head covered with a fillet of wool, says, "O Jupiter, hear me. Hear ye frontiers," naming the state to which they belong. "Let justice hear. I am a public messenger of the Roman people. I come, an ambassador duly authorized according to the forms of justice and religion. Let my words, therefore, meet with credit." He then makes his demands and afterwards appeals to Jupiter. "If I demand that those persons and those effects should be given up to me, the messenger of the Roman people, contrary to justice and the law of nations, then suffer me not to enjoy my native country." These words he repeats when he passes over the boundaries. The same to the first person that he meets, again when he enters the gate, and lastly when he enters the forum, only making the necessary change of a few words in the form of the declaration and of the oath. If the persons whom he demands are not given up, then, on the expiration of 33 days, that being the number enjoined by the rule, he declares war in this manner: "O Jupiter, hear me, and thou, Juno, Quirinus, and all ye gods of heaven, and ye of the earth, and ye of the infernal regions, here I call you to witness that the people," naming them, whoever they are are unjust and do not perform what equity requires. But concerning those affairs, we will consult the elders in our own country by what means we may obtain our right. After this, the messenger returned to Rome in order that the opinion of the government might be taken. The king immediately consulted the Senate, nearly in these words: concerning those matters, controversies, and arguments which were agitated between the pater patratus of the Roman people, the Quirites, and the pater patratus of the ancient Latines and the ancient Latine people, which matters ought to have been granted, performed, and discharged, but which they have neither granted, performed, nor discharged, declare, said he to the person whose vote he first asked, what is your opinion? The other then said, I am of opinion that the performance of them ought to be exacted in just and regular war, wherefore I consent to and vote for it. The rest were then asked in order, and the majority of those present being of the same opinion, a vote passed for war. It was a customary practice for the herald to carry a spear pointed with steel, or burnt at the point and dipped in blood, to the frontiers, and there, in the presence of at least 3 grown-up persons, to say, forasmuch as the states of the ancient Latines and the ancient Latine people have acted against and behaved unjustly towards the Roman people, the Quirites, forasmuch as the Roman people, the Quirites, have ordered that there should be a war with the ancient Latines, and the Senate of the Roman people, the Quirites, have given their opinion, consented, and voted that war should be made with the ancient Latines, therefore I and the Roman people do declare and make war against the states of the ancient Latines and the ancient Latine people. And saying this, he threw the spear within their boundaries. In this manner was satisfaction demanded from the Latines at that time, and war declared. Succeeding generations adopted the same method. Ancus, having committed the care of religious affairs to the flamens and other priests, assembled a new army, set out to the war, and took Politorium, a city of the Latines, by storm. Then, pursuing the practice of former kings who had augmented the power of the Roman state by receiving enemies into the number of their citizens, he removed the whole multitude to Rome, and, as the original Romans, entirely occupied the ground round the Palladium, the Sabines, the Capitol, with the citadel, and the Albans, the Caelian Mount. The Aventine was assigned to this body of new citizens. And in a little time after, on the reduction of Telenae and Facana, an additional number of inhabitants were settled in the same place. Politorium was soon after attacked, a second time, by the Roman forces, the ancient Latines having taken possession of it when left without inhabitants. And this induced the Romans to demolish that city, that it might not again serve as a receptacle for the enemy. At length, the whole force of the Latine war was collected about Medulia, and the contest was carried on there with various success. For the city was not only well defended by works and secured by a strong garrison, but the army of the Latines, having pitched their camp in the open country, fought the Romans several times in close engagement. At last, Ancus, making a vigorous effort with all his force, first defeated them in the field, and then made himself master of the city, from whence he returned with immense booty to Rome. On this occasion, too, many thousands of the Latines, being admitted into the number of citizens, had ground allotted to them near the temple of Murcia, in order to unite the Aventine to the Palatine hill. The Janiculum also was taken in, not for want of room, but to prevent its serving at any time as a place of strength to an enemy. And it was determined that this should be joined to the city not only by a wall, but likewise, for the convenience of passage, by a wooden bridge, which was then first built over the Tiber. The Quiritian trench also, no inconsiderable defense to those parts, which, from their low situation, are of easy access, is a work of King Ancus. In consequence of these vast accessions to the state, and the numbers of people becoming so very large, many, disregarding the distinctions between right and wrong, committed various crimes and escaped discovery. In order to suppress by terror the boldness which the vicious assumed from hence, and which gained ground continually, a prison was built in the middle of the city, adjoining the forum, and not only the city, but the territory also and boundaries of the state were extended by this king. The Mysian forest was taken away from the Veientians, the Roman dominion extended as far as the sea, and the city of Ostia built at the mouth of the Tiber, near which salt pits were formed. And in consequence of the glorious success obtained in war, the temple of Jupiter Feretrius was enlarged. End of Book 1, Part 5. Part 6, Book 1 of From the Founding of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Harrington. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1, by Titus Livius. Translated by George Baker. Book 1, Part 6. During the reign of Ancus, a person named Lucumo, of an enterprising spirit, and possessed of great wealth, came and settled at Rome, led principally by ambition, and hopes of attaining higher honors than he could expect at Tarquinii, where also he was considered as an alien. He was the son of Demaratus, a Corinthian, who, having left his native country, in consequence of some intestine commotions, happened to fix his residence at Tarquinii, and marrying there, had 2 sons. Their names were Lucumo and Aruns. Lucumo survived his father, and inherited all his property. Aruns died before the father, leaving a wife pregnant. The father did not long survive his son, and not knowing that his daughter-in-law was with child, he died without taking any notice of a grandson in his will, so that the boy, who was born after his grandfather's decease, not being entitled to any share of his property, was called, from the poverty of his situation, Egarius. Lucumo, on the other hand, becoming sole heir, was, by his riches, inspired with elevated notions, and these were much increased by his marriage with Tanaquil, a woman of the highest distinction, who could not endure with patience that the rank of the man whom she had married should remain inferior to that of the family which gave her birth. As the Etrurians looked with contempt on Lucumo, the descendant of a foreign exile, she could not support the indignity, but, disregarding her natural attachment to her country, in comparison with the pleasure of seeing her husband raised to an honorable rank, formed the design of removing from Tarquinii. Rome appeared best suited to her purpose. In a new state, where all nobility was of late date and acquired by merit, she thought there would be room for a man of spirit and industry. She considered that Tatius, a Sabine, had enjoyed the throne, that Numa had been called to the crown from Cures, and that Ancus was of a Sabine family by his father, and could show only the single image of Numa to entitle him to nobility. It was not difficult to persuade her husband, who was ambitious of honors, and had no natural attachment to Tarquinii except through his mother, to enter into her designs. Wherefore, carrying their effects along with them, they set out together for Rome. They happened to come through the Janiculum. There, as he sat in the chariot with his wife, an eagle, suspending herself on her wings, stooped gently, and took off his cap, and after hovering for some time over the chariot with loud screams, replaced it in its proper position on his head, as if she had been sent by some deity to perform that office, and then, flying up into the air, disappeared. It is said that this augury was received with great joy by Tanaquil, who was well skilled in celestial prodigies, as the Etrurians generally are. Embracing her husband, she desired him to cherish hopes of high and magnificent fortune, for that such a bird, from such a quarter of the heaven, the messenger of such a deity, portended no less. That it had exhibited the omen on the most elevated part of the human body, and had lifted up the ornament, placed on the head of man, in order to replace it on the same part by direction of the gods. Full of these thoughts and expectations, they advanced into the city, and having purchased a house there, they gave out his name as Lucius Tarquinius. The circumstance of his being a stranger and his wealth soon attracted the general notice of the Romans, nor was he wanting, on his part, in aiding the efforts of fortune in his favor. He conciliated the friendship of all, to the utmost of his power, by his courteous address, hospitable entertainments, and generous acts. At last his character reached even the palace. Having thus procured an introduction there, he soon improved it to such a degree by his politeness and dexterity in paying his court, that he was admitted to the privileges of familiar friendship, and was consulted in all affairs, both public and private, foreign and domestic, and having acquitted himself to satisfaction in all, was at length, by the king's will, appointed guardian to his children. Ancus reigned 24 years, equal in renown, and in the arts both of peace and war, to any of the former kings. The sons of Ancus had now nearly reached the age of manhood, for which reason Tarquinius the more earnestly pressed that an assembly might be convened as speedily as possible for the election of a king. The proclamation for this purpose being issued, when the time approached, he sent the youths to a distance on a hunting party. He is said to have afforded the first instance of making way to the crown by paying court to the people, and to have made a speech composed for the purpose of gaining the affections of the populace, telling them that it was no new favor which he solicited. If that were the case, people might indeed be displeased and surprised, that he was not the first foreigner, but the third, who aimed at the government of Rome. That Tatius, from being not only a foreigner, but even an enemy, was made king, and Numa, entirely unacquainted with the city, and not proposing himself as a candidate, had been, from their own choice, invited to accept the crown. That he, as soon as he became his own master, had removed to Rome with his wife and all his substance. That he had spent the most active part of his life at Rome. That both in civil and military employments he had learned the Roman laws and Roman customs under such a master as ought to be wished for, King Ancus himself. That in duty and obedience to the king he had vied with all men, in kindness towards others with the king himself. As these assertions were no more than the truth, the people unanimously consented that he should be elected king. And this was the reason that this man of extraordinary merit in other respects retained, through the whole course of his reign, the same affectation of popularity which he had used in suing for the crown. For the purpose of strengthening his own authority, as well as of increasing the power of the commonwealth, he added 100 to the number of the Senate, who afterwards were entitled minorum gentium, i.e., of the younger families, and necessarily constituted a party in favor of the king, by whose kindness they had been brought into the Senate. His first war was with the Latines, from whom he took the city Appioli by storm, and having brought from thence a greater quantity of booty than had been expected, from a war of so little consequence, he exhibited games in a more expensive and splendid manner than any of the former kings. On that occasion the ground was first marked out for the circus, which is now called Maximus, the principal, in which certain divisions were set apart for the senators and knights, where each were to build seats for themselves, which were called fori, benches. They remained during the exhibition on these seats, supported by pieces of timber 12 feet high from the ground. The games consisted of horse races and the performances of wrestlers, collected mostly from Etruria, and from that time continued to be celebrated annually, being termed the Roman and sometimes the Great Games. By the same king, lots for building were assigned to private persons round the forum, where porticos and shops were erected. He intended also to have surrounded the city with a stone wall, but a war with the Sabines interrupted his designs. And so suddenly did this break out that the enemy passed the Anio before the Roman troops could march out to meet them and stop their progress. This produced a great alarm at Rome, and, in the first engagement, the victory remained undecided, after great slaughter on both sides. The enemy afterwards, having retired to their camp, and allowed the Romans time to prepare for the war anew, Tarquinius, observing that the principal defect of his army was the want of cavalry, resolved to add other sentries to the Ramnenses, Titienses, and Luceres, instituted by Romulus, and to have them distinguished by his own name. As Romulus, when he first formed this institution, had made use of augury, Accius Naevius, a celebrated augur at that time, insisted that no alteration or addition could be made to it without the sanction of the birds. The king was highly displeased at this, and in ridicule of the art said, as we are told, "Come, you diviner, discover by your augury whether what I am now thinking of can be accomplished." The other, having tried the matter according to the rules of augury, and declared that it could be accomplished. "Well," said he, "what I was thinking of was, whether you could cut a whetstone in two with a razor. Take these then, and perform what your birds pretend to be practicable." On which, as the story goes, he, without any difficulty, cut the whetstone. There was a statue of Accius, with a fillet on his head, in the place where the transaction happened, in the comitium, or place of assembly, just on the steps, at the left-hand side of the Senate House. It is also said that the whetstone was fixed in the same place, there to remain as a monument of this miracle to posterity. This is certain, that the respect paid to auguries and the office of augurs rose so high that, from that time forth, no business, either of war or peace, was undertaken without consulting the birds. Meetings of the people, embodying of armies, the most important concerns of the state, were postponed when the birds did not allow them. Nor did Tarquinius then make any change in the number of the sentries of the knights, but doubled the number in each, so that there were 1,800 men in the 3 sentries. The additional men were only distinguished by the appellation of the younger, prefixed to the original names of their sentries, and these at present, for they have been since doubled, are called the 6 sentries. Having augmented this part of the army, he came to a second engagement with the Sabines, and here, besides that the Roman army had an addition of strength, a stratagem also was made use of, which the enemy, with all their vigilance, could not elude. A number of men were sent to throw a great quantity of timber, which lay on the bank of the Anio, into the river, after setting it on fire. And the wind being favorable, the blazing timber, most of which was placed on rafts, being driven against the piers where it stuck fast, burned down the bridge. This event not only struck terror into the Sabines during the fight, but prevented their retreating when they betook themselves to flight, so that great numbers who had escaped the enemy perished in the river. And their arms being known at the city, as they floated in the Tiber, gave certain assurance of the victory, sooner almost than any messenger could arrive. In that battle the cavalry gained extraordinary honor. We are told that being posted on both wings, when the line of their infantry which formed the center was obliged to give ground, they made so furious a charge on the flanks of the enemy that they not only checked the Sabine legions, who were vigorously pressing the troops which gave way, but quickly put them to the rout. The Sabines fled precipitately toward the mountains, which but few of them reached. The greatest part, as has been mentioned, were driven by the cavalry into the river. Tarquinius, judging it proper to pursue the enemy closely, before they should recover from their dismay, as soon as he had sent off the booty and prisoners to Rome, and burned the spoils, collected together in a great heap, according to a vow which he had made to Vulcan, proceeded to lead his army forward into the Sabine territories. On the other hand, the Sabines, though they had met with a defeat, and had no reason to hope that they should be able to retrieve it, yet, their circumstances not allowing time for deliberation, advanced to meet him, with such troops as they had hastily levied. And being routed a second time, and reduced almost to ruin, they sued for peace. Colatia, and all the land around that city, was taken from the Sabines, and Egerius, son to the king's brother, was left there with a garrison. This was the manner, as I understand, in which the people of Calatia came under the dominion of the Romans, and this was the form of the surrender. The king asked, "Are ye ambassadors and deputies on behalf of the people of Calatia to surrender yourselves and the people of Calatia?" "We are." "Are the people of Calatia in their own disposal?" "They are." "Do ye surrender yourselves and the people of Calatia, together with your city, lands, waters, boundaries, temples, utensils, all property both sacred and common, under my dominion, and that of the Roman people?" "We do surrender them." "Well, I receive them." The Sabine War being thus concluded, Tarquinius returned in triumph to Rome. Soon after this he made war on the ancient Latines, during which there happened no general engagement. By leading about his army to the several towns, he reduced the whole Latine race to subjection. Corniculum, Old Faculnia, Cameria, Crustumerium, Ameriola, Medulia, Nomentum, all these, which either belonged to the ancient Latines or had revolted to them, were taken, and soon after peace was reestablished. He then applied himself to works of peace, with a degree of spirit which even exceeded the efforts that he had made in war, so that the people enjoyed little more rest at home than they had during the campaigns, for he set about surrounding with a wall of stone those parts of the city which he had not already fortified, which work had been interrupted at the beginning by the war of the Sabines. The lower parts of the city about the Forum, and the other hollows that lay between the hills, from whence it was difficult to discharge the water by reason of their situation, he drained by means of sewers drawn on a slope down to the Tiber. He also marked out and laid the foundations for enclosing a court round the temple of Jupiter in the Capitol, which he had vowed during the Sabine War, his mind already presaging the future magnificence of the place. About that time a prodigy was seen in the palace, wonderful both in the appearance and in the event. They relate that, whilst a boy, whose name was Servius Tullius, lay asleep, his head blazed with fire in the sight of many people, that, by the loud cries of astonishment, occasioned by such a miraculous appearance, the king and queen were alarmed, and that when some of the servants brought water to extinguish it, the queen prevented them, and having quieted the uproar, forbade the boy to be disturbed until he awake of his own accord. In a short time on his awaking the flame disappeared. Then Tanaquil, calling her husband aside to a private place, said to him, "Do you see this boy whom we educate in such a humble style? Be assured that he will hereafter prove a light to dispel a gloom which will lie heavy on our affairs, and will be the support of our palace in distress. Let us therefore, with every degree of attention that we can bestow, nourish this plant, which is, hereafter, to become the greatest ornament to our family and our state." From that time they treated the boy as if he were their own child, and had him instructed in all those liberal arts by which the mind is qualified to support high rank with dignity. That is easily brought to pass, which is pleasing to the gods. The youth proved to be of a disposition truly royal, so that when Tarquinius came to look for a son-in-law, there was not one among the Roman youth who could be set in competition with him in any kind of merit, and to him Tarquinius betrothed his daughter. This extraordinary honor conferred on him, whatever might be the reason for it, will not let us believe that he was born of a slave, and had himself been a slave in his childhood. I am rather inclined to be of their opinion, who say that, when Corniculum was taken, the wife of Servius Tullius, the principal man in that city, being pregnant when her husband was slain, and being known among the rest of the prisoners, and, on account of her high rank, exempted from servitude by the Roman queen, was delivered of a son at Rome in the house of Tarquinius Priscus, that, in consequence of such kind treatment, an intimacy grew between the ladies, and that the boy, also being brought up in the house from his infancy, was highly beloved and respected, and that the circumstance of his mother having fallen into the enemy's hands on the taking of her native city gave rise to the opinion of his being born of a slave. About the 38th year of the reign of Tarquinius, Servius Tullius stood in the highest degree of estimation, not only with the king, but with the Senate and the commons. At this time, the two sons of Ancus, although they had before this always considered it as the highest indignity, that they should be expelled from the throne of their father by the perfidy of their guardian, and that the sovereignty of Rome should be enjoyed by a stranger whose family, so far from being natives of the city, were not even natives of Italy, yet now felt their indignation rise to a higher pitch of violence at the probability that the crown was not to revert to them even after Tarquinius, but was to continue to sink one step after another until it fell on the head of a slave. So that, within the space of a little more than 100 years from the time when Romulus, descended from a deity and himself a deity, had, during his abode on earth, held the government, a slave, the son of a slave, should now get possession of it. They looked on it as a disgrace to the Roman name in general, and particularly to their own house, if, while there was male issue of King Ancus surviving, the government of Rome should be prostituted not only to strangers, but to slaves. They determined, therefore, to prevent this dishonor by the sword. But resentment for the injury which they had suffered stimulated them strongly to attack Tarquinius himself rather than Servius, and also the consideration that the king, if he survived, would be able to take severer vengeance for any murder committed than a private citizen could, and that, besides, were Servius put to death, it was to be expected that whatever other son-in-law he might choose would be made heir of the kingdom. For these reasons they formed a plot against the king himself, for the execution of which two of the most undaunted of the shepherds were chosen, who, armed with the iron tools of husbandmen, which they were used to carry, pretended a quarrel in the porch of the palace, and attracted, by their outrageous behavior, the attention of all the king's attendants. Then, both appealing to the king, and their clamor having reached the palace, they were called in and brought before him. At first they both bawled aloud, and each furiously abused the other, until, being rebuked by a lictor, and ordered to speak in their turns, they desisted from railing. Then, as they had concerted, one began to explain the affair, and while the king, attentive to him, was turned quite to that side, the other, raising up his axe, struck it into his head, and leaving the weapon in the wound, they both rushed out of the house. End of Book 1, Part 6.
Part 7, Book 1 of From the Founding of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Foundation of the City, Volume 1, by Titus Livius, translated by George Baker. Book 1, Part 7. Whilst the persons present raised up Tarquinius, who scarcely retained any signs of life, the lictors seized the assassins, who were endeavoring to escape. An uproar immediately ensued, and the people ran together in crowds, surprised, and eager to be informed of what had happened. Tanaquil, during this tumult, turned out every person from the palace, and ordered the doors to be shut, and at the same time appeared to be very busy in procuring such things as were necessary for the dressing of the wound, as if there were reason to hope. Nor did she neglect to provide other means of safety, in case her hopes should fail. Sending instantly for Servius, and showing him her husband just expiring, she laid hold of his right hand, besought him that he would not suffer the death of his father-in-law to pass unrevenged, nor his mother-in-law to be exposed to the insults of their enemies. Servius, she said, if you act as a man, the kingdom is yours and not theirs, who, by the hands of others, have perpetrated the basest of crimes. Call forth your best exertions, and follow the guidance of the gods, who formerly, by the divine fire which they spread around your head, gave an evident indication that it would afterwards be crowned with glory. Now let that heavenly flame rouse you. Now awake your real glory. We, though foreigners, have reigned before you. Consider your present situation, not of what family you are sprung. If the suddenness of this event deprives you of the power of forming plans of your own, then follow mine. When the clamor and violence of the populace could hardly be withstood, Tanaquil addressed them from the upper part of the palace, through the windows facing the new street, for the king resided near the temple of Jupiter Stator. She desired them not to be disheartened, told them that the king had been stunned by a sudden blow, that the weapon had not sunk deep into his body, that he had come to himself again, that when the blood was wiped off, the wound had been examined, and all appearances were favorable, that she hoped he might be able to show himself to them again in a few days, and that, in the meantime, he commanded the people to obey the orders of Servius Tullius, that he would administer justice, and supply the king's place in other departments. Servius came forth in the robe of state, attended by the lictors, and seating himself on the king's throne, adjudged some causes, and, concerning others, pretended that he would consult the king. Thus, though Tarquinius had already expired, his death was concealed for several days, while Servius, under the appearance of supplying the place of another, strengthened his own interest. Then at length, the truth being made public and loud lamentations raised in the palace, Servius, supported by a strong guard, with approbation of the Senate, took possession of the kingdom, being the first who attained the sovereignty without the orders of the people. The sons of Ancus, as soon as they found that the instruments of their villainy were seized, and understood that the king was alive, and that the interest of Servius was so strong, had gone into exile in Suessa Pometia. And now Servius labored to confirm his authority, not only by schemes of a public, but by others of a private nature. And lest the sons of Tarquinius should entertain the same sentiments of resentment against him, which had animated the sons of Ancus against Tarquinius, he joined his two daughters in marriage to the young princes, the Tarquinii Lucius and Arruns. But by no human devices could he break through the unalterable decrees of fate, or prevent envy of the sovereign power from raising discourse and animosity, even among those of his own family. Very seasonably, for preserving stability to the present establishment, war was undertaken against the Veientians, the truce with them having expired, and against the other Etrurians. In that war, both the valor and the good fortune of Tullius were very conspicuous, and, after vanquishing a powerful army of the enemy, he returned to Rome, no longer considering his authority as precarious, whether it were to depend on the disposition of the patricians towards himself, or on that of the commons. He then entered on an improvement in civil polity of the utmost importance, intending that, as Numa had been the founder of such institutions as relating to the worship of the gods, so posterity should celebrate Servius, as the author of every distinction between the members of the state, and of that subordination of ranks, by means of which the limits between the several degrees of dignity and fortune as exactly ascertained. For he instituted the census, an ordinance of the most salutary consequence, in an empire that was to rise to such a pitch of greatness, according to which several services requisite in war and peace were to be discharged, not by every person indiscriminately, as formerly, but according to the proportion of their several properties. He then, according to the census, formed the plan of the classes and centuries, and the arrangement which subsists at present, calculated to preserve regularity and propriety in all transactions either of peace or war. Of those who possessed 100,000 asses or more, he formed 80 centuries, 40 elder, and the same number of younger. The collective body of these were denominated the first class. The business of the elder was to guard the city, that of the younger to carry on war abroad. The arms which they were ordered to provide were a helmet, shield, greaves, coat of mail, all of brass, these for the defense of the body. Their weapons of offense were a spear and a sword. To this class were added 2 centuries of artificers, who were to serve without arms. The service allotted to them was to attend to the machines in war. The fortune fixed for the second class was from 100 down to 75,000 asses. Of these, elder and younger were formed 20 centuries. The arms for these were a buckler instead of a shield, and all the rest, except the coat of mail, the same with the former. The fortune of the third class he fixed at 50,000 asses. The number of centuries was the same, and these regulated by the same distinctions of age. Nor was any difference made in their arms, only the greaves were taken from them. In the fourth class the fortune was 20,000 asses. The same number of centuries were formed. Their arms were different. They were allowed none but a spear and a buckler. The fifth class was larger. It contained 30 centuries. These carried slings and stones, which they were to throw. Among these, the extraordinaries, the trumpeters and fifers, were distributed into 3 centuries. This class was rated at 11,000 asses. The rest of the populace were comprehended under an estimate lower than this, and of them was formed 1 century, exempted from military service. The foot forces being thus distinguished and armed, he enrolled 12 centuries of horsemen from among the principal persons of the state. He formed likewise 6 other centuries, out of the 3 instituted by Romulus, preserving still the original names under which they had been incorporated. 10,000 asses were given these out of the public funds, to purchase horses. And certain widows were appointed, who were to pay them annually 2,000 asses each, towards the maintenance of their horses. In all these instances, the burden was taken off from the poor and laid on the rich. To make the latter some amends, additional honors were conferred on them. For henceforth suffrages were given, not according to the mode established by Romulus, and retained by the other kings, man by man promiscuously, with equal weight and equal privileges. But degrees of precedency were established in such a manner that while no one appeared to be excluded from giving his suffrage, still the whole power was lodged in the chiefs of the state, the knights being first called, then the 80 centuries of the higher class. If there was a difference of opinion among these, which seldom happened, then the centuries of the second class were to be called, and scarcely ever did an instance occur of their descending beyond this, so as to come to the lower classes. Nor ought it to be wondered at, that the arrangement, which subsists at present, after the tribes have been increased to 35, and the number of them almost doubled, does not agree in the number of centuries younger and elder, with the amount of those instituted by Servius Tullius. For the city being laid out into 4 divisions, according to the several quarters and hills, the parts that were inhabited, these were what he called tribes, I suppose from the tribute. For the mode of the people's paying their shares of this, in an equal proportion of their rated property, took its rise also from him. Nor had these tribes any relation to the number and distribution of the centuries. When the census was completed, which he had expedited by the terrors of a law passed concerning such as should neglect to attend it, with denunciations of confinement and death, he issued a proclamation that all citizens of Rome, horse and foot, should assemble in the Campus Martius at the dawn of day, each in his respective century, and having there drawn up the whole army in order, he performed the lustration or purification of it, by the ceremonies and sacrifices called suo veturalia. This was called the closing of the lustrum, because it was the conclusion of the census. In that survey, 80,000 citizens are said to have been rated. Fabius Pictor, the most ancient of our writers, adds that this was the number of those who were able to bear arms. To accommodate so great a multitude, it was found necessary to enlarge the city in proportion. He added to it, therefore, 2 hills, the Quirinal and Viminal, and immediately adjoining the latter extended to the limits of the Esquiliae, and there fixed his own residence, in order to bring the place into repute. He surrounded the city with a rampart, trenches, and a wall, and thus extended the Pomaria. Those who consider entirely the etymology of the word explain pomerium as denoting a space on the outside of the wall, postmerium, but it is rather a space on each side of the wall, which the Etruscans, formerly, on the founding of cities, consecrated with the ceremonies used by augurs, in the direction wherein they intended the wall should run, of a certain breadth on both sides of it, with the intention that, on the inside, no buildings should be erected close to the walls, though now they are, in many places, joined to them, and also that, on the outside, a certain space of ground should lie open and unoccupied. This space, which it was unlawful either to inhabit or to till, the Romans called pomerium, not because it was on the outside of the wall, any more than because the wall was on the outside of it. And always, on occasion of an addition being made to the city, as far as they intended that the walls should advance outward, so far these sacred limits were extended. Having increased the power of the state by this enlargement of the city, and made every internal regulation that appeared best adapted to the exigencies both of war and peace, the king, who wished that the acquisition of power should not always depend on the mere force of arms, laid a scheme for extending his dominion by the wisdom of his counsels, and raising, at the same time, a conspicuous ornament to the city. The temple of Diana at Ephesus was at that time universally celebrated, and it was commonly believed that it had been built by a general contribution from the several states of Asia. Servius, in conversation with the chief men of the Latins, with whom he had taken pains to form connections of hospitality and friendship, both in his public and private capacity, used frequently in the strongest terms to recommend concord and social union between their several gods, and by often repeating the same sentiments, prevailed so far at last, that the Latin states agreed to build, in conjunction with the Roman people, a temple to Diana at Rome. This was an acknowledgment that Rome was the sovereign head of both nations, a point which had been so often disputed in arms. But though the Latins, finding all their efforts in war ineffectual, seem now to have thrown aside all concern with regard to that matter, yet among the Sabines one particular person did not neglect an opportunity, which seemed to be thrown in his way by fortune, of recovering independence, by the execution of a scheme which he planned himself. It is related that this person, the head of a family, had a heifer calf of extraordinary size and beauty produced by one of his cows. Her horns, which remained for many ages fixed in the porch of the temple of Diana, were a monument of this wonder. The matter was considered in the light of a prodigy, as it deserved, and the soothsayers declared that the sovereignty would reside in that state whose subjects should sacrifice this heifer to Diana. And this prediction had reached the ears of the priest who had the charge of Diana's temple. The Sabine, as soon as he had fixed on the proper day for the sacrifice, drove the heifer to Rome, brought her to the temple of Diana, and placed her before the altar. The priest, suspecting the truth, from the size of the victim, of which he had heard so much, and remembering the prediction, addresses the Sabine thus: "Stranger, what are you preparing to do? To perform sacrifice to Diana without the necessary purification? Why do you not first dip yourself in a running stream? The Tiber flows along in the bottom of that vale." The stranger, struck with the scruple, and anxious to have everything performed in due order, that the event might answer to the prodigy, went down from the temple to the Tiber. In the meantime, the Romans sacrificed the heifer to Diana, a circumstance which gave great pleasure to the king and to the whole state. Servius, though long possession had now rendered his title to the crown indisputable, yet having heard that young Tarquinius sometimes threw out insinuations that he held the government without the order of the people, first ingratiated himself with the commons, by making a general distribution among them of the lands taken from the enemy, and then ventured to propose the question to the people, whether they chose and ordered that he should be king. Whereupon he was declared king, with greater unanimity than had ever before appeared on any similar occasion. But the event did not lessen the hopes which Tarquinius had conceived of being able to seat himself on the throne. On the contrary, having observed that the proceedings relative to the land for the commons were highly disagreeable to the patricians, he embraced, the more eagerly, the opportunity which this afforded him, of arraigning the conduct of Servius before them, and of increasing his own influence in the Senate. This young man was naturally of a fiery temper, and his restless spirit was continually stimulated at home by his wife Tullia. The palace at Rome was destined to exhibit a scene of tragical villainy, so that, disgusted at kings, the people might become more ripe for the asserting of their liberty, and that a reign, founded in wickedness, should prove the last. Whether this Lucius Tarquinius was the son or grandson of Tarquinius Priscus is not clear. Following, however, the authority of the greater number, I have chosen to call him his son. He had a brother Aruns Tarquinius, a youth of a mild disposition. To these two, as has already been mentioned, were married the two Tullias, the king's daughters, who were also of widely different tempers. It happened, luckily, that the two violent dispositions were not united in wedlock, owing, I presume, to the good fortune of the Roman people, that the reign of Servius being lengthened, the manners of the people might be fully formed. The haughty Tullia was highly chagrined at finding in her husband no principle either of ambition or enterprise. She turned, therefore, her whole regard towards the other Tarquinius. Him she admired, him she called a man, and a true descendant of the royal blood. Her sister she despised, who, having got a man for her husband, showed nothing of that spirit of enterprise which became a woman. Similarity of disposition quickly produced an intimacy between them, as is generally the case. Evil is fittest to consort with its like. But it was the woman who set on foot the scene of universal confusion which followed. In the many private conversations which she used to hold with her sister's husband, she refrained not from throwing out the most violent reproaches against her own, to his brother, and against her sister, to that sister's husband, affirming that it were better that both he and she were unmarried, than to be so unsuitably matched, that through the stupidity of others they were condemned to a life of inactivity. If the gods had granted her such a husband as she deserved, quickly would be seen in her own house that crown which was now upon her father's head. She soon inspired the young man with notions as desperate as her own. Aruns Tarquinius and the younger Tullia, dying almost immediately after, and thus leaving room in their families for new nuptials, they were joined in matrimony, Servius rather not obstructing than approving of the match. From that time forward, Tullius, now in an advanced age, found himself daily exposed to new disquietudes, and his authority to new dangers. For Tullia now prepared to proceed from one wickedness to another, and never ceased, either night or day, teasing her husband not to let the parricides which they had committed pass without effect. She wanted not, she said, a person who should give her the name of a wife, or with whom she might, in silence, submit to bondage. What she desired was, one who would consider himself as worthy of the throne, who would remember that he was the son of Tarquinius Priscus, who would prefer the present possession to distant hopes of a kingdom. If you be such a man as I took you for when I married you, I address you by the titles of my husband and my king. If not, my condition is now changed so far from the worse, that in you, together with poverty of spirit, I find villainy united. Why not proceed in the business? You are not obliged to set out from Corinth or Tarquinii, as your father was, to struggle for foreign kingdoms. The gods of your family, and those of your native country, and your father's image, and the royal palace in which you reside, and the royal throne in that palace, and the name of Tarquinius, these constitute you and call you king. Or if you had not a spirit daring enough for such an enterprise, why deceive the nation? Why assume the figure of a youth of royal blood? Get you hence to Tarquinii or to Corinth. Sink back again into the original obscurity of your race, fitter to be compared with your brother than with your father. With these and other such reproaches and incentives, she spurred on the young man, nor could she herself, with any degree of patience, endure the reflection, that Tanaquil, a foreign woman, had by her spirited exertions acquired such consequence as to be able to dispose of the kingdom twice successively, first to her husband, and next to her son-in-law, while she, sprung from royal blood, was to have no influence in bestowing it or taking it away. Tarquinius, hurried on by the frenzy infused into him by this woman, went round among the patricians, particularly those of the younger families, and solicited their interest, put them in mind of his father's kindness to them, and demanded a requital of it, enticed the young men by presents, and endeavored to increase his consequence on every occasion, both by magnificent promises on his part and by heavy charges of misconduct against the king. At length, judging the season ripe for accomplishment of his purpose, he rushed suddenly into the forum, attended by a band of armed men, and, while all were struck motionless with terror, proceeded through it, and then seating himself on the king's throne in the Senate house, ordered the senators to be summoned by a herald to attend their king Tarquinius. They assembled instantly, some having been prepared before for the occasion, others dreading ill consequences to themselves in case they did not attend, for they were filled with amazement at the novelty and strangeness of the proceeding, and thought the case of Servius utterly desperate. Then Tarquinius, beginning his invectives with reflections on the king's immediate ancestors, represented him as a slave, the son of a slave, who, after the untimely death of his parent, without an interregnum being appointed as usual, without an election being held, had taken possession of the throne, not in consequence of a vote of the people, or the approbation of the Senate, but as the gift of a woman. Being thus descended and thus created king, ever favoring the lower class of people, to which he himself belonged, he had, through an antipathy to the honorable descent of others, taken away the lands from the chief men in the state, and distributed them among the very meanest. All the burdens which heretofore had been borne in common, he had thrown on those of highest rank. He had instituted the census, in order that the fortunes of the more wealthy might be more conspicuously exposed to envy, and become a ready fund, out of which he could, when he chose, give bribes to the most needy. End of Book 1, Part 7. Part 8, Book 1 of From the Founding of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1, by Titus Livius. Translated by George Baker. Book 1, Part 8. In the midst of this harangue, Servius, having been alarmed by an account of the disturbance, entered, and immediately, from the porch of the Senate house, called out with a loud voice, "What is the matter here, Tarquinius? How dare you presume, while I am alive, to convene the Senate or to sit on my throne?" To this the other, in a determined tone, replied, that the seat which he occupied was the seat of his own father, that, as the king's son, he was much better entitled to inherit the throne than a slave, and that he, Servius, had been suffered long enough to insult his masters with arbitrary insolence. A clamorous dispute immediately began between the partisans of each. The people ran together in crowds into the Senate house, and it became evident that the possession of the throne depended on the issue of this contest. On this, Tarquinius, compelled now by necessity to proceed to the last extremity, having greatly the advantage in point of age and strength, caught Servius by the middle, and carrying him out of the Senate house, threw him from the top to the bottom of the stairs, and then returned to keep the senators together. The king's officers and attendants fled immediately. He himself, being desperately hurt, attempted, with the royal retinue, who were terrified almost to death, to retire to his house, and had arrived at the head of the Cyprian street, when he was slain by some, who had been sent thither for that purpose by Tarquinius, and had overtaken him in his flight. It is believed, other instances of her wickedness rendering it credible, that this was done by the advice of Tullia. It is certain, for there is sufficient proof of the fact, that she drove into the forum in her chariot, and without being abashed at such a multitude of men, called out her husband from the Senate house, and was the first who saluted him king. She was then ordered by him to withdraw from such a tumult, and when, in her return home, she arrived at the head of the Cyprian street, where the enclosure of Diana lately stood, as the chariot turned to the right towards the Verbian hill, in order to drive up to the Esquilian mount, the person who drove the horses, struck with horror, stopped and drew in the reins and showed his mistress the murdered Servius lying on the ground. Her behavior on this occasion is represented as inhuman and shocking, and the place bears testimony to it, being thence called the Wicked Street, where Tullia, divested of all feeling, agitated by the Furies, the avengers of her sister and husband, is said to have driven her chariot over her father's corpse, and to have carried on her bloody vehicle part of the body and the blood of that parent, with which she herself was also sprinkled and stained, to the household gods of her and her husband's family, through whose resentment followed, shortly after, a train of events suited to the iniquitous commencement of this reign. Servius Tullius reigned 44 years, during which his conduct was such, that even a good and moderate successor would have found it difficult to support a competition with him. This circumstance also still further enhanced his fame, that together with him perished all regular and legal government. Mild and moderate as his administration was, yet, because the government was lodged in the hands of a single person, some authors tell us he intended to have resigned it, had not the wickedness of his family broken off the designs which he meditated for establishing the liberty of his country. Thus began the reign of Lucius Tarquinius, who, from his subsequent behavior, acquired the surname of the Proud, for this unworthy son-in-law prohibited the burial of the king, alleging that Romulus likewise had remained unburied. The principal senators, whom he suspected of favoring the interest of Servius, he put to death, and soon becoming apprehensive that the precedent of acquiring the crown by wicked means might be adopted, from his own practice, against himself, he kept an armed band about him for the security of his person, for he had no kind of title to the crown, but that of force, holding it neither by the order of the people nor with the approbation of the Senate. And besides this, as he could place no reliance on the affection of his subjects, he was obliged to raise, in their fears, offense to his authority. In order to diffuse these the more extensively, he took entirely into his own hands the cognizance of capital offenses, which he determined without consulting with any person whatever, so that he could put to death, banish, or impose fines, not only on those whom he suspected or disliked, but on persons, with respect to whom he could have no other view than that of plunder. Having, by these means, diminished the number of the Senate, against whom his proceedings were chiefly leveled, he determined not to fill up the vacancies, hoping that the smallness of their number would expose that body to the greater contempt, and that they would show the less resentment at their not being consulted on any business. For he was the first of the kings who discontinued the practice of his predecessors, of consulting the Senate upon every occasion. In the administration of public affairs, he advised with none but his own private family. War, peace, treaties, alliances, he of himself, with such advisers as he chose, declared, contracted, and dissolved, without any order, either of the people or of the Senate. He took particular pains to attach the nation of the Latins to his interest, availing himself of foreign aid, the more effectually to ensure his safety at home, and he formed with their chiefs not only connections of hospitality, but affinities. To Octavius Mamilius of Tusculum he gave his daughter in marriage. Mamilius was of the most illustrious family, by far, of any among the Latins, being descended, if we may give credit to fame, from Ulysses and the goddess Circe. By this match he engaged the support of his numerous friends and relations. Tarquinius now possessed great influence among the Latin chiefs when he issued orders that they should assemble on a certain day at the grove of Ferentina, saying that he wished to confer with them on some matters of common concern. They accordingly met in great numbers at the dawn of day. Tarquinius himself observed indeed the day, but did not come until a little before sunset. Meanwhile, many topics were being discussed, and various opinions uttered in the assembly. Turnus Herdonius of Aricia inveighed violently against Tarquinius for not attending. It was no wonder, he said, that the surname of Proud had been bestowed on him at Rome, for at this time they generally gave him the appellation, though only in private discourse. Could any instance be given of greater pride than his trifling thus with the whole nation of the Latins? After their chiefs had been brought together by his summons at so great a distance from home, the very person who called the meeting did not attend. He was certainly making trial of their patience, intending, if they submitted to the yoke, to crush them, when they could not resist. For who did not see plainly that he was aiming at sovereignty over the Latins? And if his own countrymen had reason to be pleased at having entrusted him with that power, or if, in reality, it had been entrusted to him, and not forcibly seized on through parricide, then the Latins ought also to entrust him with it. But no, not even in that case, because he was a foreigner. Yet if the Romans repined at his government, exposed as they were to murders, banishment, and confiscations without end, what better prospect could the Latins entertain? If they listened to him, they would depart each to his own home, and would pay no more regard to the day of assembly than was shown by the person who appointed it. Whilst this man, who was naturally seditious and turbulent, and who had by these means acquired some degree of power at home, was thus haranguing the people, Tarquinius came into the assembly. This put an end to his discourse. Everyone turned away from him to salute Tarquinius, who, being advised by his friends to make an apology for having come at that time of the day, when silence was made, told them that he had been chosen arbiter between father and son, and had been detained by the pains which he was obliged to take to bring about a reconciliation, and that, as that business had consumed the day, he would, on the morrow, lay before them what he had to propose. Even this, we are told, was not suffered by Turnus to pass without notice, for he observed that there could be no controversy shorter than one between a father and son, which might be dispatched in a few words. If the son did not submit to his father, he should take the ill consequences. Uttering these reflections against the Roman king, the Arician withdrew from the assembly, and Tarquinius, who was more incensed at his behavior than he appeared to be, began immediately to contrive schemes to destroy Turnus, in order to strike the same terror into the Latins, by which he had depressed the spirits of his subjects at home, and as he could not, of his own mere authority, openly put him to death, he effected by a false accusation the ruin of an innocent man. By means of some Aricians of the opposite faction, he bribed a servant of Turnus to suffer a large quantity of swords to be privately conveyed into his lodging. This part of his scheme being completed, during the course of that same night, Tarquinius, a little before day, called together about him the chiefs of the Latins, as if he had been alarmed by some extraordinary occurrence, and told them that his delay yesterday, as if it were the effect of the particular care of the gods, had been the means of preserving him and them from destruction; that he had received information that a plan had been laid by Turnus to murder him and the Latin chiefs, in order that he might enjoy alone the government of the Latins; that he intended to have fallen upon them yesterday in the assembly, but the business was deferred, because the person who called the meeting, and who was his principal object, was not there. This was the reason of all that abuse thrown on him for being absent, because by that absence he had frustrated his design; that he had no doubt but, if the intelligence was true, he would, early next morning, when the assembly met, come thither in arms, and attended by an armed force. He was told that a vast number of swords had been carried to his house. Whether that was false or not might be instantly known, and he requested that they go with him directly to Turnus. They saw some grounds of suspicion in the violent temper of Turnus, his discourse the day before, and the delay of Tarquinius, and it seemed not impossible that the massacre might have been deferred on that account. They went, therefore, with minds inclined to believe the report, but at the same time determined, unless the swords were discovered, to consider all the rest as groundless. When they came to the spot, guards were placed round Turnus, who was roused from sleep, and the servants who, out of affection to their master, prepared to use force, being secured, the swords which had been concealed were drawn out from every part of the lodging, and then the affair appeared manifest. Turnus was loaded with chains, and a great tumult ensuing, an assembly of the Latins was immediately summoned. There, on the swords being placed in the midst of them, to such a pitch of fury were they raised, that, not allowing him to make a defense, and using an extraordinary method of execution, they threw him into the reservoir of the water of the Ferentina, where a hurdle being placed over him, and a heap of stones cast on that, he was drowned. Tarquinius, having then reassembled the Latins, and highly commended them, for having inflicted on Turnus, as one convicted of parricide, the punishment which he had merited by his attempt to overturn the government, spoke to this purpose, that he might, without doubt, take upon himself to act, in virtue of a right long since established, because all the Latins, deriving their origin from Alba, were comprehended in that treaty, by which, under Tullus, the whole Alban nation, together with their colonies, were subject to the dominion of the Romans. However, for the sake of the general advantage of all parties, he rather wished that that treaty should be renewed, and that the Latins should, as partners, enjoy the good fortune of the Roman people, than live always under the apprehension or endurance of the demolition of their cities, and the devastation of their lands, to which they had, during the reign of Ancus, first, and afterwards, in that of his father, being continually exposed. He found no difficulty in persuading the Latins, though in that treaty the advantage lay on the side of the Romans. They saw, too, that the chiefs of the Latin nation, in their behavior and sentiments, concurred with the king, and Turnus was a recent instance of the danger to be apprehended by anyone who should attempt opposition. The treaty was therefore renewed, and the orders were given to the young men of the Latins, that they should on a certain day, according to the treaty, attend in a body under arms, at the grove of Ferentina. And when, in obedience to the edict of the Roman king, they had assembled there, from all the several states, in order that they should not have a general of their own, nor a separate command, or their own colors, he mixed the Romans and Latins together in companies, by dividing every company into 2 parts, and then, forming 2 of these divisions, one of each nation, into a company, and having by this means doubled the number of the companies, he appointed centurions to command them. Iniquitous as he was in his conduct as king, his behavior, at the head of an army, was not equally reprehensible. In that capacity, indeed, he would have equaled his predecessors, had not his degeneracy, in other particulars, detracted from the merit which, in that line, he possessed. He began the war against the Volscians, which lasted for more than 200 years after his death, and took Suessa Pometia from them by storm. From the sale of the plunder of which place, having amassed silver and gold to the value of 40 talents, he conceived a design of erecting a temple to Jupiter, of such grandeur as should be worthy of the King of gods and men, worthy of the Roman Empire, and of the dignity of the place itself. For the building of this temple, he set apart the money which arose from the spoils. He was soon after engaged in a war which gave him employment longer than he expected, during which, having in vain attempted, by storm, to make himself master of Gabii, a town in his neighborhood, and seeing no reason to hope for success from a blockade, after he had been repulsed from the walls, he at length resolved to pursue the attack, not in a method becoming a Roman, but by fraud and stratagem. Accordingly, whilst he pretended to have laid aside all thoughts of proceeding in the war, and to have his attention entirely engaged in laying the foundation of the temple, and the construction of other works in the city, his son Sextus, the youngest of 3, pursuant to a plan concerted, fled as a deserter to Gabii, making grievous complaints of his father's intolerable severity towards him, saying that he now made his own family feel the effects of his pride, which hitherto had fallen only on strangers, and was uneasy at seeing a number even of his own children about him, so that he intended to cause the same desolation in his own house, which he had already caused in the Senate house, and not to suffer any of his offspring, or any heir of the kingdom, to remain; that he himself had, with difficulty, made his escape from the sword of his father, and could in no place consider himself safe, except among the foes of Lucius Tarquinius; that the war against them, which was pretended to be laid aside, was not at an end, but, on the first opportunity, when he found them off their guard, he would certainly attack them. For his part, if, among them, suppliants could find no refuge, he would traverse every part of Latium, and if rejected there, would apply to the Volscians, the Aquans, and the Hernikians, nor rest until he found some who were disposed to afford protection to the children from the cruel and unnatural severity of fathers. Perhaps, too, he should meet with those who might be inspired with ardor to take arms, and wage war against the proudest of kings, and the most overbearing of nations. The Gabians, supposing that, if they did not show some regard to him, he would go from them, full of resentment, to some other place, received him with every mark of kindness, told him he ought not to be surprised that his father's behavior towards his children now was no better than what he had formerly shown towards his subjects and allies; that if other objects could not be found, he would at last vent his rage on himself; assured him that his coming was very acceptable to them, and that they expected, in a short time, to see the seat of war transferred, with his assistance, from the gates of Gabii to the walls of Rome. He was immediately admitted to a share in their public councils, and on these occasions, while he declared that in other affairs he would be guided by the opinion of the Gabian elders, who had better knowledge of these matters than he could have, he took every opportunity of recommending war, in respect of which he assumed to himself a superior degree of judgment, because he was well acquainted with the resources of both nations, and knew how utterly detestable to his subjects the king's pride had become, which even his own children could not endure. Whilst he thus, by degrees, worked up the minds of the Gabian chiefs to a renewal of the war, he used to go out himself, with the boldest of the youth, on expeditions and plundering parties. And as all his words and actions were framed to the purpose of carrying on the deceit, their ill-grounded confidence in him increased to such a degree that at length he was chosen commander-in-chief of the army. In this capacity he fought several slight engagements with the Romans, in which he generally got the advantage, so that the Gabians, from the highest to the lowest, began to consider Sextus Tarquinius as a leader sent to them by the favor of the gods. Among the soldiers particularly, from his readiness to expose himself to danger and fatigue, and likewise from the liberal distribution of the spoil, he was so highly beloved, that Tarquinius was not more absolute at Rome than Sextus was at Gabii. Finding himself, therefore, secure of a support sufficient to carry him through any enterprise, he sent one of his attendants to his father at Rome, to inquire in what manner he would choose that he should proceed, since the gods had granted to him the entire disposal of everything at Gabii. To this messenger no answer was given in words, I suppose because he did not seem fit to be trusted. The king, seemingly employed in deep deliberation, walked out into a garden adjoining the palace, followed by the messenger, and walked there in silence, as we are told, struck off with his cane the heads of the tallest poppies. The messenger, weary of repeating the question and waiting for an answer, returned to Gabii without having accomplished his business, as he thought. Told what he himself had said and what he had seen, that the king, either through anger or dislike, or the pride natural to his disposition, had not uttered a word. Sextus, readily comprehending his father's meaning and what conduct he recommended by those silent intimations, cut off all the principal men of the state, some by prosecutions before the people, others who, being generally odious, could be attacked with greater safety, he put to death of his own authority. Many were executed openly. Several, against whom accusations would appear less plausible, were privately murdered. Some who chose to fly were not prevented, others were forced into banishment, and the effects of the absentees, as well as of those who had suffered death, were distributed in largesses among the people. By these means, all sense of the public calamity was so entirely drowned in the sweets of bribery, plunder, and private profit, that at length the Gabian state, stripped of its counselors and supporters, was delivered over, without a struggle, into the hands of the Roman king. End of Book 1, Part 8.
Part 9, Book 1 of From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linney. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1, by Titus Livius, translated by George Baker. Book 1, Part 9. Tarquinius, having thus acquired possession of Gabii, concluded a peace with the nation of the Equans, renewed a treaty with the Etrurians, and then turned his thoughts to the internal business of the city, among which the object of his principal concern was to leave the temple of Jupiter on the Tarpeian Mount a monument of his reign and of his name, to testify that of two Tarquinii, both of whom reigned, the father had vowed, and the son completed it. And in order that the ground might be clear from the interference of any of the other gods, and the temple to be erected thereon be appropriated wholly to Jupiter, he determined to cancel the inauguration of the temples and chapels, several of which had been vowed, first by Tatius during the very heat of the battle against Romulus, and afterwards consecrated there. It is related that during the preparations for founding this structure, the gods exerted their divine power to exhibit indications of the stability of this great empire, for, whilst the birds admitted the cancelling the inaugurations of all the other chapels, they did not give the signs of approbation in the case of the temple of Terminus, and that omen and that augury were deemed to import that the residence of Terminus must not be changed, and his being the only one of the gods who would not submit to be called forth from the boundaries consecrated to him, denoted that all things there were to stand firm and immovable. After they had received this presage of its perpetual duration, there followed another prodigy, portending the greatness of the empire. A human head, with the face entire, is said to have appeared to those who were opening the foundation of the temple, which appearance denoted, without the help of any far-fetched illusion, that this would be the metropolis of the empire and the head of the world. Such was the interpretation given of it by the soothsayers, both those who were in the city and others whom they sent for from Etruria to hold a consultation on the subject. This encouraged the king to enlarge the expense, so that the spoils of Pometia, which, according to his first design, were to have completed the edifice, were scarcely sufficient for the foundations. For this reason, besides his being the more ancient writer, I should rather believe Fabius that these amounted to no more than 40 talents, than Piso, who wrote that 40,000 pounds weight of silver were set apart for that purpose, a sum of money that could not be expected out of the spoil of any one city in that age, and which must have been more than sufficient for laying the foundations even of the most magnificent of our modern structures. Intent on finishing the temple, he sent for workmen from all parts of Etruria, and converted to that use not only the public money, but the public labor. And although this, which was in itself no small hardship, was added to the toils of military service, yet the people murmured the less when they considered that they were employing their hands in erecting temples to the gods. They were afterwards obliged to toil at other works, which, though they made less show, were attended with greater difficulty, the erecting seats in the circus, and conducting underground the principal sewer, the receptacle of all the filth of the city, two works to which the magnificence of modern times can scarcely produce anything equal. After the people had been fatigued by these labors, the king, considering so great a multitude as a burden to the city, where there was not employment for them, and wishing at the same time to extend the frontiers of his dominions by means of colonies, sent a number of colonists to Signia and Circeii to serve as barriers to the city against an enemy, both by land and sea. While he was thus employed, a dreadful prodigy appeared to him. A snake, sliding out of a wooden pillar, terrified the beholders and made them fly into the palace. This not only struck the king himself with sudden terror, but filled his breast with anxious apprehensions, so that, whereas in the case of public prodigies the Etrurian soothsayers only were applied to, being thoroughly frightened at this domestic apparition, as it were, he resolved to send to Delphi, the most celebrated oracle in the world, and judging it unsafe to entrust the answers which should be given to indifferent persons, he sent his two sons into Greece, through lands little known at that time, and seas still more so. Titus and Aurelius set out, and, as a companion, was sent with them Lucius Junius Brutus, son to Tarquinia, the king's sister, a young man of a capacity widely different from the appearance which he had put on. Having heard that the principal men in the state, and among the rest his brother, had been put to death by his uncle, he resolved that the king should find nothing to dread, either from his manners or his means, and to seek security in contempt. He took care, therefore, to fashion his behavior to the semblance of foolishness, submitting himself and his fortune to the pleasure and rapacity of the king. Nor did he show any dislike to the surname of Brutus, content that, under the cover of that appellation, the genius, which was to be the deliverer of the Roman people, should lie concealed, and wait the proper season for exertion. He was, at this time, carried to Delphi by the Tarquinii, rather as a subject of sport than as a companion, and is said to have brought as an offering to Apollo a golden wand enclosed in a staff of cornel wood, hollowed for that purpose, an emblem figurative of the state of his own capacity. When they arrived there, and executed their father's commission, the young man felt a wish to enquire to which of them the kingdom of Rome was to belong, and we are told that these words were uttered from the bottom of the cave: "Young man, whichever of you shall first kiss your mother, he shall possess the sovereign power at Rome." The Tarquinii ordered that this matter should be kept secret with the utmost care, that Sextus, who had been left behind at Rome, might remain ignorant of the answer, so as to have no chance for the kingdom. They themselves had recourse to lots to determine which of them should first kiss their mother on their returning to Rome. Brutus judged that the expression of Apollo had another meaning, and, as if he had accidentally stumbled and fallen, he touched the earth with his lips, considering that she was the common mother of all mankind. On their return from thence to Rome, they found vigorous preparations going on for a war against the Rutulians. Ardea was a city belonging to the Rutulians, a nation, considering the part of the world and the age, remarkably opulent, and this very circumstance gave occasion to the war, for the Roman king was earnestly desirous both of procuring money for himself, his treasury being exhausted by the magnificence of his public works, and also of reconciling, by means of the spoils, the minds of his subjects, who were highly dissatisfied with his government, for, besides other instances of his pride, they thought themselves ill-treated by being engaged for such a length of time in the employments of handicrafts and in labor fit for slaves. An attempt was made to take Ardea by storm, and that not succeeding, he adopted the plan of distressing the enemy by a blockade and works erected round them. In this fixed post, as is generally the case when the operations of war are rather tedious than vigorous, leave of absence was readily granted, and to the principal officers more readily than to the soldiers. The young men of the royal family, in particular, frequently passed their leisure time in feasting and entertainments. It happened that while these were drinking together at the quarters of Sextus Tarquinius, where Collatinus Tarquinius, the son of Egerius, also supped, mention was made of their wives. Each extolled his own to the skies. On this, a dispute arising, Collatinus told them that there was no need of words. It could easily be known in a few hours how much his Lucretia excelled the rest. We are young and strong. Let us mount our horses and inspect in person the behavior of our wives. That must be the most unexceptionable proof which meets our eyes on the unexpected arrival of the husband. They were heated with wine. Agreed was the word. At full speed they fly to Rome. Having arrived there at the first dusk of the evening, they proceeded thence to Calatia, where they found Lucretia, not like the king's daughters-in-law, whom they had seen spending their time in luxurious entertainments among those of their own rank, but busily employed with her wool, though at that late hour, and sitting in the middle of the house, with her maids at work around her. The honor of superiority among the ladies mentioned in the dispute was, of course, acknowledged to belong to Lucretia. Her husband, on his arrival, and the Tarquinii were kindly received, and the husband, exulting in his victory, gave the royal youths a friendly invitation. There, Sextus Tarquinius, instigated by brutal lust, formed a design of violating Lucretia's chastity by force, both her beauty and her approved modesty serving as incentives. After this youthful frolic of the night, they returned to the camp. A few days after, Sextus Tarquinius, without the knowledge of Collatinus, went to Calatia with only a single attendant. He was kindly received by the family, who suspected not his design, and, after supper, conducted to the chamber where guests were lodged. Then, burning with desire, as soon as he thought that everything was safe and the family all at rest, he came with his sword drawn to Lucretia, where she lay asleep, and holding her down, with his left hand pressed on her breast, said, "Lucretia, be silent. I am Sextus Tarquinius. My sword is in my hand. If you utter a word, you die." Terrified at being thus disturbed from sleep, she saw no assistance near, and immediate death threatening her. Tarquinius then acknowledged his passion, entreated, mixed threats with entreaties, and used every argument likely to have effect on a woman's mind. But finding her inflexible and not to be moved even by the fear of death, he added to that fear the dread of dishonor, telling her that after killing her he would murder a slave and lay him naked by her side, that she might be said to have been slain in base adultery. The shocking apprehensions conveyed by this menace overpowering her resolution in defending her chastity, his lust became victorious, and Tarquinius departed, applauding himself for this triumph over a lady's honor. But Lucretia, plunged by such a disaster into the deepest distress, dispatched a messenger to Rome to her father, with orders to proceed to Ardea to her husband, and to desire them to come to her, each with one faithful friend, to tell them that there was a necessity for their doing so, and speedily, for that a dreadful affair had happened. Spurius Lucretius came with Publius Valerius, the son of Valesus, Collatinus with Lucius Junius Brutus, in company with whom he chanced to be returning to Rome, when he was met by his wife's messenger. They found Lucretia sitting in her chamber, melancholy and dejected. On the arrival of her friends, she burst into tears, and on her husband's asking, "Is all well?" "Far from it," said she, "for how can it be well with a woman who has lost her chastity? Collatinus, the impression of another man is in your bed. Yet my person only has been violated. My mind is guiltless, as my death will testify. But give me your right hands, and pledge your honor, that the adulterer shall not escape unpunished. He is Sixtus Tarquinius, who under the appearance of a guest, disguising as an enemy, obtained here last night, by armed violence, a triumph deadly to me, and to himself also, if he be men. They all pledged their honor, one after another, and endeavored to comfort her distracted mind, acquitting her of blame, as under the compulsion of force, and charging it on the violent perpetrator of the crime, told her that the mind alone was capable of sinning, not the body, and that where there was no such intention, there could be no guilt. It is your concern, said she, to consider what is due to him. As to me, though I acquit myself of the guilt, I cannot dispense with the penalty, nor shall any woman ever plead the example of Lucretia for surviving her chastity. Thus saying, she plunged into her heart a knife which she had concealed under her garment, and falling forward on the wound, dropped lifeless. The husband and father shrieked aloud. But Brutus, while they were overpowered by grief, drawing the knife from the wound of Lucretia, and holding it out, reeking with blood before him, said, By this blood, most chaste until injured by royal insolence, I swear, and call you, O ye gods, to witness, that I will prosecute to destruction, by sword, fire, and every forcible means in my power, both Lucius Tarquinius the proud, and his impious wife, together with their entire race, and never will suffer one of them, nor any other person whatsoever, to be king in Rome. He then delivered the knife to Collatinus, afterwards to Lucretius and Valerius, who were filled with amazement, as at a prodigy, and at a loss to account for this unusual elevation of sentiment in the mind of Brutus. However, they took the oath as directed, and converting their grief into rage, followed Brutus, who put himself at their head and called on them to proceed instantly to abolish kingly power. They brought out the body of Lucretia from the house, conveyed it to the forum, and assembled the people, who came together quickly in astonishment, as may be supposed, at a deed so atrocious and unheard of. Every one exclaimed with vehemence against the villainy and violence of the prince. They were deeply affected by the grief of her father, and also by the discourse of Brutus, who rebuked their tears and ineffectual complaints, and advised them, as became men, as became Romans, to take up arms against those who had dared to treat them as enemies. The most spirited among the youth offered themselves with their arms, and the rest followed their example. On which, leaving half their number at the gates to defend Collatia, and fixing guards to prevent any intelligence of the commotion being carried to the princes, the rest, with Brutus at their head, marched to Rome. When they arrived there, the sight of such an armed multitude spread terror and confusion wherever they came. But in a little time, when people observed the principal men of the state marching at their head, they concluded that whatever the matter was, there must be good reason for it. Nor did the heinousness of the affair raise less violent emotions in the minds of the people at Rome than it had at Collatia, so that from all parts of the city they hurried into the forum, where, as soon as the party arrived, a crier summoned the people to attend the tribune of the Celeres, which office happened at that time to be held by Brutus. He there made a speech, no way consonant to that low degree of sensibility and capacity which until that day he had counterfeited, recounting the violence and lust of Sextus Tarquinius, the shocking violation of Lucretia's chastity and her lamentable death, the misfortune of Tricipitinus in being left childless, who must feel the cause of his daughter's death as a greater injury and cruelty than her death itself. To these representations he added the pride of the king himself, the miseries and toils of the commons, buried underground to clean sinks and sewers, saying that the citizens of Rome, the conquerors of all the neighboring nations, were, from warriors, reduced to laborers and stone-cutters. Mentioned the barbarous murder of King Servius Tullius, his abominable daughter driving in her carriage over the body of her father, and invoke the gods to avenge the cause of parents. By descanting on these and other, I suppose, more forcible topics, which the heinousness of present injuries suggests at the time, but which it is difficult for writers to repeat, he inflamed the rage of the multitude to such a degree that they were easily persuaded to deprive the king of his government, and to pass an order for the banishment of Lucius Tarquinius, his wife and children. Brutus himself, having collected and armed such of the young men as voluntarily gave in their names, set out for the camp at Ardea, in order to excite the troops there to take part against the king. The command in the city he left to Lucretius, who had some time before been appointed by the king to the office of prefect of the city. During this tumult, Tullia fled from her house, both men and women, wherever she passed, imprecating curses on her head and invoking the Furies, the avengers of parents. News of these proceedings having reached the camp, and the king, alarmed at such extraordinary events, having begun his march towards Rome to suppress the commotions, Brutus, informed of his approach, turned into another road in order to avoid a meeting, and very nearly at the same time, by different roads, Brutus arrived at Ardea and Tarquinius at Rome. Tarquinius found the gates shut against him, and an order of banishment pronounced. The deliverer of the city was received in the camp with joy, and the king's sons were driven thence with disgrace. 2 of these followed their father, and went into exile at Cere among the Etrurians. Sextus Tarquinius, having retired to Gabii as if to his own dominions, was slain by some persons who were glad of an opportunity of gratifying old animosities which he had excited there by his rapine and murders. Lucius Tarquinius Superbus reigned 25 years. The government of kings continued from the building of the city to the establishment of its liberty 244 years. After that, in an assembly of the centuries held by the prefect of the city, were elected, conformably to a plan found in the commentaries of Servius Tullius, 2 magistrates called consuls. These were Lucius Junius Brutus and Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus. End of Book 1, Part 9.
Part 1, Book 2 of From the Founding of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1, by Titus Livius, translated by George Baker. Book 2, Part 1. Henceforward I am to treat of the affairs, civil and military, of a free people, for such the Romans were now become, of annual magistrates, and the authority of the laws, exalted above that of men. What greatly enhanced the public joy on having obtained to this state of freedom was the haughty insolence of the late king, for the former kings governed in such a manner that all of them in succession might deservedly be reckoned as founders of the several parts at least of the city, which they added to it, to accommodate the great numbers of inhabitants, whom they themselves introduced. Nor can it be doubted that the same Brutus, who justly merited so great glory for having expelled that haughty king, would have hurt the public interest most materially had he, through an over-hasty zeal for liberty, wrested the government from any one of the former princes. For what must have been the consequence, if that rabble of shepherds and vagabonds, fugitives from their own countries, having, under the sanction of an inviolable asylum, obtained liberty, or at least impunity, and, uncontrolled by the dread of kingly power, had once been set in commotion by tribunitian storms, and had, in a city where they were strangers, engaged in contest with the patricians, before the pledges of wives and children, and an affection for the soil itself, which in length of time is acquired from habit, and had united their minds in social concord. The state, as yet but a tender shoot, had in that case been torn to pieces by discord, whereas the tranquil moderation of the then government cherished it, and by due nourishment brought it forward to such a condition that its powers being ripened, it was capable of producing the glorious fruits of liberty. The origin of liberty is to be dated from that period, rather on account of the consular government being limited to 1 year, than of any diminution made of the power which had been possessed by the kings. The first consuls enjoyed all their privileges, and all their ensigns of authority. In this respect only care was taken, not to double the objects of terror by giving the fasces to both of the consuls. Brutus, with the consent of his colleague, was first honoured with the fasces, and the zeal which he had shown as the champion of liberty in rescuing it from oppression was not greater than that which he afterwards displayed in the character of its guardian. First of all, while the people were in raptures at their new acquisition of freedom, lest they might afterwards be perverted by the importunities or presents of the princes, he bound them by an oath that they would never suffer any man to assume the authority of king at Rome. Next, in order that the fullness of their body might give the greater weight to the Senate, he filled up the numbers of the senators, which had been diminished by the king's murders, to the amount of 300, electing to that body the principal men of equestrian rank, and hence the practice is said to have taken its rise of summoning to the Senate those who are fathers, and those who are conscripti, for they called those who were elected into this new Senate conscripti. This had a wonderful effect towards producing concord in the Senate, and in attaching the affection of the commons to the patricians. People then turned their attention to matters of religion, and because some public religious rites had usually been performed by the kings in person, in order that these should be no want of one in any occasion, they appointed a king of the sacrifices. This office they made subject to the jurisdiction of the pontiff, fearing lest honor, being joined to the title, might in some shape be injurious to liberty, which was then the first object of their concern. I know not whether they did not carry to excess their great anxiety to raise bulwarks to it on all sides, even in points of the most trivial consequence. For the name of one of the consuls, though there was no other cause of dislike, became a subject of jealousy to the people. It was alleged, the Tarquinii had been too long accustomed to the possession of sovereign power. Priscus first began, next indeed reigned Servilius Tullius. Yet though that interruption occurred, Tarquinius Superbus never lost sight of the crown, so as to consider it the right of another, but by violence and by flagitious means reclaimed it, as the inheritance of his family. Now that Superbus had been expelled, the government was in the hands of Collatinus. The Tarquinii knew not how to live in a private station. The very name itself was displeasing and dangerous to liberty. These discourses were at first gradually circulated through every part of the city, for the purpose of trying the disposition of the people. After the suspicions of the commons had, by these suggestions, been sufficiently excited, Brutus called them together. When they were assembled, after first reciting the oath which the people had taken, that they would never suffer a king at Rome, or anything else that might be dangerous to liberty, he told them that they must support this resolution with their utmost power, and that no circumstance of any tendency that way ought to be overlooked; that from his regard to the person alluded to, he mentioned the matter unwillingly, nor would he have mentioned it at all, did not his affection for the commonwealth outweigh all other considerations. The Roman people did not think that they had recovered entire freedom. The regal family, the regal name remained, not only in the city, but in the government. This was a circumstance not merely unpropitious, but dangerous to liberty. Do you, Lucius Tarquinius, of your own accord, remove from us this apprehension? We remember, we acknowledge that you expelled the princes. Complete your kindness. Carry hence your name. Your countrymen, on my recommendation, will not give you up your property, but if you have occasion for more, will make liberal additions to it. Depart in friendship. Deliver the state from this, it may be groundless, apprehension. But the opinion is deeply rooted in their minds that only with the race of the Tarquinii will kingly power depart hence. Astonishment at this extraordinary and unexpected affair at first deprived the consul of all power of utterance, and when he afterwards began to speak, the principal men of the state gathered round him, and with earnest importunity urged the same request. Others affected him less, but when Spurius Lucretius, his superior in age and dignity of character, and his father-in-law besides, began to try every method of persuasion, using by turns arguments and entreaties, that he would suffer himself to be overcome by the general sense of his countrymen, the consul, fearing lest hereafter, when he should have returned to a private station, the same measures might be used against him, with the additional, perhaps, of the confiscation of his property and other marks of ignominy, resigned the office of consul, and removing all his effects to Lavinium, withdrew from the territories of the state. Brutus, in pursuance of a decree of the Senate, proposed to the people that all who were of the Tarquinian family should be banished, and in an assembly of the centuries he elected for his colleague Publius Valerius, who had been his assistant in expelling the royal family. No person now doubted but war would be immediately commenced by the Tarquinii. That event, however, did not take place as soon as was expected. But, what they entertained no apprehension of, liberty was very near being lost, by secret machinations and treachery. There were, among the Romans, several young men of no inconsiderable families, who during the reign of the king had indulged their pleasures too freely, and being of the same age, and constant companions of the younger Tarquinii, had been accustomed to live in a princely style. The privileges of all ranks being now reduced to one level, these grew uneasy at the restraint hereby laid on their irregularities, and complained heavily among themselves that the liberty of others had imposed slavery on them. A king was a human being; from him a request might be obtained, whether right or wrong. With him there was room for favor and for acts of kindness. He could be angry, and he could forgive. He knew a distinction between a friend and an enemy. But the law was a deaf, inexorable being, circulated rather for the safety and advantage of the poor than of the rich, and admitted of no relaxation or indulgence if its bounds were transgressed. Men, being liable to so many mistakes, to have no other security but innocence is a hazardous situation. While their minds were in this discontented state, ambassadors arrived from the Tarquinii, who, without any mention of their restoration, demanded only their effects. The Senate, having granted them an audience, continued their deliberations on the subject for several days, being apprehensive that a refusal to give them up would afford a plausible reason for a war, and the giving them up a fund in aid of it. Meanwhile the ambassadors were busily employed in schemes of another nature. Whilst they openly demanded the effects, they were secretly forming a plan for recovering the throne, and addressing themselves to the young nobles, seemingly on the business which they were supposed to have in charge, they made trial of their dispositions. To those who lent an ear to their suggestions, they delivered letters from the Tarquinii, and concerted measures with them for receiving those princes privately into the city by night. The business was first entrusted to the brothers of the name Vitellii, and those of the name Aquilii. A sister of the Vitellii had been married to the consul Brutus, and there were two sons of that marriage, now grown up, Titus and Tiberius. These were led in by their uncles to take part in the design, and several others of the young nobility were drawn into the conspiracy, whose names, at this distance of time, are unknown. In the meanwhile, the opinion of those who advised the giving up of the property having prevailed in the Senate, this afforded the ambassadors a pretext for remaining in the city, because they had been allowed time by the consuls to procure carriages for the conveyance of the effects of the princes, all which time they spent in consultations with the conspirators, and had, by pressing instances, prevailed upon them to send letters for the Tarquinii. For, without these, how could they be so fully assured, as an affair of that high importance required, that the report of the ambassadors were not groundless? These letters, given as a pledge of their sincerity, proved the means of detecting the plot. For the day before that on which they were to return to the Tarquinii, the ambassadors, happening to sup with the Vitellii, and the conspirators having here in private had much conversation, as was natural, on the subject of their new enterprise, their discourse was overheard by one of the slaves, who had before this discovered that such a design was in agitation, but waited for this opportunity until the letters should be given to the ambassadors, because these, being seized, would furnish full proof of the transaction. As soon as he found that they were delivered, he made a discovery of the affair to the consuls. The consuls, setting from home directly, and apprehending the ambassadors and conspirators in the fact, effectually crushed the affair without any tumult, taking particular care, with regard to the letters, that they should not escape them. They instantly threw the traitors into chains, but hesitated for some time with regard to proceeding against the ambassadors, and though by their behavior they had deserved to be treated as enemies, yet regard to the law of nations prevailed. With respect to the effects of the princes, which they had before ordered to be restored, the business was now laid before the Senate for reconsideration, and they, actuated entirely by resentment, decreed that they should not be restored, but converted to the use of the state. They were, therefore, given up to the commons as plunder, with the intent that these, after such an act of violence against the princes as the seizing of their effects, might for ever lose all hope of reconciliation with them. The land of the Tarquinii, which lay between the city and the Tiber, being consecrated to the god of war, has from that time been called the Field of Mars. It happened that there was then on that ground a crop of corn, ripe for the sickle, and because it would be an impiety to make use of this produce of the field, a great number of men were set in at once, who, having cut it down, carried it in baskets, and threw it, grain and straw together, into the Tiber, whose waters were low at that time, as is generally the case in the middle of summer. The heaps of corn, then being frequently stopped for a while in the shallows, and having contracted a covering of mud, sunk and remained fixed, and by this means the afflux of other materials from which stream is apt to carry down, an island was gradually formed. I suppose that mounds were added afterwards, and assistance given by art to raise the surface to its present height, and give it sufficient firmness to support temples and porticos. After the people had made plunder of the effects of the princes, the traitors were condemned and executed, and the execution was the more remarkable on this account, that his office of consul imposed on a father the severe duty of inflicting punishment on his own sons, and that he, who ought not to have been present as a spectator, was yet the very person whom fortune pitched on to exact the penalty of their offense. The youths, all of the first distinction, stood tied to stakes, but the sons of the consul entirely engaged the eyes of the spectators, as if the others were persons unknown, and people felt compassion, not only for their punishment, but even for the crime by which they had brought it on themselves. To think that they could, during that year particularly, have been induced to entertain a design of betraying their country, just delivered from tyranny, their father its deliverer, the consulship, which had commenced in the Junian family, the patricians, commons, in a word, whatever Rome held in its highest veneration, into the hands of one who was formerly a tyrannical king, now in enraged exile. The consuls mounted their throne, and the lictors were sent to inflict the punishment. After stripping the criminals naked, they beat them with rods, and beheaded them, whilst, through the whole process of the affair, the looks and countenance of Brutus afforded an extraordinary spectacle, the feelings of the father often struggling with the character of the magistrate enforcing the execution of the laws. Justice done to the offenders, in order to exhibit a striking example for the prevention of crimes, in their treatment of the several parties, they gave, as a reward to the discoverer of the treason, a sum of money out of the treasury, his freedom, and the rights of a citizen. This man is said to have been made free by the vindicta. Some think that the term vindicta was taken from him, his name having been Vindictius. After him it obtained as a rule that whoever was made free in that manner should be considered and admitted a citizen. Tarquinius, on being informed of these transactions, became inflamed, not only with grief for the disappointment of such promising hopes, but with hatred and resentment, and finding every path shut against secret plots, determined to have recourse to open war, and to that end he went round to all the cities of Etruria, in the character of a suppliant, addressing himself particularly to the people of Veii and Tarquinii, entreating them not to suffer him who was sprung from themselves, and of the same blood, who was lately possessed of so great a kingdom, now exiled and in want, to perish before their eyes, together with the young men his sons. Others had been invited from foreign countries to Rome, to fill the throne, but he, when in possession of the government, and while he was employing its arms in extending the limits of the Roman Empire, was expelled by a villainous conspiracy of men who were most closely connected with him, who, because no one of their number was qualified to hold the reins of government, had forcibly shared the several parts of it among them, and had given up his property to be plundered by the populace, to the intent that all might be equally guilty. He only wished to be restored to his own country and crown, and to be avenged on his ungrateful subjects. He besought them to support and assist him, and at the same time to take revenge for the injuries which they themselves had sustained of old, for their legions so often slaughtered and their lands taken from them. These arguments had the desired effect on the Veientians, every one of whom earnestly and with menaces declared that ought now at least, with a Roman at their head, to efface the memory of their disgraces, and recover by arms what had been lost. The people of Tarquinii was moved by his name and his relation to themselves. They thought it redounded to their honor that their countrymen should reign at Rome. Thus 2 armies of 2 states followed Tarquinius to demand his restoration, and to prosecute war against the Romans. When they advanced into the Roman territories, the consuls marched out to meet the enemy. Valerius led the infantry in order of battle. Brutus with the cavalry marched at some distance from them, in order to procure intelligence. In like manner the vanguard of the enemy was composed of cavalry, under the command of Aruns Tarquinius, the king's son. The king himself followed with the legions. Aruns, perceiving at a distance, by the lictors, that a consul was there, and afterwards on a nearer approach plainly distinguished Brutus by his face, became inflamed with rage, and cried out, "That is the man who has driven us as exiles from our country. See how he marches in state, decorated with our ensigns. Ye gods, avengers of kings, assist me." He then spurred on his horse, and drove furiously against the consul. Brutus perceived that the attack was meant for him, and as it was at that time reckoned not improper for generals themselves to engage in fight, he eagerly offered himself to the combat, and they advanced against each other with such furious animosity, neither thinking of guarding his own person, but solely intent on wounding his enemy, that, in the violence of the conflict, each of them received his antagonist's spear in his body, through his buckler, and being entangled together by the 2 spears, they both fell lifeless from their horses. At the same time the rest of the cavalry began to engage, and were shortly afterwards joined by the infantry. A battle then ensued, in which victory seemed alternately to incline to either party, the advantages being nearly equal, for the right wings of both armies got the better, and the left were worsted. At length the Veientians, accustomed to be vanquished by the Roman troops, were routed and dispersed. The Tarquinians, a new enemy, not only kept their ground, but even on their side made the Romans give way. End of Book 2, Part 1. Book 2, Part 2 of From the Founding of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1, by Titus Livius, translated by George Baker. Book 2, Part 2. Though such was the issue of the battle, yet so great terror took possession of the Tarquinius and the Etrurians that, giving up the exercises impracticable, both armies, the Veientian and Tarquinian, retired by night to their respective countries. To the accounts of this battle writers have added miracles, that, during the silence of the following night, a loud voice was uttered from the Arsian wood, which was believed to be the voice of Silvanus, in these words: "The number of the Etrurians who fell in the engagement was greater by 1. The Romans have the victory." The Romans certainly departed from the field as conquerors, the Etrurians as vanquished, for when the day appeared, not one of the enemy was to be seen. The consul Publius Valerius collected the spoils, and returned in triumph to Rome. He celebrated the funeral of his colleague with the utmost degree of magnificence which those times could afford, but a much higher mark of honor to the deceased was the grief expressed by the public, singularly remarkable in this particular, that the matrons mourned for him as a parent during the whole year, in gratitude for his vigorous exertions in avenging the cause of violated chastity. In a little time, the consul who survived, so changeable are the minds of the populace, from having enjoyed a high degree of popularity, became an object not only of jealousy, but of suspicion, attended with the charge of an atrocious nature. It was given out that he aspired to the sovereignty, because he had not submitted a colleague in the room of Brutus, and besides was building a house on the summit of Mount Walia, which in such a lofty and strong situation would be an impregnable fortress. The consul's mind was deeply affected with concern and indignation, finding that such reports were circulated and believed. He therefore summoned the people to an assembly, and, ordering the fasces to be lowered, mounted the rostrum. It was a sight highly pleasing to the multitude to find the ensigns of sovereignty lowered to them, and an acknowledgment thus openly given that the majesty and power of the people were superior to those of the consul. Attention being ordered, the consul exalted the good fortune of his colleague, who, after having accomplished the deliverance of his country and being raised to the highest post of honor, met with death while fighting in defense of the republic, when his glory had arrived at full maturity, without having excited jealousy, whereas he himself, surviving his glory, was become an object of calumny, and from the character of deliverer of his country had sunk to a level with the Aquilii and Vitellii. Will no degree of merit then, said he, ever gain your confidence, so far as to be secure from the attacks of suspicion? Could I have the least apprehension that I, the bitterest enemy to kings, should undergo the charge of aiming at kingly power? Supposing that I dwelt in the very citadel and in the capital, could I believe that I was an object of terror to my countrymen? Does my reputation among you depend on so mere a trifle? Is my title to your confidence so slightly founded, that it is more to be considered where I am than what I am? Citizens, the house of Publius Valerius shall be no obstruction to your freedom. The Waelian Mount shall be secure to you. I will not only bring down my house to the plain, but will fix it under the hill, that your dwellings may overlook that of your suspected countryman. Let those build on the Waelian Mount to whom ye can better entrust your liberty than to Publius Valerius. Immediately all the material were brought down from the Waelian Mount, and the house was built at the foot of the hill, where the Temple of Victory now stands. Some laws were then proposed by the consul, which not only cleared him from all suspicion of a design to possess himself of regal power, but whose tendency was so contrary thereto, that they even rendered him popular, and from thence he acquired the surname of Publicola. Such particularly was that concerning an appeal to the people against the decrees of the magistrates, and that which devoted both the persons and the goods of any who should form a design of assuming regal power. These laws were highly acceptable to the populace, and having effected the ratification of them, while alone in office, in order that the credit of them might be entirely his own, he then held an assembly for the election of a new colleague. The consul was Spurius Lucretius, who, being far advanced in years, was too feeble to support the duties of his office, died in a few days after. Marcus Horatius Puvillus was substituted in the room of Lucretius. In some old writers I find no mention of Lucretius as consul. They place Horatius as immediate successor to Brutus. I supposed he was not taken notice of because his consulate was not signalized by any important transaction. The temple of Jupiter in the Capitol had not yet been dedicated. The consuls Valerius and Horatius cast lots which should perform the dedication, and it fell to Horatius. Publicola set out to conduct the war against the Venantians. The friends of Valerius showed more displeasure than the occasion merited, at the dedication of a temple so celebrated being given to Horatius. Having endeavored by every means to prevent its taking place, and all their attempts having failed of success, when the consul had already laid his hand on the doorpost, and was employed in offering prayers to the gods, they hastily addressed him with the shocking intelligence that his son was dead, and insisted that his family being thus defiled, he could not dedicate the temple. Whether he doubted the truth of the intelligence, or whether it was owing to great firmness of mind, we are not informed with certainty, nor is it easy to conjecture. But he was no further diverted from the business he was engaged in by that information than just to give orders that the body should be buried, and, still holding the post, he finished his prayer and dedicated the temple. Such were the transactions at home and abroad, which occurred during the first year after the expulsion of the royal family. The next consuls appointed were Publius Valerius a second time, and Titus Lucretius. Meanwhile the Tarquinii had carried their complaints to Lars Porsena, king of Clusium, and there, mixing admonitions with entreaties, they at one time besought him that he would not suffer those, who derived their origin from Etruria and were of the same blood and name, to spend their lives in poverty and exile; then warned him not to let this new practice of dethroning kings proceed without chastisement, adding that liberty had in itself sufficient sweets to allure others to follow the example, unless kings would show the same degree of vigor in support of kingly power which the people exerted to wrest it from them. The highest ranks would be reduced to a level with the lowest. There would be no dignity, no preeminence, among the several members of society. There would soon be an end to regal authority, which among the gods and men had heretofore been held in the highest degree of estimation. Porsena, considering it as highly conducive to the honor of Etruria that there should be a king at Rome, and also that that king should be of the Etrurian race, led an army to Rome, determined to support his pretensions by force of arms. Never on any former occasion were the Senate struck with such terror, so powerful was the state of Clusium at that time, and so great the name of Porsena. Nor were they in dread of the enemies only, but also of their own countrymen, lest the Roman populace, overcome by their fears, might admit the kings into the city, and for the sake of peace submit to slavery. The Senate, therefore, as this season practiced many conciliatory measures toward the commons. The first care was applied to the markets, and people were sent, some to the Voloscians, others to Cumae, to purchase corn. The privilege also of selling salt, because the price had been raised to an extravagant height, was taken out of the hands of private persons, and placed entirely under the management of government. The commons were also exempted from port duties and taxes, that the public expenses might fall upon the rich, who were equal to the burden, the poor paying tax sufficient if they educated their children. This indulgent care preserved such harmony in the state, even during the people's severe sufferings afterwards from siege and famine, that the name of king was abhorred by all, nor did any single person, in after times, ever acquire such a high degree of popularity by artful intrigues as the whole Senate then obtained by their wise administration. As the enemy drew nigh, everyone removed hastily from the country into the city, on every side of which strong guards were posted. Some parts seemed well secured by the walls, others by the Tiber running close to them. The Sublician bridge was very near affording the enemy an entrance. Had it not been for one man, Horatius Cocles, no other bulwark had the fortune of Rome on that day. He happened to be posted on guard at the bridge, and when he saw the Janiculum taken by a sudden assault, and the enemy pouring down from thence in full speed, his countrymen in disorder and confusion, no longer attempting opposition, but quitting their ranks, he called hold of every one that he could, and appealing to gods and men, assured them that it was in vain that they fled, after deserting the post that could protect them; that if they passed the bridge and left it behind them, they would see greater numbers of the enemy in the Palatium and the Capitol than in the Janiculum. Wherefore he advised them and warned them to break down the bridge by their swords, fire, or any other effectual means, while he should sustain the attack of the enemy, as long as it was possible for one person to withstand them. He then advanced to the first entrance of the bridge, and being easily distinguished from those who showed their backs in retreating from the fight, by his facing to the front, with his arms prepared for action, he astonished the enemy by such wonderful intrepidity. Shame, however, prevailed on two to remain with him, Spurius Lartius and Titus Herminius, both of them men of distinguished families and characters. With their assistance he, for a time, supported the first storm, and the most furious part of the fight. Even these he sent back, when the bridge was nearly destroyed, and those who were employed in breaking it down called upon them to retire. Then, darting fierce, menacing looks at each of the leaders of the Etrurians, he sometimes challenged them singly, sometimes upbraided them together, as slaves of haughty kings, who were incapable of relishing liberty themselves, had come to wrest it from others. For a considerable time they hesitated, looking about for some other to begin the combat. Shame at length put their troops in motion, and setting up a shout, they poured their javelins from all sides against their single opponent. All which, having struck in the shield with which he guarded himself, he was still persisting with the same undaunted resolution, and with haughty strides, to keep possession of his post. They had now resolved, by making a violent push, to force him from it, when the crash of the falling bridge, and at the same time a shout raised by the Romans for joy at having completed their purpose, filled them with sudden dismay, and stopped them from proceeding in the attempt. Then Cocles said, "Holy father Tiberrinus, I beseech thee to receive these arms and this thy soldier into thy propitious stream." With these words, armed as he was, he leaped down into the Tiber, and through showers of darts which fell around him, swam safe across to his friends, having exhibited a degree of intrepidity which in after times was more generally celebrated than believed. The state showed a grateful sense of such high desert. A statue was erected to him in the Comitium, with a grant of land as large as he could plough completely in one day. The zeal of private persons too was conspicuous, amidst the honors conferred on him by the public, for great as the scarcity then was, everyone contributed something to him, in proportion to the stock of their family, abridging themselves of their own proper support. Porsena, disappointed of success in this first effort, changed his plan from assault to a blockade, and leaving a force sufficient to secure the Janiculum, encamped his main body in the plain along the bank of the Tiber, at the same time collecting ships from all quarters, at once to guard the passage, that no corn should be conveyed to Rome, and to enable his troops to cross over the river in different places, as occasion offered, to lay waste the country. In a short time he extended his depredations so successfully through every part of the Roman territories, that people were obliged to convey their effects into the city, as also their cattle, which no one would venture to drive within the gates. The Etrurians were permitted to act in this uncontrolled manner, not so much through fear as design, for Valerius the consul, intent on gaining an opportunity of making an unexpected attack on a large number of them, at a time when they were unprepared, overlooked trifling advantages, reserved his force for a severe revenge on a more important occasion. With this view, in order to allure the plunderers, he gave orders to his men to drive out some cattle through the Esquiline gate, which was at the opposite side from the enemy, judging that these would soon get information of it, because during the blockade and the scarcity of provisions, many of the slaves turned traitors and deserted. Accordingly they were informed of it by a deserter, and passed over the river in much greater numbers than usual, in hopes of gaining possession of the entire booty. Publius Valerius then ordered Titus Herminius, with a small body of men, to lie concealed near the 2-mile stone on the Gabian road. Spurius Lartius, with a body of light armed troops, to stand at the Colline gate until the enemy should pass by, and then to take post in their rear, so as to cut off their retreat to the river. The other consul, Titus Lucretius, with some companies of foot, marched out of the Nivian gate. Valerius himself led down his chosen cohorts from the Colian Mount, and these were the first who were observed by the enemy. Herminius, as soon as he found that the alarm was taken, rushed out from his ambush to take his share in the fray, and while the Etrurians were busied in forming an opposition to Valerius, fell upon their rear. The shot was returned, both from the right and the left, from the Colline gate on the one hand, and the Nivian on the other. The plunderers being thus surrounded, destitute of strength to make head against their adversaries, and shut out from all possibilities of a retreat, were cut to pieces. After this the Etrurians confined their ravages to narrower limits. The siege continued notwithstanding, and provisions becoming exceedingly scarce and dear, Porsena entertained hopes that, by remaining quiet in his present position, he should become master of the city, when Gaius Mucius, a noble youth, filled with indignation on reflecting that the Roman people, while they were in bondage under their kings, were never in any war besieged by any enemy, and that the same people, now in a state of freedom, were held besieged by those very Etrurians whose armies they had often routed, resolved, therefore, by some great and daring effort, to remove much reproach. At first he designed to make his way into the enemy's camp, without communicating his intention, but afterward, dreading lest, if he should go without the order of the consuls and the knowledge of any, he might be apprehended by the Roman guards and brought back as a deserter, an imputation for which the present circumstances of the city would afford plausible grounds, he applied to the Senate and told them, "Fathers, I intend to cross the Tiber, and to enter, if I can, the enemy's camp, not to seek for plunder, or to revenge their depredations in kind. The blow which I meditate, with the aid of the gods, is of more importance." The Senate gave their approbation, and he set out with a sword concealed under his garment. When he came into the camp, he took his place close to the king's tribunal, where a very great crowd was assembled. It happened that, at this time, the soldiers were receiving their pay, and a secretary sitting beside the king, and dressed nearly in the same manner, acted a principal part in the business, and to him the soldiers generally addressed themselves. Mucius, not daring to inquire which was Porsena, lest his not knowing the king should discover what he was, fortune blindly directing the stroke where it was not intended, slew the secretary instead of the king. Then, endeavoring to make his escape through a passage, which with his bloody weapon he cleared for himself among the dismayed crowd, a concourse of soldiers being attracted by the noise, he was seized by the king's life guards and dragged back. Standing there, single, among a crowd of enemies and before the king's tribunal, even in this situation, in the midst of fortune's severest threats, showed himself more capable of inspiring terror than of feeling it. He spoke to this effect: "I am a Roman citizen. My name is Gaius Mucius. As an enemy, I intended to have slain an enemy, nor is my resolution less firmly prepared to suffer death than to inflict it. It is the part of a Roman both to act and to suffer with fortitude. Nor am I the only one who has harbored such designs against you. There is a long list after me of candidates for the same glorious distinction. Prepare, therefore, if you choose, for a contest of this sort, wherein you must every hour engage at the hazard of your life, and have the enemy and the sword continually in the porch of your pavilion. This is the kind of war in which we, Roman youths, engage against you. Fear not an army in the field, nor in battle. The affair will rest between your single person and each of us separately." The king, inflamed with rage, and at the same time terrified at the danger, ordered fires to be kindled round him, threatening him with severe punishment unless he instantly explained what these plots were, with which he had threatened him in those ambiguous expressions. "Behold," said Mucius, "and perceive what little account is made of the body by those who have in view the attainment of great glory, and thrusting his right hand into a chafing dish of coals which had been kindled for the purpose of a sacrifice, held it there to burn, as if he were void of all sense of feeling. On which the king, thunderstruck in a manner by such astonishing behavior, leapt from his seat, ordered the youth to be removed from the altars, and said to him, "Retire in safety, for the treatment which you intended for me was mild in comparison with that you have practised on yourself. I should wish to increase in success to your bravery, if that bravery were exerted on the side of my own country. However, I dismissed you untouched and unhurt, and discharged you from the penalties which, by the laws of war, I might inflict." Mucius then, as if to make a return for this act of favor, told him, "Since I find you disposed to honor bravery, that you may obtain from me by kindness what you cannot by threats, know that 300 of us, the principal youths in Rome, have bound ourselves to each other by an oath to attack you in this manner. My lot happened to be the first. The others will be with you, each in his turn, according as the lot shall set him foremost, until fortune shall afford an opportunity of succeeding against you." End of Book 2, Part 2. Part 3, Book 2 of From the Founding of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1, by Titus Livius, translated by George Baker. Book 2, Part 3. Mucius, who afterwards got the name of Scaevola, or the left-handed, from the loss of his right hand, being thus dismissed, was followed to Rome by ambassadors from Porsena. The king had been so deeply affected by the danger to which he had been exposed in the first attempt, from which nothing had protected him but the mistake of the assailant, and by the consideration that he was to undergo the same hazard as many times as the number of the other conspirators amounted to, that he thought proper, of his own accord, to offer terms of accommodation to the Romans. During the negotiation mention was made to no purpose of the restoration of the Tarquinian family to the throne, and this proposal he made, rather because he had not been able to refuse it to the Tarquinii, than from entertaining the slightest expectation of its being accepted by the Romans. He carried the point respecting the giving up of the lands taken from the Veientians, and compelled the Romans to submit to give hostages if they wished to see his forces withdrawn from the Janiculum. Peace being concluded on these terms, Porsena withdrew his troops from the Janiculum, and retired out of the Roman territories. To Gaius Mucius, as reward for his valor, the Senate gave a tract of land on either side of the Tiber, which was afterwards called the Mucian Meadows. Such honor being paid to his courage, excited even the other sex to merit public distinctions. A young lady called Cloelia, one of the hostages, the camp of the Etrurians happened to be pitched at a small distance from the banks of the Tiber, evaded the vigilance of the guards, and at the head of a band of her companions swam across the Tiber, threw a shower of darts discharged at them by the enemy, and restored them all in safety to their friends at Rome. When the king was informed of this, being at first highly incensed, he sent envoys to Rome to insist on the restoration of the hostage Cloelia. As to the rest, he showed little concern. But his anger, in a little time being converted into admiration, he spoke of her exploit as superior to those of Cocles and Mucius, and declared that as, in the case the hostage should not be given up, he would consider the treaty as broken off. So, if she should be surrendered, he would send her back to her friends in safety. Both parties behaved with honor. The Romans, on their side, returned the pledge of peace, agreeably to the treaty, and with the Etrurian king, merit found, not security only, but honors. After bestowing high compliments on the lady, he told her that he made her a present of half the hostages, with full liberty to choose such as she liked. When they were all drawn out before her, she is said to have chosen the very young boys, which was not only consonant to maiden delicacy, but, in the universal opinion of the hostages themselves, highly reasonable, that those who are of such an age as was most liable to injury should in preference be delivered out of the hands of the enemies. Peace being thus reestablished, the Romans rewarded this instance of intrepidity so uncommon in the female sex with a mark of honor as uncommon, an equestrian statue. This was erected at the head of the sacred street. Very inconsistent with this peaceful manner in which the Etrurian king retired from the city is the practice handed down from early times, and continued among other customary usages even in our own days, of proclaiming at public sales that they are selling the goods of King Parsena, which custom must necessarily either have taken its rise originally during the war, or it must be derived from a milder source than seems to belong to the expression, which intimates that the goods for sale were taken from an enemy. Of the several accounts which have been given, this seems to be the nearest to the truth, that Porsena, on retiring from the Janiculum, made a present to the Romans of his camp, which was plentifully stored with provisions collected from the neighboring fertile lands of Etruria, the city at that time laboring under a scarcity, in consequence of the long siege, and lest the populace, if permitted, might seize on them as the spoil of an enemy, they were set up to sale, and called the goods of Porsena, the appellation denoting rather gratitude for the gift than an auction of the king's property, which besides never came into the power of the Romans. After he had put an end to the war with Rome, Porsena, that he might not appear to have led his troops into those countries to no purpose, sent his son Aruns with half of his forces to lay siege to Aricia. The unexpectedness of the attack struck the Aricians at first with dismay, but afterwards, having collected aid, both from the Latine states and from Cumae, they assumed such confidence as to venture an engagement in the field. At the beginning of the battle, the Etrurians rushed on so furiously that at the very onset they put the Aricians to the rout. The cohorts from Cumae, opposing art to force, moved a little to one side, and when the enemy, in the impetuosity of their career, had passed them, faced about, and attacked their rear. By these means the Etrurians, after almost having gained the victory, were surrounded and cut to pieces. A very small part of them, their general being lost, and no place of safety nearer, made the best of their way to Rome, without arms, and in their circumstances and appearance merely like suppliants. They were kindly received and provided with lodgings. When their wounds were cured, some of them returned home, and gave an account of the hospitality and kindness which they had experienced. A great number remained at Rome, induced by the regard which they had contracted for their host and for the city. They had ground allotted to him for building houses, which was afterwards called the Tuscan Street. The next elected consuls were Publius Lucretius and Publius Valerius Publicola for a third time. During this year, ambassadors came from Porsena for the last time about restoring Tarquinius to the throne. The answer given to them was that the Senate would send ambassadors to the king, and accordingly, without delay, a deputation, consisting of the persons of the highest dignity among the senators, were sent with orders to acquaint him that it was not because their answer might not have been given in these few words that the kings would not be admitted, that they had chosen to send a select number of their body to him, rather than to give the answer of his ambassadors at Rome, but in order that an end might be put for ever to all mention of that business, and that the intercourse of mutual kindness, at present subsisting between them, might not be disturbed by the uneasiness which might arise to both parties, if he were to request that they would be destructive of the liberty of the Roman people, and the Romans, unless they chose to comply at the expense of their own ruin, must give a refusal to a person to whom they wished to refuse nothing, that the Roman people were not under regal government, but in a state of freedom, and were fully determined to open their gates to declared enemies, rather than to kings. That this was the fixed resolution of every one of them, that the liberty of the city, and the city itself, should have the same period of existence, and therefore to entreat him that if he wished the safety of Rome, he would allow it to continue in its present state. The king, convinced of the importunity of interfering any farther, replied, "Since this is your fixed and unalterable resolution, I shall neither tease you by a repetition of fruitless applications on the same subject, nor will I disappoint the Tarquinii by giving hopes of assistance, which they must not expect from me. Let them, whether they look for war or for quiet, seek some other residence in their exile, that there may subsist no cause of jealousy, to disturb henceforth the good understanding which I wish to maintain between you and me. To these expressions he added acts still more friendly. The hostages which remained in his possession he restored, and gave back the Veientian land, of which the Romans had been deprived by the treaty at the Janiculum. Tarquinius, finding all hopes of his restoration cut off, retired for refuge to Tusculum, to his father-in-law, Mamilius Octavius. Thus peace and confidence were firmly established between the Romans and Porsena. The next consuls were Marcus Valerius and Publius Postumius. During this year war was carried on with success against the Sabines, and the consuls had the honour of a triumph. The Sabines afterwards, preparing for a renewal of hostilities in a more formidable manner, to oppose them, and at the same time to guard against any sudden danger which might arise from the side of Tusculum, where, though war was not openly declared, there was reason to apprehend that it was intended, Publius Valerius a fourth time, and Titus Lucretius a second time, were chosen consuls. In the year 250, or 502 B.C., a tumult which arose among the Sabines, between the advocates for peace and those for war, was the means of transferring a considerable part of their strength to the side of the Romans. For Atta Clausus, called afterwards at Rome Appius Claudius, being zealous in favor of peaceful measures, but overpowered by the turbulent promoters of war, and unable to make head against their faction, withdrew from Regulum to Rome, accompanied by a numerous body of adherents. These were admitted to the rights of citizens, and had land assigned to them beyond the Anio. They have been called the old Claudian tribe, to distinguish them from the new members, who, coming from the same part of the country, were afterwards added to that tribe. Appius was elected to the Senate, and soon acquired a reputation among the most eminent. The consuls, in prosecution of the war, marched their army into the Sabine territories, and, after reducing the power of the enemy by wasting their lands, and afterwards in battle to such a degree that there was no room to apprehend a renewal of hostilities in that quarter for a long time to come, returned in triumph to Rome. In the ensuing year, when Agrippa Manius and Publius Postumius were consuls, died Publius Valerius, a man universally allowed to have excelled all others in superior talents both for war and peace, full of glory, but in such slender circumstances that he left not sufficient to defray the charges of his funeral. He was buried at the expense of the public, and the matrons went into mourning for him, as they had done for Brutus. During the same year, two of the Latine colonies, Pometia and Cora, revolted to the Auruncians, and war was undertaken against that people. A very numerous army, with which they boldly attempted to oppose the consuls who were entering their borders, was entirely routed, and the Auruncians compelled to make their last stand at Pometia. Nor was the carnage less after the battle was over than during its continuance. There greater numbers slain than taken, and those who were made prisoners were in general put to death. Nay, in the violence of their rage, which ought to have been confined to foes in arms, the enemy spared not even the hostages, 300 of whom had been formerly put into their hands. During this year also there was a triumph at Rome. The succeeding consuls, Opiter Reginius and Spurius Cassius, attacked Pometia, at first by storm, afterwards by regular approaches. The Auruncians, actuated rather by implacable hatred than by any hope of success, and without waiting for a favourable opportunity, resolved to assail them, and, sallying out, armed with fire and sword, they filled every place with slaughter and conflagration, and, besides burning the machines, and killing and wounding great numbers of their enemies, were very near killing one of the consuls, which of them writers do not inform us, who was grievously wounded and thrown from his horse. The troops, thus foiled in their enterprise, returned to Rome, leaving the consul, whose recovery was doubtful, together with a great number of wounded. After a short interval, just sufficient for the curing of their wounds and recruiting their army, the Romans renewed their operations against Pomatia with redoubled fury and augmented strength, and when they had anew completed their military works, the soldiers just being on the point of scaling the walls, the garrison capitulated. However, although the city had surrendered, the chiefs of the Aruncians were from all parts dragged to execution with the same degree of cruelty, as if it had been taken by assault. The other members of the colony were sold by auction, the town was demolished, and the land set up to sale. The consuls obtained a triumph, rather in consideration of their having gratified the people's resentment by severe revenge than of the magnitude of the war which they had brought to a conclusion. The following year the consuls were Postumius Cominius and Titus Livius, when some Sabine youths, having, through wantonness, used violence to certain courtesans at Rome, during the celebration of the public games, and a mob assembling, a scuffle ensued, which might almost be called a battle, and from this trifling cause matters seems to have taken a tendency towards a renewal of hostilities. Besides the apprehension of a war with the Sabines, there was another affair which created much uneasiness. Undoubted intelligence was received that 30 states had already formed a conspiracy at the instigation of Octavius Mamilius. While Rome remained in this perplexity, looking forward with anxious apprehension to the issue of such a perilous conjuncture, mention was made, for the first time, of creating a dictator. But in what year, or who the consuls were, or who could not be confided in, because they were of the Tarquinian faction, for that is also related, or who was the first person created dictator, we have no certain information. In the most ancient writers, however, I find it asserted that the first dictator was Titus Livius, and that Spurius Cassius was appointed master of the horse. They chose men of consular dignity, as ordered by the law enacted concerning the creation of a dictator. For this reason I am more induced to believe that Lartius, who was of consular dignity, and not Manius Valerius, son of Marcus, and grandson of Volesus, who had not yet been consul, was placed over the consuls, as their director and master, as even if it had been thought proper that the dictator should be chosen out of that family, they would have rather elected the father, Marcus Valerius, a man of approved merit and of consular dignity. On this first establishment of a dictator at Rome, the populace, seeing the axes carried before them, were struck with such terror as made them more submissive to rule, for they could not now, as under the consuls, who were equal in authority, hope for protection from one of them against the other, but prompt obedience was required of them, and in no case was there any appeal. Even the Sabines were alarmed at the appointment of a dictator by the Romans, the more so because they supposed that he had been named to act against them. They therefore sent ambassadors to treat of an accommodation, who, requesting of the dictator and senate that they would pardon the misconduct of thoughtless young men, were answered that pardon would be granted to young men, but not to the old, who made it their constant practice to kindle one war after another. However, a negotiation was entered into for an adjustment of affairs, and it would have been concluded if the Sabines had been willing to reimburse the costs expended on the war, for that was the condition required. War was proclaimed, but still a suspension of hostilities continued during the remainder of the year. The consuls of the next year were Servius Sulpicius and Manius Tullius. Nothing worth mentioning occurred. Then succeeded Titus Abutius and Gaius Vetusius. In their consulate, Fidenae was besieged, Crustumeria taken, Praenestae revolted from the Latins to the Romans, and a Latine war, the seeds of which had for several years past been growing to maturity, could not now be choked. Aulus Postumius, dictator, and Titus Albutius, master of the horse, the year 255, 497 B.C., marching out a numerous army of cavalry and infantry, met the forces of the enemy at the lake Regillius in the territory of Tusculum, and as it was known that the Tarquinii were in the army of the Latines, The rage of the Romans could not be restrained, but they insisted on engaging instantly. For this reason, too, the battle was unusually obstinate and bloody. For the generals not only performed the duty of directing everything, but exposing their own persons, mixed with the combatants, and shared the fight, and scarcely one of the principal officers of either army left the field without being wounded, except the Roman dictator. As Postumius was encouraging and marshalling his men in the first line, Tarquinius Superbus, though now enfeebled by age, spurred on his horse furiously against him, but receiving a blow, was quickly surrounded by his own men and carried off to a place of safety. On the other wing, Aebutius, the master of the horse, made an attack on Octavius Mamilius, nor was his approach unobserved by the Tusculan general, who advanced in full career to meet him, and each aiming his spear at his antagonist, they encountered with such violence that the arm of Aebutius was pierced through, and Mamilius received a wound in his breast. The latter was received by the Latines in their second line, while Aebutius, disabled by the wound in his arm from wielding a weapon, retired from the fight. The Latine general, not in the least dispirited by his wound, continued his vigorous exertions, and perceiving his men begin to give ground, sent for a cohort of Roman exiles, commanded by Lucius, the son of Tarquinius. These, fighting under the impulse of keen resentment, on account of their having been deprived of their property and of their country, kept the battle for some time in suspense. End of Book 2, Part 3. Part 4, Book 2 of From the Founding of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1, by Titus Livius, translated by George Baker. Book 2, Part 4. The Romans were now on one side giving way, when Marcus Valerius, brother of Publicola, observing young Tarquinius with ostentatious fierceness, exhibiting his prowess in the front of the exiles, and inflamed with the desire of supporting the glory of his house, and that those who enjoyed the honor of having expelled the royal family might also be signalized by their destruction, set spurs to his horse, and with his javelin presented, made towards Tarquinius. Tarquinius avoided this violent adversary by retiring into the body of his men, and Valerius rashly pushed forward into the line of the exiles, was attacked and run through by some person on one side of him, and as the horse's speed was in no degree checked by the wound of the rider, the expiring Roman sunk to the earth, his arms falling over his body. Postumius, the dictator, seeing a man of such rank slain, the exiles advancing to the charge with fierce impetuosity, his own men disheartened and giving way, issued orders to his cohort, a chosen band which he kept about his person as a guard, that they should treat as an enemy every man of their own army whom they should see retreating. Meeting danger thus on both sides, the Romans, who were flying, faced about against the enemy and renewed the fight. The dictator's cohort then for the first time engaged in battle, and, with fresh strength and spirits, falling on the exiles who were exhausted with fatigue, made great slaughter of them. On this occasion another combat between two general officers took place. The Latine general, on seeing the cohort of exiles almost surrounded by the Roman dictator, ordered several companies from his reserve to follow him instantly to the front. Titus Herminius, a lieutenant general, observing these as they marched up, and among them knowing Mamilius, who was distinguished by his dress and arms, encountered him with a strength so much superior to what had been shown a little before by the master of the horse, that with one blow he slew Mamilius, driving the spear through his side. Thus was he victorious, but having received a wound from a javelin while he was stripping the armor from his adversary's body, he was carried off to the camp and expired during the first dressing of it. The dictator then flew to the cavalry, entreating them, as the infantry were now fatigued, to dismount and support the engagement. They obeyed his orders, leaped from their horses, flew forward to the van, and covering themselves with their targets, took post as the front line. This instantly revived the courage of the infantry, who saw the young men of the first distinction foregoing every advantage in their manner of fighting, and taking an equal share of the danger. By these means the Latines were at length overpowered. Their troops were beaten from their ground, and began to retreat. The horses were then brought up to the cavalry, in order that they might pursue the enemy, and the line of infantry followed. At this juncture the dictator, omitting no means of engaging the aid both of gods and men, is said to have vowed a temple to Castor, and to have proclaimed rewards to the first and to the second of the soldiers who should enter the enemy's camp. And so great was the ardor of the Romans that they never remitted the impetuosity of the charge by which they had broken the enemy's line, until they made themselves masters of the camp. Such was the engagement at the lake Regillius. The dictator and master of the horse, on their return to the city, were honored with a triumph. During the 3 ensuing years there was neither war, nor yet a security of lasting peace. The consuls were Quintus Coelius, Titus Lartius, then Aulus Sempronius and Marcus Minutius, in whose consulate the temple of Saturn was dedicated, and the festival called Saturnalia instituted. After them, Aulus Postumius and Titus Reginius were made consuls. I find it asserted by some writers that the battle at the lake Regillius was not fought until this year, and that Aulus Postumius, because the fidelity of his colleague was doubtful, abdicated the consulship, and was then made dictator. Such perplexing mistakes with regard to dates occur from the magistrates being ranged in different order, by different writers, that it is impossible at this distance of time, when not only the facts, but the authors who relate them, are involved in the obscurity of antiquity, to trace out a regular series of the consuls as they succeeded each other, or in the transactions as they occurred in each particular year. Appius Claudius and Publius Servilius were next appointed to the consulship. This year was rendered remarkable by the news of Tarquinius's death. He died at Cumae, whither, on the reduction of the power of the Latines, he had retired for refuge, to the tyrant Astradamus. By this news, both the patricians and the commons were highly elated, but the former suffered their exultation on the occasion to carry them to unwarrantable lengths, and the latter, who until that time had been treated with the utmost deference, began to feel themselves exposed to insults from the nobility. During the same year, the colony of Signia, which Tarquinius had founded in his reign, was re-established, by filling up its number of colonists. The tribes of Rome were increased to the number of 21. The temple of Mercury was dedicated on the Ides of May. During these proceedings against the Latines, it could hardly be said that there was either war or peace with the nation of the Volscians, for, on the one hand, these had got troops in readiness, which they would have sent to the assistance of the Latines, if the Roman dictator had not been so quick in his measures, and on the other, the Roman had used this expedition in order that he might not be obliged to contend against the united forces of the Latines and Volscians. In resentment of this behavior, the consuls led the legions into the Volscian territory. The Volscians, who had no apprehensions of punishment for a design which had not been put in execution, were confounded at this unexpected proceeding, insomuch that, laying aside all thoughts of opposition, they gave 300 hostages, the children of the principal persons at Cora and Pomatia, in consequence whereof the legions were withdrawn from thence, without having come to an engagement. However, in a short time after, the Volscians, being delivered from their fears, resumed their former dispositions, renewed secretly their preparations for war, and prevailed on the Hernicians to join them. They also sent ambassadors through every part of Latium to stir up that people to arms. But the Latines were so deeply affected by their recent disaster at the lake Regillius, and so highly incensed at any persons attempting to persuade them to engage in a war, that they even offered violence to the ambassadors. Seizing the Volscians, they conducted them to Rome, and there delivered them to the consuls, with information that the Volscians and Hernicians were preparing to make war on the Romans. The affair being laid before the Senate, the conduct of the Latines was so acceptable to the senators that they restored to them 6,000 of the prisoners, and made an order, besides, that the new magistrates should proceed in the business relative to an alliance, a point which had been almost absolutely refused them. The Latines then highly applauded themselves for the part which they had acted, and the friends of peaceful measures were held in high estimation. They sent to the capital a golden crown, as a present to Jupiter, and together with the ambassadors and the present came a great multitude of attendants, consisting of the prisoners who had been sent back to their friends. These proceeded to the several houses of the persons with whom each of them had been in servitude, returned thanks for their generous behavior and treatment of them during the time of their calamity, and formed mutual connections of hospitality. Never at any former time was the Latine nation more closely united to the Roman government, both by ties of a public and private nature. But besides being immediately threatened with the Volscian war, the state itself was torn in pieces by intestine animosities between the patricians and the commons, on account principally of persons confined for debt. These complained loudly that after fighting abroad for freedom and empire, they were made prisoners and oppressed by their countrymen at home, and that the liberty of the commons was more secure in war than in peace, amongst their foes than amongst their own countrymen. This spirit of discontent, of itself increasing daily, was kindled into a flame by the extraordinary sufferings of one man. A person, far advanced in years, whose appearance denoted severe distress, threw himself into the forum. His garb was squalid, and the figure of his person still more shocking, pale, and emaciated to the last degree. Besides, a long beard and hair had given his countenance a savage appearance. Wretched as was the plight in which he appeared, he was known notwithstanding. Several declared that he had been centurion in the army, and, filled with compassion for him, mentioned publicly many other distinctions which he had obtained in the service. He himself exhibited scars on his breast, as testimonies of his honorable behavior in several actions. To those who inquired the cause of that wretched condition, both of his person and apparel, a crowd meantime having assembled round him which resembled in some degree an assembly of the people, he answered that, while he served in the army during the Sabine war, having not only lost the produce of his farm by the depredations of the enemy, but his house being burnt, all his goods plundered, his cattle driven off, and a tax being imposed at a time so distressing to him, he was obliged to run in debt, and this debt, aggravated by usury, had consumed first his farm, which he had inherited from his father and grandfather, then the remainder of his substance, and lastly, like a pestilence, had reached his person, that he had been dragged by a creditor, not into servitude, but into a house of correction, or rather a place of execution. He then showed his back, disfigured with the marks of fresh stripes. On this sight, after such a relation, a great uproar arose, and the tumult was no longer confined to the forum, but spread through every part of the city. Those who were then in confinement, and those who had been released from it, forced their way into public street, and implored the protection of their fellow citizens. There was no spot which did not afford a voluntary associate to add to the insurrection. From all quarters they ran in bodies, through every street, with great clamor, into the forum. The situation of the senators who happened to be there at that time, and who fell in the way of this mob, became highly perilous, for they would certainly have proceeded to violence, had not the consuls, Publius Servilius and Appius Claudius, hastily interposed their authority. To them the multitude turned their applications, showed their chains and other marks of wretchedness, said this is what they had deserved, and reminded them of their former services in war, and in various engagements, insisted, with menaces rather than supplications, that they should assemble the Senate. They then placed themselves round the Senate house that they might act as witnesses and directors of the councils of government. A very small number of the senators whom chance threw in the way, and these against their will, attended the consuls. Fear kept the rest at a distance, so that nothing could be done by reason of the thinness of the meeting. The populace then conceived an opinion that there was a design to elude their demands by delay, that the absence of certain of the senators was occasioned, not by chance, nor by fear, but by their wishes to obstruct the business, that the consuls themselves showed a backwardness, and that their miseries were manifestly made a matter of mockery. The affair had now nearly arrived at such a state that even the majesty of the consuls, it was feared, might be insufficient to restrain the rage of the people. At length the senators, beginning to doubt whether they should incur the greater danger by absenting themselves or by attending, came to the Senate, and when, after this delay, a proper number had assembled, not only the senator, but even the consuls themselves, differed widely in opinion. Appius, a man of violent temper, thought that the riot ought to be quelled by the weight of the consular authority, that when one or two were taken into custody, the rest would be quiet. Servilius, more inclined to gentle remedies, maintained that, as the people's spirits were already wound up to such a pitch of ill humor, it would be the safer and the easier method to bend than to break them. To add to these perplexities, they were threatened with still greater peril from another quarter. Some Latine horsemen arrived in the utmost haste with the alarming intelligence that the Volscians in hostile array were coming to attack the city, which news, so entirely opposite were the views of the parties into which the state was split, affected the patricians and the commons in a very different manner. The commons exulted with joy, said the gods were coming to take vengeance for the tyranny of the patricians, and encouraged each other in the resolution not to enroll themselves, saying it was better that all should perish together than that they should be the only victims. Let the patricians serve as soldiers, let the patricians take arms, that those who reap the advantages of war may also undergo its severities and hazards. On the other hand, the Senate, dejected and confounded on finding themselves thus encompassed by dangers from their countrymen on one side and from the enemy on the other, besought the consul Servilius, whose temper was adapted to conciliate the regard of the people, that he should find means to extricate the commonwealth from the dreadful apprehensions with which it was beset. Whereupon the consul, dismissing the Senate, went forth to the assembly of the people. There he assured them that the senators were solicitous that care should be taken of the interest of the commons, but that their fears for the safety of the commonwealth in general had interrupted their deliberations concerning that part of the state which, though it must be allowed to be the largest, was still but a part. Nor could they, while the enemy was just at the gates, allow any business to take place of the necessary provisions for the war. Even if they were allowed a little respite, would it be either for the honor of the commons to have refused to take arms in defense of their country, unless on condition of receiving hire for it, nor could it fail of injuring the reputation of the senators themselves, if they should appear to have now applied their attention to the good of their countrymen through fear, rather than afterwards through inclination. He gave proof of his sincerity of this discourse by an edict, whereby he ordained that no person should hold any Roman citizen in bonds or confinement, so as to prevent his giving in his name to the consuls, that no person should take possession or make sales of the goods of a soldier while upon service, nor detain in custody either his children or grandchildren. On the publication of this edict, such debtors under arrest as were present instantly gave in their names, and crowds of others in every part of the city, rushing out of their confinement, when their creditors had no longer a right to detain them, ran together to the forum to take the military oath. These composed a large body of troops, and none, during the Volscian war, displayed a greater share of bravery and activity. The consul led out his army against the enemy, and pitched his camp at a small distance from theirs. The following night, the Volscians, expecting great advantages from the dissensions of the Romans, approached their camp, in hopes that, in the surrounding darkness, some might desert or betray their posts. They were, however, perceived by the sentinels. The troops were called up, and the signal being given, they ran to arms, and by these means frustrated the attempt of the Volscians. The remainder of the night was dedicated to repose by both parties. Next day, at the first dawn, the Volscians, having filled up the trenches, assaulted the rampart, and were proceeding to demolish the fortifications on either side, when the consul, having delayed for some time in order to try the temper of his men, though called on from all sides, and particularly by the debtors, to give the signal, at length, on finding their ardor so great, issued the order for sallying, and sent forth his troops eager for the fight. At the first onset the enemy were immediately routed, and their rear harassed in their retreat as far as the infantry were able to pursue, while the cavalry, not suffering them to recover from their consternation, drove them to their camp. In a little time the camp itself was surrounded by the legions, and the Volscians, not having courage enough left to make a stand there, it was taken and plundered. Next day the legions were led in Suessa Pomatia, whither the enemy had retreated, and shortly after the town was taken, and given up to the troops to be plundered by these means. The needy soldiers were in some measure relieved. The consul, having acquired great glory, led back his victorious army to Rome. As he was preparing for his departure, ambassadors came to him from the Volscians of Etria, who, after the taking of Pomatia, felt apprehensions for their own safety. These had peace granted them by the decree of the Senate, but were deprived of their lands. Immediately after, the Sabines also caused an alarm at Rome, but it was in fact a tumult rather than a war. An account was brought by night to the city that a Sabine army were plundering the country, and had advanced so far as the river Anio, and that they were ravaging and burning all the farms in that neighborhood. Aulus Postumius, who had been dictator in the Latine war, was instantly dispatched thither with all the cavalry, and the consul Servilius followed, with a chosen body of foot. The greater part of the stragglers were cut off by the cavalry, nor was the main body of the Sabines capable of resisting the infantry on their approach, fatigued both by their march and by collecting booty. A great number of them in the country houses, overcharged with meat and wine, had scarcely strength sufficient to enable them to fly. Thus was this Sabine war finished within the same night in which the first account of it had been received. The next day, while sanguine hopes were entertained that peace with all their neighbors was now securely established, ambassadors came to the Senate from the Araucanians, denouncing war, unless the troops were withdrawn from the territory of the Volscians. The army of the Araucanians had set out from home, at the same time with the ambassadors, and intelligence arriving that it had been seen not far from Aricia, it excited such an alarm among the Romans that neither could the Senate be consulted in a regular manner, nor could they, while busy in taking up arms, give a peaceable answer to those who were advancing against them. The troops marched to Aricia, and not far from thence, meeting with the enemy, came to a general engagement, which, without further contest, put an end to the war. End of Book 2, Part 4.
Part 5, Book 2 of From the Founding of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1, by Titus Livius. Translated by George Baker. Book 2, Part 5. When the Aruncians were defeated, the Romans, having vanquished so many different powers, within the space of a few days, expected the fulfillment of the promises made them by the consuls, and strengthened by the engagements of the Senate. But Appius, instigated both by his own natural haughtiness and a desire to undermine the credit of his colleague, issued decrees on suits between debtor and creditor with all possible severity, in consequence of which both those who had formerly been in confinement were delivered up to their creditors, and others also were taken into custody. When this happened to be the cast of nay of the auditors, he appealed to the other consul. A crowd gathered about Servilius, reminded him of his promises, upbraided him with their services in war, and the scars which they had received, insisted that he should lay the affair before the Senate, and that as consul he should support his countrymen, and as general his soldiers. The consul was affected by these remonstrances, but circumstances obliged him to decline interfering, not only his colleague, but the whole faction of the nobles, having gone so violently into opposite measures. By thus acting a middle part, he neither avoided the hatred of the commons, nor procured the esteem of the patricians, the latter considering him as destitute of the firmness becoming his office, and as too fond of popular applause, while the former looked upon him as a deceiver, and it shortly appeared that he was to become no less odious than Appius. A contest happened between the consuls, as to which of them should dedicate the temple of Mercury. The Senate refused to decide the matter, and referred it to the people, passing a vote that, to whichever of them the dedication should be granted, the same should preside over the markets, should institute a college of merchants, and join the pontiff in the performance of the ceremonies usual on such occasions. The people gave the honor of the dedication to Marcus Detorius, a centurion of the first rank, showing plainly that they acted thus not merely out of respect to the person on whom they conferred an office of higher dignity than became his station, but with design to affront the consuls. This threw the patricians, and one of the consuls particularly, into a rage, but the commons had now assumed a greater degree of courage,
and began to prosecute the measures in a very different method from that in which they had set out. Having given up all hope of protection from the consuls and the Senate, whenever they saw a debtor led to the court, they flew together from all quarters, so that neither could the sentence of the consul be heard amidst their noise and clamors, nor when it was pronounced did any one obey it. All was managed by force, and the whole dread and danger, with respect to their freedom, was transferred from the debtors to the creditors, who, standing single, were abused by the multitude, under the very eye of the consul. To add to the perplexity of the Senate, the alarm was spread of an attack being intended by the Sabines, and orders being issued for levying troops. Not a man gave in his name. Meanwhile Appius in a rage inveighed bitterly against the criminal lenity of his colleague, saying that by his popular silence he was betraying the commonwealth, and that besides refusing to enforce the laws with respect to creditors, he neglected also to execute the decree of the Senate for levying troops. He declared that the interest of the state was not yet entirely deserted, nor the consular office yet stripped of its authority; that he himself would stand forth singly and vindicate his own dignity and that of the state. Though surrounded by the multitude which assembled daily, and were of a temper too violent to be controlled, he ordered one of the principal ringleaders of the mob to be apprehended. When the lictors laid hold of him he appealed, but the consul would not at first allow the appeal, there being no doubt what the sentence of the people would be. His obstinacy, however, was at length overcome, more by the advice and influence of the nobility than by the clamours of the people, so firmly did he withstand the indignation of the multitude. From this time the evil daily gained ground, showing itself not only in open expressions of discontent, but, what was much more pernicious, in secret meetings and private cabals. At length these consuls, so odious to the people, went out of office, Appius in high favour with the patricians, Servilius with neither party. Next entered on the consulship Aulus Virginius and Titus Vetusius. The people now, not being able to judge what sort of consuls they were to have, took care to form nightly meetings, some on the Esquiline, others on the Aventine Mount, in order that their proceedings might not be confused by their being obliged to adopt measures hastily in the Forum, and to act on every occasion at random and without a plan. The consuls, considering this as a very dangerous proceeding, which it really was, proceeded to the consideration of the Senate, but were not allowed, after proposing it, to take the votes regularly, a great tumult arising on the mention of it among the senators, who exclaimed and expressed the highest indignation at the consuls attempting to throw on that body the odium of an affair which ought to have been quelled by the consular authority. They told them that, if there really had been magistrates in the commonwealth, there would have been no council at Rome but the public one. At present the government was divided and dispersed into 1,000 senate houses, and assemblies, some meetings being held on the Esquiline Mount, others on the Aventine. That they had no doubt but one man, such as Appius Claudius, would have dispersed these meetings in a moment's time. The consuls, on receiving this rebuke, asked the Senate what then they would have them do, for they were resolved, they said, to act with the activity and vigour which the Senate might recommend. A decree then passed, that they should enforce the levies with utmost strictness, for that the commons were grown insolent through want of employment. Dismissing the Senate, the consuls mounted the tribunal, and cited the younger citizens by their name. No answer being made, the multitude which stood round, like a general assembly, declared that the commons could be no longer deceived, and that not a single soldier should be raised until the public engagements were fulfilled; that every man must have his liberty restored, before arms were put into his hands; that the people might be convinced they were to fight for their country and fellow citizens, not for their masters. The consuls saw clearly enough what the Senate expected from them, but of those who spoke with the greatest vehemence within the walls of the Senate house, not one was present to stand the brunt of the contests, and everything threatened a desperate one with the commons. It was resolved, therefore, before they should proceed to extremities, to consult the Senate again, the consequence of which was, that all the younger senators rushed up hastily to the seats of the consuls, desiring them to abdicate the consulship and lay down a command which they wanted spirit to support. Having made sufficient trial of the dispositions of both sides, the consuls at length spoke out: "Conscript fathers, lest ye should hereafter say that ye were not forewarned, know that a dangerous sedition is ready to break out. We demand that those who are the most forward to censure us for inactivity may assist us by their presence, while we hold the levee. We will proceed in the business in such a manner as shall be approved by the most strenuous advocates for vigorous measures, since such is your pleasure." They then went back to the tribunal, and ordered, purposely, one of those who were within view to be cited, finding that he stood mute, and that a number of people had formed in a circle round him, to prevent any force being used. The consuls sent a lictor to him, who, being driven back, those of the senators who attended the councils exclaimed against the insolence of such behavior, flew down from the tribunal to assist the lictor. The populace then, quitting the lictor, to whom they had offered no other direction than that of hindering him from making the seizure, directed their force against the senators; but the consuls interposing quickly, put an end to the scuffle, in which, as neither stones nor weapons had been used, there was more clamor and rage than mischief. The Senate, called tumultuously together, proceeded in a manner still more tumultuous; those who had been beaten, demanding an inquiry into the affair, and the most violent of them endeavoring to carry their point by clamor and noise, rather than by vote. At length, when their rage had somewhat subsided, the consuls, reproaching them with being equally disorderly in the Senate house as in the Forum, began to collect the votes. There were 3 different opinions. Publius Virginius thought that the case did not extend to the whole body of the commons, and that those only were to be considered who, relying on the promises of the consul Publius Servilius, had served in the Volscian, Auruntian, and Sabine wars. Titus Livius was of opinion that the present juncture required something more than the making a return for services performed, that the whole body of the commons were overwhelmed with debt, nor could the progress of evil be stopped unless the advantages of the whole were attended to. On the contrary, if distinctions were made, this would add fuel to the dissensions, instead of extinguishing them. Appius Claudius, whose temper was naturally harsh, was roused to a degree of ferocity by his hatred to the commons on the one hand, and the applause of the patricians on the other, affirmed that all these disturbances were excited, not by the people's sufferings, but their licentiousness, and that the commons were actuated by a spirit of wantonness rather than by resentment of injuries. This was the consequence of giving them a right to appeal, for all that a consul could do was to threaten; he could not command, when people are allowed to appeal to those who have been accomplices in their transgressions. "Come," said he, "let us create a dictator, from whom there is no appeal. This madness, which has set the whole state in a flame, will quickly sink into silence. Let me see, then, who will strike a lictor, when he knows that the very person whose dignity he insults has the sole and entire disposal of his person and of his life." To many, the expedient recommended by Appius appeared too rough and violent, and justly so. On the other hand, the propositions of Virginius and Largius were considered as tending to establish a bad precedent, particularly that of Largius, which was utterly subversive of all credit. The advice of Virginius was deemed to be the farthest from excess on either side, and a just medium between the other 2. But through the spirit of faction, and men's regard to their private interests, things which ever did and ever will impede the public councils, Appius prevailed, and was himself very near being created dictator, which proceeding beyond any other would have highly disgusted the commons at a very critical juncture, when the Volscians, the Equians, and the Sabines happened to be all in arms at the same time. But the consuls and the elder part of the Senate took care that a command, in itself uncontrollable, should be entrusted to a person of a mild disposition, and accordingly they chose for dictator Manius Valerius, son of Volusus. Although the commons saw that the dictator was created in opposition to them, yet, as by his brother's law they enjoyed the privilege of appeal, they dreaded nothing harsh or overbearing from that family. Their hopes were farther encouraged by an edict which the dictator published, of the same tenor in general with the edict of the consul Servilius; but as they thought that they had now securer grounds of confidence, both in the man himself and in the power with which he was invested, they desisted from the contest, and gave in their names. 10 legions were completed, a force greater than had ever been raised before. Of these, 3 were assigned to each of the consuls; the other 4 were commanded by the dictator. War could now be no longer deferred; the Equians had invaded the territories of the Latines, and these by their ambassadors petitioned the Senate, that they would either send troops to protect them, or permit them to take arms themselves to defend their frontiers. It was judged the safer method to defend the Latines without their own assistance, than to allow them to handle arms again. The consul Vetusius was therefore sent thither, who put an end to the depredations. The Equians retired from the plains, and provided for their safety on the tops of the mountains, relying more on the situation than on their arms. The other consul who marched against the Volscians, not choosing that his time should be wasted in like manner, used every means, particularly by ravaging the country, in order to provoke the enemy to approach nearer, and to hazard an engagement. They were drawn up in order of battle in a plain between the two camps, each party before their own rampart. The Volscians had considerably the advantage in point of numbers; they therefore advanced to the fight in a careless manner, as if despising the enemy. The Roman consul did not suffer his troops to move, nor to return the shout, but ordered them to stand with their javelins fixed in the ground, and as soon as the enemy should come within reach, then to exert at once their utmost efforts, and decide the affair with their swords. The Volscians, fatigued with running and shouting, rushed upon the Romans, whom they believed to be benumbed with fear; but when they found a vigorous resistance, and the swords glittering before their eyes, struck with consternation, just as if they had fallen into an ambuscade, they turned their backs; nor had they strength left to enable them to make their escape, having exhausted it by advancing to the battle in full speed. The Romans, on the other hand, having stood quiet during the first part of the engagement, had their vigor fresh, and easily overtaking the wearied fugitives, took their camp by assault, and pursuing them, as they fled from thence to Velitrae, the victors and the vanquished composing, as it were, but one body, rushed into the city together. People of every kind were put to the sword without distinction, and there was more blood spilt than even in the fight; a small number only who threw down their arms obtained quarter. While these things passed in the country of the Volscians, the Sabines, who were by far the most formidable enemy, were routed, put to flight, and beaten out of their camp by the dictator. He had at first, by a charge of his cavalry, thrown the centre of the enemy's line into disorder, which, while they extended their wings too far, had not been sufficiently strengthened by a proper depth of files. Before they could recover from this confusion, the infantry fell upon them and continued their attack, without intermission, until they made themselves masters of their camp, and put a conclusion to the war. Since the battle at the Lake Regillus, there had not been obtained in those times a more glorious victory than this. The dictator entered the city in triumph, and besides the accustomed honours, there was a place in the circus assigned to him and his posterity, for a seat, and a curule chair fixed in it. From the vanquished Volscians the lands of the district of Velitrae were taken, for which inhabitants were sent from the city, and a colony established there. Soon after this, a battle was fought with the Equians, against the inclination indeed of the consul, who considered the disadvantage of the ground which the troops had to traverse; but the soldiers, accusing him of protracting the business, in order that the dictator might go out of office before they should return to the city, and so his promises fall to the ground without effect, as had those of the former consul, they at length prevailed on him to march up his army, at all hazards, against the steep of the mountain. Rash as this undertaking was, yet through the cowardice of the enemy it was crowned with success; for before a weapon could be drawn, struck with amazement at the boldness of the Romans, they abandoned their camp, which they had fixed in a very strong position, and ran down precipitately into the valleys, on the opposite side. There the Romans gained a bloodless victory, and an abundance of booty. Though their arms were thus attended with success, in 3 different quarters, neither patricians nor commons were free from anxiety respecting the issue of their domestic affairs. With such powerful influence, and with such art also, had the lenders of money concerted their measures, that they were able to disappoint not only the commons, but even the dictator himself; for Valerius, on the return of the consul Vetusius, took care that the first business which came before the Senate should be that of the people, who had returned home victorious, and proposed the question, what did they think proper to be done with respect to the persons confined for debt; and when they refused to take the matter into consideration, he said, "My endeavours to restore concord are, I see, displeasing to you. Believe me when I solemnly declare that the time will shortly come when you will wish that the commons of Rome had just such patrons as I am. As to myself, I will neither be the means of farther disappointments to the hopes of my countrymen, nor will I hold the office of dictator without effect. Intestine discord and foreign wars made it necessary for the Commonwealth to have such a magistrate. Peace has been procured abroad, at home it is not suffered to take place. It is my determination, then, in time of sedition, to appear in the character of a private citizen, rather than that of dictator." Then withdrawing from the Senate House, he abdicated the dictatorship. The case appeared to the Commons as if he had resigned his office out of resentment of the treatment shown to them, and therefore as if he had fulfilled his engagements. It not having been his fault that they were not fulfilled, they attended him, as he retired to his house, with approbation and applause. End of Book 2, Part 5. Part 6, Book 2 of From the Founding of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1, by Titus Livius. Translated by George Baker. Book 2, Part 6. The Senate were then seized with apprehensions, that if the citizens should be discharged from the army, their secret cabals and conspiracies would be renewed. Wherefore, supposing that, though the levy was made by the dictator, yet as the soldiers had sworn obedience to the councils, they were still bound by that oath, they ordered the legions, under the pretext of hostilities being renewed by the Equians, to be led out of the city, which step served only to hasten the breaking out of the sedition. It is said that the plebeians at first entertained thoughts of putting the consuls to death, in order that they might be thereby discharged from the oath, but being afterwards informed that no religious obligation could be dissolved by an act of wickedness, they, by the advice of a person called Licinianus, retired, without waiting for orders from the councils, to the Sacred Mount, beyond the river Arno, about 3 miles from the city. This account is more generally credited than that given by Piso, who says, the secession was made to the Aventine. In this place, without any commander, having fortified their camp with a rampart and trench, they remained quiet for several days, taking nothing from any one but necessary subsistence, neither receiving nor giving offense. Great was the consternation in the city, all was fearful suspense and mutual apprehension. The plebeians, who were left behind by their brethren, dreaded the violence of the patricians. The patricians dreaded the plebeians who remained in the city, not knowing whether they ought to wish for their stay or for their departure. But how long could it be supposed that the multitude which had seceded would remain inactive? And what would be the consequence, if in the meantime a foreign war should break out? No glimpse of hope could they see left, except in concord between the citizens, which must be re-established in the state on any terms, whether fair or unfair. They determined, therefore, to send as ambassador to the plebeians Menenius Agrippa, a man of eloquence, and acceptable to the commons, because he had been originally one of their body. He, being admitted into the camp, is said to have related to them the following fable, delivered in an antiquated language and an uncouth style. At a time when the members of the human body did not, as at present, all unite in one plan, but each member had its own scheme, and its own language, the other parts were provoked at seeing that the fruits of all their care, of all their toil and service, were applied to the use of the belly, and that the belly meanwhile remained at its ease, and did nothing but enjoy the pleasure provided for it. On this they conspired together, that the hand should not bring food to the mouth, nor the mouth receive it if offered, nor the teeth chew it. While they wished, by these angry measures, to subdue the belly through hunger, the members themselves, and the whole body, were, together with it, reduced to the last stage of decay. From thence it appeared that the office of the belly itself was not confined to a slothful indolence, that it could not only receive nourishment, but supply it to the others, conveying to every part of the body that blood on which depend our life and vigor, by distributing it equally through the veins, after having brought it to perfection by digestion of the food. Applying this to the present case, and showing what similitude there was between the dissension of the members, and the resentment of the commons against the patricians, he made a considerable impression on the people's minds. A negotiation was then opened for a reconciliation, and an accommodation was effected, on the terms that the plebeians should have magistrates of their own, invested with invaluable privileges, who might have power to afford them protection against the consuls, and that it should not be lawful for any of the patricians to hold that office. Accordingly, there were two tribunes of the commons created, Caius Licinius and Lucius Albinius, and these created three colleagues to themselves, among whom was Sicinius, the adviser of the succession, but who the other two were, is not agreed. Some say that there were only two tribunes created on the sacred mount, and that the devoting law was passed there. During the succession of the commons, Spurius Cassius and Postumus Cominius entered on the consulship. In their consulate the treaty with the Latines was concluded. For the purpose of ratifying this, one of the consuls remained at Rome, and the other being sent with an army against the Volscians, defeated and put to flight those of Antium, and having driven them into the town of Longula, pursued the blow, and made himself master of the town. He afterwards took Pelusca, another town belonging to the same people, then with all his force attacked Corioli. There was in the camp, among others of the young nobility, Caius Marcius, a youth of quick judgment and lively courage, who was afterwards surnamed Coriolanus. The Roman army, while engaged in the siege of Corioli, applying their whole attention to the garrison, which they kept shut up in the town, without any fear of an attack from without, were assaulted on a sudden by the Volscian legions, who had marched thither from Antium, and at the same time the enemy sallied out from the town. Marcius happened to be then on guard, and being supported by a chosen body of men, he not only repelled the attack of the sallying party, but rushed furiously in at the open gate, and putting all to the sword in that part of the city, laid hold of the first fire which he found, and threw it on the houses adjoining the wall; on which the shouts of the townsmen mingling with the cries of the women and children, occasioned by the first fright, served both to add courage to the Romans and to dispirit the Volscians, as they perceived that the town was taken which they had come to relieve. By this means the Volscians of Antium were defeated, and the town of Corioli taken, and so entirely did the glory of Marcius eclipse the fame of the consul, that were it not the treaty with the Latines being engraved on a brazen pillar, remained to testify that it was ratified by Spurius Cassius alone, the other consul being absent, it would not have been remembered that Postumus Cominius was appointed to conduct the war. This year died Menenius Agrippa, through the whole course of his life equally beloved by the patricians and the plebeians, and after the succession still more endeared to the latter. This man, who, in the character of mediator and umpire, had re-established concord among his countrymen, the ambassador of the Senate to the plebeians, the person who brought back the Roman commons to the city, was not possessed of property sufficient for the expense of a funeral. He was buried at the charge of the commons, by a contribution of a sextans from each person. The consuls who succeeded were Titus Granius and Publius Minucius. During this year, when the state was undisturbed by foreign wars, the dissensions at home had been healed, a more grievous calamity of another nature fell upon it. At first, a scarcity of provisions, occasioned by the lands lying untilled during the secession of the commons, and afterwards a famine, not less severe than what is felt in a besieged city. This without doubt would have increased to such a degree that the slaves, and also many of the commons, must have perished, had not the consuls taken measures to remedy it, by sending to all quarters to buy up corn, not only into Etruria on the coast to the right of Ostia, and by permission of the Volscians, along the coast on the left as far as Cumae, but even to Sicily, for the hatred entertained against them by their neighbours compelled them thus to look for aid to distant countries. After a quantity of corn had been purchased at Cumae, the ships were detained by the tyrant Aristodemus, as the property of the Tarquini, whose heir he was. Among the Volscians, and in the Pomptine district, it could not even be purchased, the persons employed in that business being in danger of their lives from the violence of the inhabitants. From Etruria some corn was conveyed by the Tiber, by which the people were supported. At this unseasonable time, while thus distressed by the scarcity, they were in danger of being farther harassed by war, had not a most destructive pestilence attacked the Volscians, when they were just ready to commence hostilities. By this dreadful calamity the enemy were so dispirited, that even after it had abated, they could not entirely rid their minds of the terror which it had occasioned. Besides, the Romans not only augmented the numbers in their settlement at Velitrae, but sent a new colony into the mountains of Norba, to serve as a barrier in the Pomptine territory. In the succeeding consulate of Marcus Minucius and Aulus Sempronius, a great quantity of corn was brought from Sicily, and it was debated in the Senate at what price it should be given to the commons. Many were of opinion that now was the time to humble the commons, and to recover those rights which, by the secession and violence, had been extorted from the patricians. Marcius Coriolanus particularly, an avowed enemy of the power of the tribunes, said, "If they wish to have provisions at the usual price, let them restore to the patricians their former rights. Why am I obliged, after being sent under the yoke, after being ransomed, as it were, from robbers, to behold plebeian magistrates, to behold Licinius invested with power and authority? Shall I submit to such indignities longer than necessity compels me? Shall I, who could not endure Tarquinius on the throne, endure Licinius? Let him now succeed, let him call away the commons. The road is open to the Sacred Mount, and to the other hills. Let them carry off the corn from our lands, as they did 2 years ago. Let them make the best of the present state of the market, which they have occasioned by their own madness. I affirm with confidence, that when they are brought to reason by their present sufferings, they will themselves become tillers of the lands, rather than take arms and succeed, to prevent their being tilled." Whether such a measure were expedient, is not now easy to say, but in my opinion it was very practicable for the patricians, by insisting on terms for lowering the price of provisions, to have freed themselves from the tribunician power, and every other restraint imposed on them against their will. The method proposed appeared to the Senate to be too harsh, and incensed the commons to such a degree that they were very near having recourse to arms. They complained that, as if they were enemies, attempts were made to destroy them by famine, that they were defrauded of food and sustenance, that the foreign corn, the only support which, unexpectedly, fortune had given them, was to be snatched out of their mouths, unless the tribunes were surrendered up in bonds to Caius Marcius, unless he were gratified by the personal sufferings of the Roman commons. A new kind of executioner had come forward, who gave them no alternative but death or slavery. They would have proceeded to violence against him as he came out of the Senate house, had not the tribunes very opportunely summoned him to a trial. This suppressed their rage, when every one saw himself a judge, and empowered to decide on the life and death of his foe. At first, Marcius heard the threats of the tribunes with scorn. The authority given to their office, he said, extended only to the affording protection, not to the inflicting of punishment; that they were tribunes of the commons, not of the patricians. But the whole body of the commons had taken up the cause with such implacable animosity that the patricians were under the necessity of devoting one victim to punishment for the general safety. They struggled, however, notwithstanding the weight of the public hatred which they had to contend with, and not only each particular member, but the whole collective body exerted their utmost efforts, and at first they tried, whether by posting their clients in divers places convenient for the purpose, they could not deter the several plebeians from attending the meetings and cabals, and thereby put a stop to farther proceedings. Afterwards they all came forth in a body, addressing the commons with entreaties and supplications. One would have thought that every patrician was going to stand his trial. They besought them, if they did not think proper to acquit Marcius as innocent, yet considering him as guilty, to grant as a favor, on their request, the pardon of one citizen, one senator. However, as he himself did not appear on the day appointed, they persisted in their resentment. He was condemned in his absence, and went into exile to the Volscians, uttering menaces against his country, and breathing already the resentment of an enemy. The Volscians received him kindly, and daily increased their attention and respect, in proportion as they had opportunities of observing the violence of his anger towards his countrymen, against whom he would often utter complaints and even threats. He lodged in the house of Aetius Tullus, who was then the man of by far greatest consequence amongst the Volscians, and an inveterate enemy to the Romans, so that the one, being stimulated by an old animosity, the other by fresh resentment, they began to concert schemes for bringing about a war with Rome. They judged, however, that it would be a difficult matter to prevail on their people to take arms, which they had so often tried without success; that by the many wars which they had sustained at difficult times, and lately by the loss of their young men in the pestilence, their spirits were broken, and that it was necessary to make use of art, in order that their hatred, which had now lost its keenness through length of time, might be thereby whetted anew. It happened that preparations were then making at Rome for a repetition of the great games. The reason of repeating them was this: on the morning of the day when the games were to have been celebrated, before the shows began, a master of a family, after lashing his slave loaded with a neck yoke, had driven him across the middle of the circus. The games were afterwards exhibited, as if this affair had no relation to religion. Some short time after, Titus Livius, a plebeian, had a dream. He imagined Jupiter to have said to him, that the dancer, who performed previously to the games, had been displeasing to him, and unless those games were repeated, and that in a magnificent manner, the city would be in danger, and ordered him to go and tell this to the consuls. Although the man's mind was under the influence of a considerable degree of superstition, yet the awe which he felt at the high dignity of the magistrates, and his own apprehensions, lest he should be treated by them, and the public, as an object of ridicule, overcame his religious fears. This delay cost him dear, for within a few days he lost his son, and lest the cause of that sudden disaster should be doubtful, while he was overwhelmed with grief, the same phantom appeared to him in his sleep, and seemed to ask him whether he had gotten a sufficient reward for the contempt of the deity, telling him that a still greater awaited him unless he went immediately and delivered the message to the consuls. This made a deeper impression on his mind, and yet he hesitated and delayed, until at length he was attacked by a grievous disorder, a stroke of the palsy. He then submitted to the admonitions of the divine displeasure, and wearied out by his past sufferings, and the apprehension of others which threatened him, he called a council of his intimate friends, and after acquainting them with the several things which he had seen and heard, and with Jupiter's having appeared to him so often in his sleep, and likewise the anger and threats of the deity, so speedily fulfilled in the calamities which had befallen him, he was, in pursuance of the clear and unanimous opinion of all present, carried in a litter into the forum, to the councils; from thence he was conveyed by their order into the senate house, where, when he had related the same accounts, to the utter astonishment of all, behold another miracle! It is recorded that he, who had been carried thither incapable of using any of his limbs, had no sooner discharged his duty, than he was able to walk home without assistance. The senate decreed that the games should be exhibited in the most splendid manner. To these games, in consequence of a plan laid by Aetius Tullus, a vast number of the Volscians repaired. Before the commencement of the exhibition, Tullus, according to a scheme concerted at home with Marsyas, came to the consuls, told them that he wished to confer with them in private on some matters which concerned the commonwealth, and every other person having retired, he addressed them thus: "It is painful to me in the extreme, to say anything of my countrymen that is not to their honor. I do not come, however, to charge them with having committed any wrong act, but to guard against such being committed. That the disposition of our people are fickle, to a degree infinitely beyond what might be wished, numerous disasters have given sensible proofs; for to your forbearance it is owing, and not to our own deserts, that we have not been utterly destroyed. There are great numbers of the Volscians now in Rome; there are games to be celebrated; the public will be intent on the exhibition. I well remember the outrage which was committed in this city by the Sabine youths on a similar occasion. I shudder with apprehension, lest some inconsiderate and rash deed may ensue. Thus much I thought it my duty, both for our own sake and for yours, to mention beforehand to you, who are consuls. For my part, I intend instantly to return home, lest, if I should be present, my character might be stained with the imputation of some improper word or action." After this discourse he departed. The consuls proposed the matter to the consideration of the senate, a matter, indeed, unsupported by proof, but yet coming from a person whose authority was of great weight. The authority, then, rather than any reason appearing in the case, as it often happens, determined them to use precautions, even though they might be unnecessary; and a decree being passed that the Volscians should retire from the city, criers were dispatched to every quarter, to order them all to remove before night. At first they were struck with great terror, as they ran up and down to their lodgings, to take away their effects. Indignation afterwards filled their minds, when they were beginning their journey. They considered themselves stigmatized as persons infamous and polluted, driven away from the converse of men and of gods, from public games on the day of a festival. End of Book 2, Part 6. Part 7, Book 2, of From the Founding of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1, by Titus Livius, translated by George Baker. Book 2, Part 7. As they formed in their journey almost one continued train, Tullus, who had proceeded to the fountain of Ferentina, accosted the chief persons among them as each arrived, and by asking questions, and expressing indignation, while they greedily listened to expressions which favoured their resentment, led them on, and by their means the rest of the multitude, to a plain that lay near the road, and there began to harangue them, as if at a general assembly. "Although," said he, "ye should forget all the injurious treatment which ye formerly received from the Roman people, the calamities of the Volscian race, and every other matter of the kind, with what degree of patience do ye bear this insult thrown on you, when they commenced their games by exhibiting us to public ignominy? Did ye not perceive that they performed a triumph over you this day? That, as ye were retiring, ye served as a spectacle to all their citizens, to foreigners, to so many of the neighbouring nations? That your wives and your children were led captives before the eyes of the public? What do you suppose were the sentiments of those who heard the words of the crier, of those who beheld you departing, or of those who met this disgraceful cavalcade? What else, but that we must be some polluted wretches, whose presence at the shows would contaminate the games, and render an expiation necessary, and that therefore we were driven away from the mansions of a people of such purity of character from their meeting and converse? And besides, does it not strike you that we should not now be alive if we had not hastened our departure, if indeed it ought to be called a departure and not a flight? And do you not consider as enemies the inhabitants of that city, wherein had ye delayed for one day ye must every one of you have perished? It was a declaration of war against you, for which those who made it will suffer severely, if ye have the spirit of men." Their anger, which was hot before, was by this discourse kindled to a flame, in which temper they separated to their several homes, and each taking pains to rouse those of his own state to vengeance, they soon effected a general revolt of the whole Volscian nation. The commanders appointed for this war, by the unanimous choice of all the states, were Aetius Tullus and Caius Marcius the Roman exile, on the latter of whom they reposed by far the greater part of their hopes. Nor did he disappoint their expectations, but gave a convincing proof that the Commonwealth was once more indebted for power to its generals than to its troops. Marching to Circeii, he first expelled the Roman colonists, and then delivered the city, after restoring it to freedom, into the hands of the Volscians. Turning thence across the country towards the Latine road, he deprived the Romans of their late acquisitions, Cetricum, Longula, Pollusca, and Corioli. He then took Lavinium, and afterwards made a conquest of Corbio, Vitellia, Trebia, Levici, and Pedum, one after another. From Pedum, lastly, he led his forces towards Rome, and pitching his camp at the Clulian trenches, 5 miles from the city, sent parties to ravage the lands, at the same time appointing persons among the plunderers to take care that the possessions of the patricians should be left unmolested, either because his anger was levelled principally against the plebeians, or with the design of thereby causing a greater dissension between these different orders. And this would, no doubt, have been the consequence, so powerfully did the tribunes, by their invectives against the patricians, excite the resentment of the commons, which was sufficiently too violent before, but that, however full their minds were of mutual distrust and rancour, their dread of a foreign enemy, the strongest tie of concord, obliged them to unite. In one point only did they disagree, the Senate and the consuls placing their hopes entirely in arms, the commons preferring all other measures to war. By this time Spurius Nautius and Sextus Furius were consuls. While they were employed in reviewing the legions, and posting troops upon the walls, and in other places, where it was thought proper to fix guards and watches, a vast multitude of people assembling, and insisting on peace, terrified them, at first, by their seditious clamours, and at length compelled them to assemble the Senate, and there proposed the sending of ambassadors to Caius Marcius. The Senate, finding that they could not depend on the support of the commons, took the matter into consideration, and sent deputies to Marcius to treat of an accommodation. To these he replied in harsh terms, that if the lands were restored to the Volscians, a treaty might then be opened for an accommodation; but if they were resolved to enjoy at their ease what they had plundered from their neighbours in war, He would not forget either the injustice of his countrymen or the kindness of his hosts, but would take such steps as should show the world that his courage was irritated by exile, not depressed. The same persons being sent a second time, were refused admittance into the camp. It is related that the priests afterwards, in their sacred vestments, went as suppliants to the camp of the enemy, but had no more influence on him than the ambassadors. The matrons then assembled in a body about Veturia, the mother of Coriolanus, and Volumnia his wife. Whether this was a scheme of government, or the result of the women's own fears, I cannot discover. It is certain that they carried their point, and Veturia, who was far advanced in years, and Volumnia, leading 2 little sons whom she had by Marsyas, went to the camp of the enemy, so that women, by tears and prayers, preserved the city which the men were not able to preserve by arms. When they arrived at the camp, and Coriolanus was informed that a great procession of women was approaching, he, who had not been moved either by the majesty of the state, represented in its ambassadors, or by the awful address made by the ministers of religion both to his sight and his understanding, at first resolved to show himself still more inflexible against female tears; but soon after, one of his acquaintance, knowing Veturia, who was distinguished above the rest by an extraordinary degree of sadness, as she stood between her daughter-in-law and grandchildren, said to him, "Unless my eyes deceive me, your mother with your wife and children are coming." Coriolanus, in a transport of amazement, and almost distracted, sprang from his seat to embrace his mother as she advanced, who, instead of entreaties, addressed him with angry reproofs. "Let me know," said she, "before I receive your embrace, whether I am come to an enemy or to a son, whether I am in your camp a prisoner or a mother. Was it for this that age has been lengthened out, that I might behold you an exile, and afterwards an enemy? Could you lay waste this land, which gave you birth and education? Whatever degree of anger, whatever thirst of vengeance, might have occupied your mind on your march, did you not, on entering its borders, feel your passion subside? When you came within sight of Rome, did it not recur to you, within those walls are my house and guardian gods, my mother, my wife, my children? Had I never been a mother, then Rome would not have been now besieged. Had I not a son, I might have died free and left my country free; but for my part, there is no suffering to which I can be exposed that will not reflect more dishonor on you than misery on me, and be my lot as wretched as it may, I am not to endure it long. Let these claim your regard, who, if you persist, can have no other prospect, but either untimely death or lasting slavery." His wife and children embraced him, and the whole crowd of women, uttering bitter lamentations, and deploring their own and their country's fate, at length got the better of his obstinacy, so that, after embracing and dismissing his family, he removed his camp to a greater distance from the city. In a short time he drew off the troops entirely from the Roman territories, which is said to have incensed the Volscians so highly against him that he perished under the effects of their resentment. By what kind of death writers do not agree. In the account given by Fabius, the most ancient writer by far, I find that he lived even to old age. He mentions positively that when Marsyas became far advanced in years, he used frequently to utter this remark, that the evils of exile bore much the heavier on the aged. The men of Rome were not sparing in bestowing on the women the honours which they had earned, so distant were the manners of that age from the practice of detracting from the merits of others. They even erected and dedicated a temple to female fortune, as a lasting monument of their meritorious conduct. The Volscians afterward, in conjunction with the Equians, made another inroad into the Roman territories, but the Equians soon became dissatisfied at being commanded by Aetius Tullus, and in consequence of the dispute, whether the Volscians or the Equians should give a general to the combined army, a separation ensued, and soon after a furious battle. There the good fortune of the Roman people wasted the 2 armies of its enemies, in a contest no less bloody than obstinate. The consuls of the next year were Titus Licinianus and Caius Aquilus. The Volscians were allotted as a province to Licinius; the Hernicians, for they were also in arms, to Aquilius. The Hernicians were subdued in that year. The operations against the Volscians ended without any advantage being gained on either side. The next consuls elected were Spurius Cassius and Proculus Virginius. A league was made with the Hernicians. 2/3 of their lands were taken from them, one half of which the consul Cassius intended to distribute among the Latines, the other half among the commons. To this donation he proposed to add a considerable tract of land, which belonged, he said, to the public, though possessed by private persons. Many of the patricians, who were themselves in possession of this land, were hereby alarmed for their property, and besides, that body in general was seized with anxiety for the safety of the people. Observing that the consul, by these donatives, was forming an influence at once dangerous to liberty and to right. This was the first proposal of the agrarian law, which from that time to the present age has never been agitated without the most violent commotions in the state. The other consul opposed the donations, and in this he was supported by the patricians; nor did all the commons oppose him. At first they began to despise a gift which was not confined to themselves, but extended to the allies, in common with the citizens. Then they were accustomed to hear the consul Virginius in the assemblies frequently, as it were, prophesying that the donatives of his colleagues were full of infectious poison, that those lands would bring slavery on such as should receive them, that he was paving the way to arbitrary power, for why should the allies and the Latine nation be thus included? What was the intent of restoring a third part of the lands taken in war to the Hernicians, who so lately were enemies, only that these nations might set Cassius at their head as a leader instead of Coriolanus? Whoever argued and protested against the agrarian law, as thus proposed, was sure of popularity, and from that time both the consuls vied with each other in humoring the commons. Virginius declared that he would allow the lands to be assigned, provided they were not made over to any other than citizens of Rome. Cassius, finding that, by his pursuit of popularity among the allies, which he had betrayed in the proposed distribution of the lands, he had lowered himself in the estimation of his countrymen, and hoping to recover their esteem by another donative, proposed an order that the money received for the Sicilian corn should be refunded to the people. But this the commons rejected with as much disdain as if he were avowedly bartering for arbitrary power; so strongly were they influenced by their inveterate suspicions of his ambition, that they spurned at all his presents, as if they were in a state of affluence; and no sooner did he go out of office than he was condemned and executed, as we are informed by undoubted authority. Some say that it was his father who inflicted this punishment on him; that having at home held an inquiry into his conduct, he scourged him and put him to death, and consecrated the allowance settled on his son, to Ceres; that out of this a statue was erected, with this inscription, "Given from the Cassian family." And it is the more credible account, that he was prosecuted for treason by the quaestors Caeso Fabius and Lucius Valerius; that he was found guilty on a trial before the people, and his house razed by a public decree. It stood on the spot which is now the area before the temple of Tellus. However, whether the trial was private or public, he was condemned in the consulate of Servius Cornelius and Quintus Fabius. The anger which the people had conceived against Cassius was not of long continuance. The alluring prospects held out by the agrarian law were sufficient of themselves, now the proposer of it was removed out of the way, to make a lively impression on their minds, and their eagerness in pursuit of them was inflamed by an act of unreasonable parsimony in the patricians, who, when the Volscians and Equians were vanquished in that year, deprived the troops of the booty; the whole of what was taken from the enemy, the consul Fabius sold, and lodged the produce of it in the treasury. The name of Fabius was odious to the commons, on account of this conduct, yet the patricians had influence enough to procure the election of Caeso Fabius to the consulship, with Lucius Aemilius. This farther exasperated the people, who, by raising a sedition at home, encouraged foreign enemies to attack them. But war put a stop to intestine dissensions. The patricians and plebeians united, under the conduct of Aemilius, with little loss to themselves, overthrew and battered the Volscians and Equians, who had revived hostilities. On this occasion the enemy lost greater numbers during their retreat than in the battle, for after they were broken, they were pursued by the cavalry to a vast distance. In the same year, on the Ides of July, the temple of Castor was dedicated. It had been vowed, during the Latine war, by Postumius the dictator, and his son, being appointed Duumvir for the purpose, performed the dedication. This year also the people were tempted to new exertions by the charms of the agrarian law. the tribunes wished to enhance the importance of their office by promoting that popular decree. The patricians, convinced that the multitude were, of themselves, too much inclined to desperate measures, looked with horror on such largesses, as incitements to acts of temerity, and they found in the consuls leaders as active as they could wish in opposing those proceedings. Their party consequently prevailed, and that not only for the present, but they were unable to appoint as consuls for the approaching year Marcus Fabius, brother to Caeso, and Lucius Verus, who was still more odious to the plebeians, on account of his having been the persecutor of Spurius Cassius. In that consulship there was another contest with the tribunes; the law in question was considered as a vain project, and the proposers of it disregarded as claiming merit from holding out to the people's view advantages which were not attainable. The name of Fabius was now held in the highest estimation after 3 successive consulates, all of which had been uniformly distinguished by opposition to the tribunitian power, and, for that reason, this dignity was continued in the same family for a considerable time, from a general persuasion that it could not be placed in better hands. Soon after this, war was undertaken against the Viennetians. The Volscians also renewed hostilities. For security against foreign enemies, the strength of the Romans was more than sufficient, but they perverted it to a bad purpose, namely, to the support of quarrels among themselves. To add to the general disquiet, several prodigies appeared, the sky almost daily exhibiting threatening portents, both in the city and in the country. The soothsayers, employed as well by the state as by private persons, after consulting both entrails and birds, declared that no other cause of the displeasure of the city existed than that the worship of the gods was not duly performed. All their apprehensions, however, ended in this: Oppia, a Vestal, was convicted of a breach of chastity, and suffered punishment. Quintus Fabius a second time, and Caius Julius, then succeeded to the consulship. During this year, the domestic dissensions abated not of their acrimony, and the war abroad wore a more dangerous aspect. The Equians took up arms. The Viennetians even carried their depredations into the territories of the Romans. And as these wars appeared every day more alarming, Caeso Fabius and Spurius Furius were made consuls. The Equians laid siege to Ortona, a Latine city. The Vientians, now satiated with booty, threatened to besiege Rome itself; yet all these dangers which surrounded them, instead of restraining the ill humour of the commons, only served to augment it. They resumed the practice of refusing to enlist as soldiers, not indeed of their own accord, but by the advice of Spurius Licinianus, a plebeian tribune, who, thinking that this was the time to force the agrarian law on the patricians, when it would be impossible for them to make opposition, had undertaken to obstruct the preparations for war. However, all the odium excited by this exertion of the tribunitian power rested solely on the author, nor did the consuls unite their efforts against him with more eager zeal than did his own colleagues, by whose assistance the levy was completed. Armies were raised for the 2 wars at the same time; the command of one was given to Fabius, to be led against the Equians, of the other to Furius against the Viennetians. In the expedition against the latter, nothing memorable was performed. Fabius met with a great deal more trouble from his countrymen than from the enemy. That single man, by his conduct, as consul, supported the commonwealth, which the troops, out of aversion to him as far as lay in their power, treacherously betrayed to ruin; for after numberless other instances of his military skill, which he had displayed both in his preparatory measures and in his operations on the field, and when he had made such a disposition of his forces, that by a charge of his cavalry alone he put the enemy to rout, the infantry refused to pursue their broken troops, nor could any motive, not to mention the exhortations of the general, whom they hated, nor even the immediate consequence of infamy to themselves and disgrace to the public, nor the danger to which they would be exposed, should the enemy resume their courage, prevail on them to quicken their pace, or even to stand in order of battle, so as to resist an attack. Without orders, they faced about, and with countenances as dejected as though they had been vanquished, retired to their camp, execrating, at one time, the general, at another, the exertions of the cavalry. The consul, however, sought not any remedy against so pestilent an example, showing by one instance among many, that men of the most transcendent abilities are more apt to be deficient in regard to the discipline of their own troops than in conquering an enemy. Fabius returned to Rome, having reaped little fresh glory from the war, but having irritated and exasperated to a high degree the hatred of the soldiers against him. The patricians, notwithstanding, had influence enough to continue the consulship in the Fabian family. They elected Marcus Fabius to that office, and Cneius Manlius was appointed his colleague. End of Book 2, Part 7. Part 8, Book 2 of From the Founding of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1, by Titus Livius. Translated by George Baker. Book 2, Part 8. This year also produced a tribune hardy enough to make another attempt at carrying the agrarian law. This was Titus Pontificius, who pursued the same method as if it had succeeded with Spurius Licinius, and for some time obstructed the levy. The patricians being hereby again perplexed, Appius Claudius asserted that the plan adopted last year had effectually subdued the tribunician power, for the present, by the very act, and to all future times, by the example, which it had established, since it was discovered how that power might be deprived of efficacy, through the very means supplied by its own strength, for there would at all times be one among them, desirous of procuring to himself a superiority over his colleague, and at the same time the favour of the better part of the community, by promoting the good of the public. They would even find more than one tribune, if more were necessary, ready to support the consuls, though one would be sufficient against all the rest. Only let the consuls and principal senators exert themselves, to secure in the interest of the commonwealth and of the Senate, if not all the tribunes, yet as many at least as they could. Convinced of the propriety of Appius's advice, the patricians in general addressed the tribunes with civility and kindness, and those of consular dignity employed whatever personal influence they had over each of them, and thus, partly by conciliating their regard, and partly by the weight of their influence, they prevailed on them to let their powers be directed to the advantage of the state, while the consuls, being supported by 4 tribunes, against one opposer of the public interest, completed the levy. They then marched their army against the Vianetians, to whom auxiliaries had flocked from all parts of Etruria, induced to take arms, not so much from affection to the Vianetians, as in the hope that the Roman state might be brought to ruin by intestine discord. Accordingly, in the assemblies of each of the states of Etruria, the leading men argued warmly that the power of the Romans would be everlasting, unless civil dissension armed them with rage against each other. This was the only infection, the only poison that operated, so as to set limits to the duration of great empires. This evil, whose progress had been long retarded, partly by the wise management of the patricians, and partly by the patient conduct of the commons, had now proceeded to extremity. Out of the one were formed 2 distinct states, each of which had its own magistrates, and its own laws. At first, though they used to give a loose rein to their rancorous animosities, when troops were to be levied, yet these very men, as long as war continued, paid obedience to their officers, and while military discipline remained in force, whatever might be the state of affairs in the city, ruin might be deferred. But now the Roman soldier carried with him to the field the custom of refusing submission to superiors. During the last war, in the very heat of battle, the troops conspired to make a voluntary surrender of victory to the vanquished Equians, deserted their standards, forsook their general, and in despite of orders retreated to their camp. Without doubt, if proper exertions were made, Rome might be subdued by means of its own forces. Nothing more was necessary than to make a declaration, and a show of war. The fates and the gods would of themselves accomplish the rest. Such prospects as these had allured the Etrurians to arms, notwithstanding the little success they had experienced in their wars. The Roman consul had no other dread than of the power and the arms of their countrymen. When they reflected on the very dangerous tendency of their misbehaviour in the last war, they were deterred from bringing themselves into a situation where they would have 2 armies to fear at the same time. To avoid, therefore, being exposed to this double danger, they kept the troops confined within the camp, in hopes that delay, and time itself, might perhaps soften their resentment, and bring them back to a right way of thinking. This encouraged their enemies the Venetians and Etrurians to act with greater precipitation. At first, they endeavored to provoke the foe to fight, by riding up to the camp, and offering challenges, and at length, finding that this had no effect, by reviling both the consuls and the army, telling them that the pretense of dissensions among themselves was an artifice contrived to cover their cowardice, that the consuls were more diffident of the courage of their troops than of their disposition to obey orders, that was a strange kind of sedition which showed itself in silence and inaction among men who had arms in their hands, throwing out besides many reproaches, some true and some false, on their upstart origin. Such invectives, though uttered with great vociferation close to the very rampart and the gates, gave the consuls no matter of uneasiness; but the minds of the uninformed multitude were strongly agitated, at one time by indignation, at another by shame, which diverted them from reflecting on domestic quarrels. They could not bear the thoughts of suffering the enemy to insult them unrevenged, neither could they wish success either to the consuls or to the patricians. Thus there was a struggle in their breasts, between their animosity against foreigners and that which inflamed them against their countrymen. The former at length prevailed, in consequence of the haughty and insolent scoffs of the enemy. They assembled in crowds at the praetorium, demanding the fight, and requiring the signal to be given. The consuls held a consultation together, as if deliberating on the demand, and conferred for a considerable time. They wished to fight, but it was necessary to restrain and conceal that wish, in order, by opposition and delay, to add to the alacrity which had now sprung up in the minds of the troops. They returned for answer, that the measure was premature; it was not yet a proper time for meeting the enemy; that they must keep within the camp. They then issued orders that all should refrain from fighting, declaring that if any should engage without orders, they would be punished. After the troops were thus dismissed, their ardor for battle increased, in proportion to the aversion which they supposed in the consuls. Besides, the enemy approached with much greater boldness, as soon as it became known that it was determined not to come to an engagement. They thought they might continue their insults with perfect safety, that the soldiers would not be entrusted with arms, that the business would end in a desperate mutiny, and that the final period of the Roman Empire was arrived. Buoyed up with these hopes, their parties pressed forward to the very gates, heaped reproaches on the troops, and hardly refrained from assaulting the camp. But now the Romans could no longer endure such insults; from every quarter of the camp they ran hastily to the consuls, and did not, as before, propose their demands regularly, through the principal centurions, but joined in one general clamor. The affair was now ripe, yet still the consuls showed a backwardness. But at length beginning, from the increasing uproar, to dread a mutiny, Fabius, with the consent of his colleague, having caused silence by sound of trumpet, said, "Cneus Manlius, that those men are able to conquer, I know, but they themselves have given me reason to doubt, whether it is their wish, for which reason I am determined not to give the signal, unless they swear that they will return from the battle with victory. Soldiers have once deceived a Roman consul in the field, but they will never deceive the gods." There was a centurion, called Marcus Flavolius, who was among the foremost in demanding battle. He cried out, "Marcus Fabius, I will return victorious from the field," and at the same time imprecated on himself the anger of Father Jupiter, of Mars Gradivus, and the other gods, if he did not perform his promise. After him the whole army severally took the same oath. As soon as they had sworn, the signal was given. Instantly they marched out to battle, full of rage and of confidence. They bade the Etrurians now throw out their reproaches, now let the enemy, who was so bold in words, come in the way of their arms. There was not a man on that day, either plebeian or patrician, who did not display an uncommon degree of valor. The Fabian name and Fabian race shone forth with peculiar lustre. They were determined to recover, in that battle, the affection of the commons, which during the many quarrels of the parties at home had been withdrawn from them. The line was formed; neither did the Venetian enemy or the Etrurian legions decline the combat. These expected, and indeed firmly believed, that the Romans would show no more willingness to fight with them than they had with the Equians; nay, considering the high ferment of their passions, and that in the present case the issue of a battle was the more uncertain, they did not despair of obtaining some important advantage. In this they were entirely disappointed, for in no former war did the Romans enter the field inflamed with keener animosity, so highly were they exasperated by the taunts of the enemy on one side and the delay of the consuls on the other. The Etrurians had scarcely time to form their ranks, before they found themselves engaged in close fight, hand to hand with swords, the most desperate method of deciding a battle, the javelins having in the first hurry been thrown at random, rather than aimed at the enemy. Among the foremost, the Fabian family particularly attracted the notice of their countrymen, and encouraged them by their example. As one of these, Quintus Fabius, who had been consul 2 years before, advanced before the rest against the thick body of the Venetians, a Tuscan, who assumed resolution from a confidence in his strength and skill in arms, came up to him unobserved, while he was busily engaged with a number of foes, and thrust him through the breast with his sword. On the weapons being drawn out of the wound, Fabius fell to the ground. Both armies felt the fall of this one man, and the Romans were in consequence of it beginning to give ground, when Marcus Fabius, the consul, leaped over the body where it lay, and opposing his buckler to the enemy, called out, "Soldiers, is this what ye bound yourselves to perform? Was it that ye would return to the camp in flight? Are ye so much more afraid of the dastardly enemy than of Jupiter and Mars by whom ye swore? But for my part, though bound by no oath, I will either return victorious or die here, fighting beside thee, Quintus Fabius." On this, Caeso Fabius, consul of the former year, said, "Brother, do you expect by words to prevail on them to fight? The gods by whom they have sworn will prevail on them. Let us, as becomes our noble birth, as is worthy of the Fabian name, animate the men by deeds of valor, rather than by exhortations." The two Fabii then rushed forward to the front with their presented spears, and drew the whole line along with them. By these means the battle was renewed on that side; nor in the other wing was Cneius Manlius the consul less strenuous in his efforts against the enemy. Here, too, a like course of events took place; for as the soldiers followed Quintus Fabius with alacrity, so did they here follow the consul Manlius, while he pressed, and almost routed the enemy; and when he was compelled by a severe wound to retire from the field, supposing him slain, they began to shrink. They would indeed have given way entirely, had not the other consul, riding up to the place at full speed with some troops of horse, revived their drooping courage, calling out that his colleague was alive, and that he was come to their support, having defeated the enemy in the other wing. Manlius also showed himself, in order to encourage them to return to the fight. The sight of the two consuls rekindled the courage of the soldiers, and by this time, too, the enemy's line was considerably weakened; for, confiding to the superiority of their numbers, they had drawn off apart, and sent them to attack the camp. These met but little resistance in the assault, but wasted time afterwards, being more intent on plunder than on fighting. The Roman triarii, however, who had not been able to prevent their breaking in at first, and who had dispatched to the consuls an account of their situation, returned in a compact body to the praetorium, and, without waiting for aid, of themselves renewed the combat. At the same time, the consul Manlius, having rode back to the camp, posted troops at all the gates, and blocked up every passage by which the enemy could retreat. The desperate situation in which the Etrurians then saw themselves, inspired them not only with boldness but with fury, so that, after they had made several fruitless efforts, attempting every place where they saw any prospect of gaining a passage, one band of their young men made an attack on Manlius himself, whom they distinguished by his armor. His attendants covered him from the first discharge of their weapons, but could not long withstand their force. The consul, receiving a mortal wound, fell, and his defenders were entirely dispersed. This added a new confidence to the Etrurians, and so dispirited the Romans, that they fled in dismay, through all parts of the camp, and would probably have been utterly ruined, had not the lieutenant generals, hastily removing the consul's body, opened a passage for the enemy by one of the gates. Through this they rushed out, and, as they were retreating in the utmost disorder, fell in with Fabius, who was flushed with success. In this second encounter many were cut off, and the rest fled different ways. The victory was complete, but the joy which it occasioned was greatly damped by the death of two such illustrious persons as Fabius and Manlius; for which reason the consul, when the Senate were proceeding to vote him a triumph, told them, that if the army could triumph without their general, he would readily consent to it, on account of their extraordinary good behavior in that war; but as to himself, while his own family was overwhelmed with grief, for the death of his brother Quintus Fabius, and the commonwealth bewailed the loss of a parent, as it were, in that of one of its consuls, he would not accept the laurel, blasted both by public and private mourning. A triumph refused on such grounds redounded more to his honor, than if he had actually enjoyed it. So true it is, that fame prudently declined, often breaks forth with increased lustre. He then celebrated the 2 funerals of his colleague and his brother, one after the other, and took upon himself the office of pronouncing the panegyric of both, in which he attributed to them the merit of his own performances, in such a manner as showed him to be entitled to the greatest share of any. Not losing sight of the design which he had conceived at the beginning of his consulate, of recovering the affection of the commons, he distributed the wounded soldiers among the patricians, to be taken care of until they were cured. The greater number were given to the Fabii, and by no others were they treated with more attention. Henceforward the Fabii grew high in the favor of the people, and that without any practices prejudicial to the state. With the same view, Caeso Fabius, whose election to the consulship, with Titus Virginius, was owing as much to the support of the commons as to that of the patricians, would enter on no business, either of wars or levies, or any other matter, until the hopes of concord, which had already made some progress, should be ripened into a perfect union between the plebeians and patricians. In the beginning of the year, therefore, he proposed, that before any tribune should stand forth to press the agrarian law, the Senate should seize the opportunity, and take to themselves the merit of conferring that favor; that they should distribute among the commons, in as equal proportions as possible, the lands taken from their enemies, for it was but just that they should be enjoyed by those whose blood and labor acquired them. The Senate rejected the proposal with disdain; some of them even complained, that the talents of Caeso, formerly so brilliant, were, through a surfeit of glory, become heavy and languid. No disputes ensued between the factions in the city. The Latines were harassed by incursions of the Equians; Caeso being sent thither, with an army, retaliated on the Aequians, by ravaging their territories. They retired into the towns, and kept themselves within the walls; consequently, there was no battle of any importance. But from the arms of the Venetians a severer blow was received, through the rashness of the other consul, and the army would have been utterly destroyed, had not Caeso Fabius arrived seasonably to its support. From that time there was properly neither peace nor war with the Venetians, whose proceedings were more like those of a banditti than of regular troops. On the approach of the Roman legions, they retreated into the town, and when they understood that those were withdrawn, they made incursions into the country, shifting alternately from war to quiet, and from quiet to war. For this reason, nothing could be brought to a conclusion. There was also apprehension of other wars, 2 of which were just ready to break out, that is, with the Equians and Volscians, who only remained inactive until the smart of their late disaster should wear off; and besides, it was evident that the Sabines, ever hostile, and all Etruria, would soon be in motion. But the Venetians kept the Romans in continual uneasiness, rather indeed by frequent insults, than by any enterprise which threatened danger; yet this was such a business as would neither allow them to neglect it at any time, nor to turn their attention to other matters. While affairs were in this state, the Fabian family addressed the Senate, the consul, in the name of the whole, speaking in this manner: "Conscript fathers, you know that the Venetian war requires rather an established than a strong force, on the frontiers; let your care be directed to other wars; commit to the Fabii that against the Venetians. We pledge ourselves, that the majesty of the Roman name shall be safe on that side; that war, as the particular province of our family, we propose to wage at our own private expense. The state shall not be troubled either for men or money to support it." The warmest thanks were given to them, and the consul, coming out of the Senate, returned to his house, accompanied by the Fabii in a body, who had stood in the porch of the Senate house, waiting the Senate's determination. They received orders to attend next day in arms, at the consul's gate, and then retired to their respective homes. The report of this conduct spread immediately over the whole city, and all extolled the Fabii with the most exalted encomiums, that a single family had undertaken to sustain the burden of the state, that the Viennetian war was to become a private concern, a private quarrel. If there were two other families of equal strength in the city, one of them might claim the Volscians for their share, the other the Equians; thus all the neighbouring states might be subdued, and the majority of Roman people, in the meantime, enjoy perfect tranquillity. Next day the Fabii took arms, and assembled in the place appointed. The consul, coming forth in his military robe, saw his whole family in the courtyard, drawn up in order of march, and being received into the centre, commanded to set them forward. Never did an army, either smaller or more highly distinguished in fame, and the general admiration of all men, march through the city. 306 soldiers, all of them patricians, not one of whom would be judged unfit for supreme command by the Senate at any time whatever, proceeded on their way, threatening destruction to the state of the Viennetians by the prowess of one family. A crowd attended them, composed partly of their own connections, relations, and particular acquaintances, who held no moderation either in their hopes or anxieties, and partly of such as were attracted by the zeal for the public interest, all enraptured with esteem and admiration. They bade the heroes to proceed with happy fortune, and to obtain success proportioned to the merit of their undertaking, desiring them to expect afterwards consulships, triumphs, every reward, every honour, which was in the power of the public to bestow. As they passed by the Capitol, the citadel, and other sacred places, whatever deities occurred to the people's sights or thoughts, to them they offered up their prayers, that they would crown that band with success and prosperity, and soon restore them in safety to their country and their parents. But their prayers were made in vain. Passing through the right-hand postern of the Carmental Gate, they arrived at the river Cremera, which they judged to be a proper situation for securing a post by fortifications. Lucius Aemilius and Caius Servilius were soon after elected consuls. As long as the operations of the war were confined to predatory expeditions, the Fabii were not only sufficiently able to defend their post, but by their excursions, along the common boundaries, they both effectually secured their own frontiers, and spread terror and devastation in those of the enemy, through the whole tract, as far as the Etrurian territories join the Roman. Their mutual depredations were soon after discontinued, though but for a short time, for the Viennetians, having collected a reinforcement from Etruria, laid siege to the post at Cremera, and the Roman legions, led thither by the consul Lucius Aemilius, fought a close engagement with the Etrurians in the field, in which, however, the Viennetians had scarcely time to form their troops, for in the midst of the hurry, while they were taking their posts under their several banners, and placing bodies of reserve, a brigade of Roman cavalry charged them suddenly on the flank, in such manner as to put it out of their power either to make a regular onset, or even to stand their ground. Being thus compelled to retreat to the Red Rocks, where they had their camp, they humbly sued for peace; yet after it had been granted they renounced it, before the Roman guard was withdrawn from the Cremera: such was their natural inconsistency, and such their bad faith. End of Book 2, Part 8. Part 9, Book 2 of From the Founding of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1, by Titus Livius, translated by George Baker. Book 2, Part 9. The contest, then, again lay between the Fabii and the Vientian state, unsupported by any additional forces on either side. There passed between them not only incursions into each other's territories, and sudden attacks on the parties employed in those incursions, but several pitched battles in the open field, in which a single family of the Roman people often obtained a victory over a state, at that time the most powerful in Etruria. This at first stung the Vientians with grief and indignation; afterwards they formed a design, suggested by the present circumstances, of ensnaring their enemy, elated with success; and they even observed, with pleasure, the confidence of the Fabii daily increasing, from a series of successful attempts. In pursuance of this design, cattle were frequently driven in the way of the plundering parties, as if they had come there by chance; the fields were deserted by the flight of the peasants, and the bodies of troops sent to repel the invaders retreated with pretended, oftener than real, fear. The Fabii had now contracted such a contempt of the enemy, that they thought their own arms invincible, and not to be withstood in any place or on any occasion. This presumption carried them so far, that on seeing from Cremera some cattle at a distance, a long tract of country lying between, in which, however, but few of the enemy's troops appeared, they ran down to seize them, and pressed forward with such careless haste as to pass by the Veientians, who lay in ambush on each side of the very road through which they marched. They then dispersed themselves on all sides to collect the cattle, which ran up and down, as was natural on being frightened, when suddenly the soldiers rose from their concealments, and appeared not only in front, but on every side of them. The shout first struck them with terror, and in a little time they were assailed by weapons on all sides. As the Etrurians closed in upon them, they were obliged, hemmed in as they were, by one continued line of troops, to contract the circle which they had formed, into a narrower compass, which circumstance showed plainly both the smallness of their number and the great superiority of the Etrurians, whose ranks were multiplied as the space grew narrower. They then changed their method of fighting, and instead of making head on all sides, bent their whole force towards one point, where, forming in the shape of a wedge, and exerting every effort of their bodies and arms, they at length forced a passage. Their course led to a hill of moderate acclivity; there first they halted, and then, the advantage of the ground affording them a little time to breathe, and to recover from the consternation into which they had been thrown, they afterwards even repulsed an attack of the enemy, and this little band would probably, with the aid of the ground, have come off victorious, had not a body of Veientians sent round the ridge of the hill, made their way to the summit, by which means the enemy became again superior. The Fabii were all cut off to a man, and their fort taken. It is agreed on all hands that the 306 perished, that only one single person, then quite a youth, was left, as a stock for the propagation of the Fabian race, and who was afterwards, on many emergencies, both in peace and war, to prove the firmest support of the state. At the time when this disaster happened, Caius Horatius and Titus Menenius were in the consulship. Menenius was immediately sent against the Etrurians, elated with their victory. He also was worsted in battle, and the enemy took possession of the Janiculum; nor would the city, which, besides the war, was distressed also by scarcity, have escaped a siege, the Etrurians having passed the Tiber, had not the consul Horatius been recalled from the country of the Volscians. So near, indeed, did the enemy approach to the walls, that the first engagement was at the Temple of Hope, in which little was gained on either side, and the second at the Colline Gate, in which the Romans obtained some small advantage; and this, though far from decisive, yet, by restoring to the soldiers their former courage, qualified them the better to contend with the enemy in future. Aulus Virginius and Spurius Servilius were next elected consuls. After the loss sustained in the last battle, the Veientians avoided coming again to an engagement. They employed themselves in committing depredations, by sending out parties from the Janiculum, which served them as a fortress, and these parties scoured every part of the Roman territories, so that neither the cattle nor the husbandmen could anywhere remain in safety. At last they were entrapped by the same stratagem by which they had circumvented the Fabii. Pursuing some cattle, which had been purposely thrown in their way as a temptation, they fell into an ambuscade. In proportion as their numbers were greater, so was the slaughter. The violent rage which this overthrow excited gave cause to one of greater magnitude; for, having crossed the Tiber by night, they made an assault on the camp of the consul Servilius, and, being repulsed with great loss, with difficulty effected a retreat to the Janiculum. The consul immediately passed the Tiber, and fortified a camp at the foot of the Janiculum. Next day, as soon as light appeared, partly led by the confidence inspired by his success in the fight of the day before, but chiefly because the scarcity of corn made it expedient to adopt even dangerous measures, provided they were expeditious, he rashly marched up his troops against the steep of the Janiculum, to the camp of the enemy. There he met with a repulse, more shameful than that which he had given them the preceding day, and both he and his army owed their preservation from destruction to the timely intervention of his colleague. The Etrurians, now enclosed between the two armies, to one or other of which their rear was by turns exposed, were entirely cut off. Thus, through a fortunate act of temerity, the Veientians were effectually overpowered, and the war brought to a conclusion. Together with peace, plenty returned to the city, corn being brought from Campania, and every one, as soon as he was freed from the dread of impending famine, producing the stores which he had concealed. In this state of abundance and ease, the people began again to grow licentious, and not finding abroad any cause of complaint, sought for it, as usual, at home. By infusing into their minds the usual poison, the agrarian law, the tribunes threw the people into a ferment, at the same time rousing their resentment against the patricians who opposed it, and not only against that body in general, but against particular members of it. Quintus Considius and Titus Genicius, the present proposers of the agrarian law, lodged an accusation against Titus Menenius. The charge brought against him was the loss of the fort of Cremera, when he, the consul, was encamped in a fixed post at no great distance. Him they crushed, although the patricians struggled in his cause with no less zeal than they had shown for Coriolanus, and though his father Agrippa's title to the favor of the public was not yet forgotten. The tribunes, however, went no farther than to impose a fine, though they had carried on the prosecution as for a capital offence. On his being found guilty, they fixed the mulct at 2,000 asses. This proved fatal to him, for we are told that he could not bear the ignominy and anguish of mind which it occasioned, and that this threw him into a disorder which put an end to his life. Another was soon after brought to trial, Spurius Servilius, against whom, as soon as he went out of the consulship in the beginning of the year in which Caius Nautius and Publius Valerius were consuls, a prosecution was commenced by two tribunes, Lucius Caedicius and Titus Statius. He did not, like Menenius, meet the attacks of these tribunes with supplications from himself and the patricians, but with the utmost confidence, inspired by innocence, and by the justice of his claim to the favor of the public. He was charged with misconduct in the battle with the Etrurians at the Janiculum, but being a man of an intrepid spirit, as he had done formerly in the case of public peril, so now in one that threatened himself, he dispelled the danger by facing it with boldness. In a speech full of undaunted fortitude, he retorted on both tribunes and commons, and upbraided them with the condemnation and death of Titus Menenius, the son of that man, to whose good offices the people stood indebted for the restoration of their privileges, for those very laws and magistrates which enabled them now to let loose their passions in this unreasonable manner. His colleague Virginius, too, being produced as a witness, greatly assisted his cause, by attributing to him a share of his own merit. But what did him the most essential service was, the sentence passed on Menenius, so great a change had taken place in the minds of the people. No sooner had these domestic disputes subsided than a new war broke out with the Veientians, with whom the Sabines had united their forces. After auxiliaries had been brought from the Latines and Hernicians, the consul Valerius, being sent with an army to Veii, instantly attacked the Sabine camp, which they had pitched under the walls of their allies. This occasioned such consternation among the Sabines that while they ran different ways in small parties, to repel the enemy's assault, the gate, first attacked, was taken, and afterwards within the rampart there was rather a carnage than a battle. From the tents the alarm spread into the city, and the Veientians ran to arms in as great a panic as if Veii itself were taken. Some went to support the Sabines, others fell upon the Romans, whose whole force and attention were employed on the camp. For a little time the latter were put to a stand and disordered, but soon forming two fronts, they faced the enemy on both sides, and at the same time, the cavalry being ordered by the consul to charge, routed and dispersed the Etrurians. Thus were overcome in the same hour two armies of the two greatest and most powerful of the neighbouring states. During these transactions at Veii, the Volscians and Aquans had encamped in the Latine territories, and laid waste the country. The Latines, however, being joined by the Hernicians, without the aid either of Roman general or troops, beat them out of their camp, and there, besides recovering their own effects, got possession of immense booty. The consul Caius Nautius was, however, sent against the Volscians from Rome, where, I suppose, it was considered as improper that the allies should get a custom of carrying on wars, with their own forces and under their own direction, without a Roman general and troops. Every kind of severity and indignity was practised against the Volscians, yet they could not be brought to an engagement in the field. The next consuls were Lucius Furius and Aulus Manlius. The Veientians fell to the lot of Manlius as his province, but the war with that people did not continue. At their request, a truce for 40 years was granted them, and they were obliged to furnish corn, and to pay the soldiers. No sooner was peace restored abroad, than discord began at home. The commons were set in a flame at the instigation of the tribunes, on their constant subject, the agrarian law, which the consuls, not deterred by the condemnation of Menenius or the danger incurred by Servilius, opposed with all their might. On this account, as soon as they went out of office, Titus Ganusius, the tribune, laid hold of them. They were succeeded in the consulship by Lucius Aemilius and Opitor Virginius. In some annals, instead of Virginius, I find Vopiscus Julius set down for consul. During this year, whoever were the consuls, Furius and Manlius being summoned to a trial before the people, went about in the garb of suppliants, addressing not only the commons but the younger patricians. The latter they advised and cautioned to keep at a distance from public employments, and the administration of affairs, and to look on the consular fasces, the praetexta, and curule chair as nothing better than the decorations of a funeral, for those splendid badges, like the fillets of victims, were placed on men who were doomed to death. But if there were such charms in the consulship, let them once for all be convinced that the office was crushed and held in captivity by the tribunitian power, that a consul must act in everything according to command, and like a bailiff be obedient even to the tribune's nod. If he should show any respect to the patricians, if he should suppose that there was any powerful part in the state but the commons alone, let him place before his eyes the banishment of Caius Marcius, with the penalty and death of Menenius. By such discourses the patricians were fired with indignation, and from that time they no longer held their consultations publicly but in private, and suffered but now to be privy to them. And here, however they might differ in other points, in this they were unanimous, that the accused should be rescued from danger by any means possible, whether right or wrong, and the most violent method proposed was the most acceptable. Nor were they at a loss for an actor to perpetrate any the most atrocious deed. On the day of trial, therefore, the people, standing in the forum, in eager expectation of the tribune's appearing, first began to wonder that he did not come down; then, beginning from his delay, to suspect something amiss, they supposed that he had been terrified from attending by the nobles, while some complained that the cause of the public was deserted and betrayed by him. At length, an account was brought of the tribune's being found dead in his house. As soon as this report had spread through the assembly, every one separated different ways, just as an army disperses on the fall of its leader. The tribunes, particularly, were seized with the greatest terror, warned by the death of their colleague how very little security the devoting laws afforded them. The patricians, on the other side, exulted with too little moderation, and so far were they from feeling any compunction at the deed, that even those who were clear of the crime wished to be considered as the perpetrators of it, and they declared openly that the tribunitian power must be subdued by severity. Soon after this victory had been obtained, by means which furnished a precedent of the worst tendency, a proclamation was issued for a levy of soldiers, and the tribunes, being awed into submission, the consuls accomplished the business without any interruption. The commons, on this, were highly enraged, more on account of the acquiescence of the tribunes than of the execution of the orders of the consuls. They declared that there was an end of their liberty, that they were reduced again to their old condition, for the tribunitian power had expired with, and was buried in the grave, of Genusius. Other means must be devised and practised to put a stop to the tyranny of the patricians. There remained now only one method to be pursued, which was, that the commons, since they were destitute of every other protection, should undertake their own defense. The retinue of the consuls consisted of 24 lictors, and even these were plebeians. No force could be more contemptible or less capable of resistance, if people had but the spirit to despise them. But every one magnified those matters, and made them objects of terror to himself. While they thus spurred on each other with such discourses as these, it happened that a lictor was sent by the consul to a plebeian of the name of Valero Publilius, who had insisted, that having been a centurion, he could not be compelled to enlist as a common soldier. Valero appealed to the tribunes, but none of them supporting him, the consuls ordered the man to be stripped, and the rods to be got ready. "I appeal to the people," said Valero. "The tribunes chose rather that a Roman citizen should be beaten with rods before their eyes, than that themselves should be murdered in their beds by your faction." The more vehemently he exclaimed, the more violently did the lictor proceed in tearing off his clothes and stripping him. Then Valero, who was a man of great bodily strength, and aided also by those who took part with him, drove away the lictor, and retired into the thickest part of the crowd, where he heard the loudest expressions of indignation at the treatment which he received, at the same time crying aloud, "I appeal and implore the protection of the commons. Support me, citizens, support me, fellow soldiers. You have nothing to expect from the tribunes, who themselves stand in need of your support." The people, inflamed with passion, prepared themselves as for a battle, and there was every appearance of the contest proceeding to such extremity that no regard whatever would be paid either to public or private rights. The consuls, having undertaken to face this violent storm, quickly experienced that dignity, unsupported by strength, is not exempt from danger. Their lictors were abused, the fasces broken, and themselves forced to take refuge in the Senate house, uncertain how far Valero would push his victory. In some time after, the tumult subsiding, they assembled the senators, and complained to them of the ill treatment which they had suffered, of the violence of the commons, and the audacious behavior of Valero. Though many harsh methods of proceeding were proposed, the opinion of the elder members prevailed, who recommended to the Senate not to let their conduct be as strongly marked by passionate resentment as that of the commons was by inconsiderate violence. The commons, interesting themselves warmly in favor of Valero, chose him at the next election tribune for the year, the consuls being Lucius Pinarius and Publius Furius. And now, contrary to the expectation of all men, who supposed that he would give a loose to the reins of the tribunician power in harassing the consuls of the preceding year, postponing his own resentment, and affecting only the public interest, without uttering even a word to offend the consuls, he proposed a law that plebeian magistrates should be elected in assemblies where the votes were given by tribes. This, though covered under an appearance which, at first, showed not any evil tendency, was considered as a matter of no trivial consequence, as it would entirely deprive the patricians of the power of electing such tribunes as they liked, by means of the votes of their dependents. To prevent this proposition, which was highly pleasing to the commons, from passing into a law, the patricians strained every nerve, and though neither the influence of the consuls nor that of themselves could prevail on any one of the college of tribunes to protest against it, that being the only power that could effectually stifle it, yet, as it was in itself an affair of great weight, and required long and laborious exertions, the obstacles thrown in its way were sufficient to delay it until the following year. The commons re-elected Valero to the tribuneship, and the patricians, judging that this business would not end without the severest struggle, procured the consulship for Appius Claudius, son of Appius, who both hated and was hated by the commons, in consequence of the contentions between them and his father. Titus Quintius was given him for colleague. The law was the first matter agitated in the beginning of the year, and though Valero was the author of it, yet Latorius, his colleague, from having more recently joined in the business, became in consequence the more eager for its adoption. His renown in war inspired him with confidence, for there was no one of that age possessed of more personal prowess. Valero contented himself with arguing in favor of the law, and avoided all abuse against the consuls, but Latorius began with severe invectives against Appius and his family, charging them with having always shown a disposition in the highest degree overbearing and cruel, asserting that the patricians had elected him not for a consul, but an executioner, to torment and torture the plebeians. Being, however, a rough soldier, unskilled in the art of speaking, he was at a loss for expressions suited to the boldness of his thoughts, and finding himself unable to proceed in his discourse, he said, "Citizens, since I cannot speak with the same readiness with which I can perform what I have spoken, I request your attendance tomorrow. Either I will lose my life, here in your presence, or I will carry the law." Next day, the tribunes took possession of the temple, and the consuls and nobles placed themselves among the crowd, in order to oppose the law. Litorius ordered all persons to retire, except those who were to vote, but the younger nobility kept their seats, and paid no regard to the officer; on which Litorius ordered some of them to be taken into custody. The consul Appius insisted that a tribune had no power over any but the plebeians, for he was not a magistrate of the people at large, but of the commons; that even he himself could not, conformably to ancient usage, of his own authority compel people to withdraw, the words in use being, "If ye think proper, Romans, retire." It was easy for him to disconcert Litorius in arguing, even thus contemptuously, about his authority. The tribune, therefore, inflamed with anger, sent one of his officers to the consul, while the consul sent a lictor to the tribune, calling out that he was but a private person without command and without magistracy; nor would the tribune have escaped ill treatment, had not the whole assembly joined with great warmth in taking his part against the consul, and at the same time, the alarm having spread among the populace, brought a great concourse from all parts of the city to the forum. Appius, notwithstanding, inflexibly withstood the violence of the storm, and the dispute must have terminated in blood, had not Quintius, the other consul, giving it in charge to the consulars to take away his colleague from the forum by force, if they could not do it otherwise, now soothing the enraged plebeians with entreaties, then begging the tribunes to dismiss the assembly, so as to give time for their anger to cool, telling them that delay would not diminish aught of their power, but would afford them the advantage of uniting prudence with that power, that the patrician would still be under the direction of the people, and the consul under that of the patricians. End of Book 2, Part 9. Part 10, Book 2, of From the Founding of the City, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the Foundation of the City, Volume 1, by Titus Livius, translated by George Baker. Book 2, Part 10. With great difficulty the commons were pacified by Quintius, and with much greater was the other consul quieted by the patricians; and the assembly of the people being at length dismissed, the consuls convened the Senate. There, fear and anger prevailing by turns, produced for some time a variety of opinions; but having gained time for reflection, in proportion as passion gave place to reason, they became more and more averse from inflammatory measures, insomuch that they returned thanks to Quintius, for having by his exertions put a stop to the quarrel. Appius they requested to be satisfied with such a degree of deference to the consular authority as was compatible with concord between the several parts of the state; for, whilst the tribune and consuls violently drew all power, each to their own side, there was none left in the other members of the community. The object of the dispute was not the safety of the commonwealth, but who should have the disposal of it, mangled and torn as it was. On the other hand, Appius appealed to gods and men that the state was betrayed and deserted through cowardice, that the consul was not wanting in support of the Senate, but the Senate in support of the consul, and that they were submitting to more grievous laws than those which were imposed at the Sacred Mount. Yielding, however, to the unanimous judgment of the Senate, he desisted, and the law was carried through without farther opposition. Then for the first time were the tribunes elected in an assembly of the people, voting by tribes. Piso relates also that there were 3 added to their number, having before been but 2. He even names the tribunes, Caius Cinicius, Lucius Numitorius, Marcus Duilius, Spurius Icilius, Lucius Massilius. During the dissensions at Rome, war commenced with the Equians and Volscians, who had committed depredations on the Roman lands, with design that if the commons should again think proper to secede, they might find a refuge with them. When the differences in the city were afterwards composed, they removed their camp to a greater distance. Appius Claudius was sent against the Volscians, the Equians fell to Quintius as his province. The same severity which Appius had shown at home, he practised at the head of the army abroad, and even with less reserve, as he was out of the reach of any control from the tribunes. He detested the commons to a degree of rancor even beyond what he inherited from his father, and considered himself as vanquished by them, for that when he had been set up as the only person, who in the character of consul was qualified to oppose the tribunician power, that law had been carried which the former consuls had been able to prevent, though they made not such strenuous exertions as himself against it, nor did the patricians expect so much from them. His anger and indignation hereby excited, he sought to wreak on the army every kind of rigor which the command had put in his power, but no degree of violence was able to subdue the temper of the troops, such an unconquerable spirit of opposition had they imbibed. In every part of their business they showed indolence and carelessness, negligence and stubbornness; neither shame nor fear had any effect on them. If he wished that the army should proceed with more expedition, they marched the slower; if he came to encourage them to hasten their work, every one relaxed the diligence which he had used before; when he was present, they cast down their eyes; as he passed by, they muttered curses against him; so that while he seemed invulnerable to popular dislike, his mind was occasionally affected with disagreeable emotions. After trying every kind of harsh treatment without effect, he renounced all intercourse with the soldiers, declaring that the army was corrupted by the centurions, whom, in a jibbing manner, he sometimes called plebeian tribunes, and voleros. Not one of these circumstances was unknown to the Volscians, who, for that reason, pressed forward their operations the more vigorously, in hopes that the Roman army would be animated with the same spirit of opposition against Appius which they had formerly displayed against Fabius when consul; and, in fact, in Appius's case, it showed itself with a much greater degree of inveteracy than in that of Fabius, for they were not only unwilling to conquer, like Fabius's troops, but even chose to be conquered. When led out to the field, they fled shamefully to their camp, nor made a halt, until they saw the Volscians advancing to the rampart, and committing great slaughter on the rear of the army. The necessity of repelling the victorious enemy from the rampart then prevailed on them to fight, which, however, they did in such a manner as made it evident that they acted only because Roman soldiers would not suffer their camp to be taken; in other respects, they rejoiced at their own losses and disgrace. All this had so little effect towards softening the stubborn fierceness of Appius that he resolved to exhibit farther examples of severity; but when he had summoned an assembly for the purpose, the lieutenant generals and tribunes gathered hastily about him, and cautioned him not to hazard a trial of the extent of an authority whose whole efficacy depended on the will of those who were to obey it; informed him that the soldiers in general declared that they would not attend the assembly, and that in every quarter they were heard loudly demanding the camp should be removed out of the Volscian territories. They reminded him that the conquering army had approached almost to the gates and to the rampart, and that if he persisted, there was not only reason to apprehend, but every certain indication of a most grievous calamity ensuing. At length yielding to persuasion, as nothing but a delay of punishment could be the consequence, he prorogued the assembly, gave orders that the troops should be in readiness to march next day, and at the first dawn, gave, by sound of trumpet, the signal for setting out. When the army had scarcely got clear of the camp, and while they were just forming in order of march, the Volscians, as if they had been summoned by the same signal, made an attack on their rear, and the alarm spreading from thence to the van, caused such consternation as threw both the battalions and ranks into confusion, so that neither could orders be heard nor a line formed. No one now thought of anything but flight, and with such precipitation did they make their way through the ranks, that the enemy ceased to pursue sooner than the Romans to fly. In vain did the consul follow his men, calling them to halt. But when he had at length collected them together, he encamped in a peaceful part of the country, and there, having summoned an assembly, after uttering severe and just reproaches against the army as betrayers of military discipline, and deserters from their posts, asking each, where were their standards, where were their arms? He beat with rods, and beheaded the soldiers who had thrown away their swords, the standard bearers who had lost their ensigns, and also such of the centurions and of the privates as had quitted their ranks. Of the rest of the multitude, every 10th man was drawn by lot and punished. In a very different manner were matters conducted in the country of the Equians. There seemed a mutual contest carried on between the consul and his troops, who should exceed the other in civility and good offices. Quintius was naturally of a milder disposition, and besides, the ill consequences attending the harshness of his colleague made him feel the greater satisfaction in indulging his own temper. The Equians, not daring to meet in the field a general and army so cordially united, suffered them to carry their depredations through every part of the country, and in no former war was a greater abundance of booty brought off from thence, all which was distributed among the soldiers. Their behavior was also rewarded with praises, in which the minds of soldiers find as much delight as in gain. The troops returned home in better temper towards their general, and on the general's account towards the patricians also, declaring that the Senate had given to them a parent, to the other army a master. This year, during which they experienced a variety of fortune in their military operations, and furious dissensions both at home and abroad, was particularly distinguished by the assemblies of the people voting by tribes, a matter which derived its seeming importance rather from the honor of the victory obtained by one party over the other, than from any real advantage accruing from it. For the share of power, which was either gained by the commons or taken from the patricians, was trifling, in proportion to the great degree of dignity of which the assemblies themselves were deprived by the execution of the patricians. The following year, the consulate of Lucius Valerius and Tiberius Aemilius was disturbed by more violent commotions, both in consequence of the struggles between the different orders of the state concerning the agrarian law, and also of the trial of Appius Claudius, who, having taken a most active part in opposition to the law, and supported the cause of those who were in possession of the public lands, as if he were a third consul, and thought it his duty, had a criminal prosecution instituted against him by Marcus Julius and Caius Sicinius. Never hitherto had a person, so odious to the commons, been brought to trial before the people, overwhelmed as he was with their hatred, on his father's account, besides the load which his own conduct had drawn on him; and hardly ever did the patricians exert such strenuous efforts in favor of any other, seeing this champion of the Senate, the asserter of its dignity, their bulwark against the outrageous attempts both of tribunes and commons, exposed to the rage of the populace, only for having in the contest exceeded in some degree, as they conceived, the bounds of moderation. Appius Claudius himself was the only one among the patricians who looked with scorn on the tribunes and commons, even affecting a disregard as to his own trial. Neither the threats of the commons, nor the entreaties of the Senate, could ever prevail on him either to change its garb, or use a suppliant address, or even to soften and relax in any degree the usual harshness of his language, when he was to plead his cause before the people. He still preserved the same expression of countenance, the same stubborn fierceness in his looks, and the same vehemence in his discourse, so that a great many of the commons felt to less dread of Appius, while he stood a culprit at their bar, than they had done when he was consul. He pleaded in his defense, and that with all the haughtiness which he could have shown, had he been the accuser, just as he used to behave on every other occasion, and by his intrepidity so astonished the tribunes and commons, that of their own choice they adjourned the trial to another day, and afterwards suffered the business to cool. The day of adjournment was not very distant, yet before it arrived he was seized with a disorder and died. The tribunes endeavored to prevent his being honored with a funeral panegyric, but the commons would not allow that the last day of so great a man should be defrauded of the usual glories. They listened to the encomiums pronounced on him after his death with as favorable an attention as they had shown to the charges brought against him when alive, and in vast numbers attended his funeral. During this year the consul Valerius marched with an army against the Equians, and finding it impracticable to entice them to an engagement, made an assault on their camp. A violent storm of thunder and hail obliged him to desist, and people's surprise was increased, when, as soon as the signal for retreat had been given, the weather became perfectly calm and clear; so that they were deterred by a religious scruple from again attacking a camp which had been defended by an evident interposition of some divinity, and vented all their rage in devastation on the enemy's lands. The other consul, Aemilius, conducted the war in the country of the Sabines, and there also, the enemy keeping within their walls, the lands were laid waste, at length, by the burning, not only of the country houses, but of the villages, which in that populous country were very numerous, the Sabines being provoked to give battle to the troops employed in the depredations, and, being obliged to retreat without having gained any advantage, removed their camp next day to a place of greater safety. This appeared to the consul a sufficient reason to consider the enemy as vanquished, and to cease any further operations; he accordingly withdrew his men, without having made any progress in the war. While these wars still raged abroad, and party divisions at home, Titus Numitius Priscus and Aulus Virginius were elected consuls. There was reason to believe that the commons would not endure any farther delay with respect to the agrarian law, and every degree of violence was ready to be committed, when it was discovered, by the smoke from the burning of the country houses, and by the inhabitants flying to the city, that the Volscians were at hand. This incident repressed the sedition, when just ripe, and on the point of breaking forth. The consuls were instantly ordered by the Senate to lead out the youth from the city against the enemy, and this made the rest of the commons less turbulent. On the other side, the assailants, without performing anything farther than alarming the Romans by the destruction of some few buildings, retired with great precipitation. Numitius marched to Antium against the Volscians, Virginius against the Equians. Here, the army falling into an ambuscade, and being in the utmost danger of a total overthrow, was rescued by the bravery of the soldiers from the imminent peril to which the carelessness of the consul had exposed them. The operations against the Volscians were better conducted. In the first engagement, the enemy were routed, and compelled to fly into Antium, which, considering those times, was a city of great strength. The consul, therefore, not choosing to venture to attack it, took from the Antians another town called Seno, which was not near so strong. Whilst the Equians and Volscians gave employment to the Roman armies, the Sabines carried depredation to the very gates of the city. However, they themselves, in a few days after, suffered, from the two Roman armies, greater losses than any which they had occasioned, both the consuls, provoked at their proceedings, having marched into their territories. Towards the close of the year there was some interval of peace, but disturbed, as was always the case, by struggles between the patricians and plebeians. The latter were so incensed that they refused to attend the assembly held for the election of consuls, so that by the votes of the patricians and their dependents, Titus Quintius and Quintus Servilius were appointed to the consulship. These experienced a year similar to the preceding, the beginning of it filled with civil broils, which were afterwards repressed by the breaking out of foreign wars. The Sabines, marching across the plains of Crustuminium with great rapidity, carried fire and sword through all the country on the banks of the Anio, and though, when they had advanced almost to the Colline gate, and the walls of the city, they met with a repulse, yet they carried off a vast booty both of men and cattle. The consul Servilius marched in pursuit, with design to bring them to an engagement, but not being able to overtake their main body in the Champagne country, he spread devastation to such an extent as to leave nothing unmolested, and returned with a quantity of spoil, exceeding by many degrees what the enemy had carried off. In the campaign against the Volscians also, the arms of the state were remarkably successful, through the conduct both of the general and of the soldiers. First, they fought a pitched battle, on equal ground, with great loss of blood on both sides. The Romans, however, whose small number made them feel the loss more sensibly, would have quitted the field, had not the consul, by a happy feint, reanimated the troops, calling out that the enemy were flying on the other wing. They then returned to the charge, and the opinion that victory was on their side was the means of their obtaining it in reality. But Titus, fearing lest, if he pressed the fugitives too far, he might have the battle to fight over again, gave the signal for retreat. After this, an interval of some few days passed, during which both parties reposed, as if they had tacitly agreed to a suspension of arms, and in the meantime vast multitudes from every state of the Volscians and Equians flocked to their camp, not doubting but that the Romans, when informed of their numbers, would make their retreat by night. About the third watch, therefore, they came to attack the camp. Quintius, after appeasing the tumult which the sudden alarm had excited, and ordering the soldiers to stay quiet in their tents, led out a cohort of Hernicians to form an advance guard, mounted the trumpeters, with others of their band, on horses, and ordered them to sound their instruments before the rampart, so as to keep the enemy in suspense until daylight. During the remainder of the night, everything was quiet in the camp, so that the Romans were not even prevented from sleeping. The Volscians, on the other hand, expecting every instant an attack, were kept in a state of earnest attention by the appearance of the armed infantry, whom they believed to be Romans, and whom they also conceived to be more numerous than they really were, from the bustle and neighing of the horses, and which, being under the management of riders with whom they were acquainted, and having their ears continually teased with the sound of the instruments, made in their trampling a considerable noise. When day appeared, the Romans, marching into the field in full vigour, after being thoroughly refreshed with sleep, at the first onset overpowered the Volscians, fatigued with standing and want of rest. However, the enemy might be said to retire, rather than to be routed, for some hills, which lay behind them, afforded a safe retreat to all the troops that were stationed to the rear of the first line, whose ranks were still unbroken. On coming to this place, where the height of the ground was against him, the consul ordered his men to halt, but it was with great difficulty that they could be restrained. They called out, and insisted on being allowed to pursue the advantage which they had gained, while the horsemen, collected round the general, were still more ungovernable, loudly declaring that they would advance before the front line. While Titus hesitated, between the confidence which he knew he might place in the valour of his men, and the difficulty of the ground, all cried out with one voice that they would proceed, and they instantly put their words in execution, sticking their spears in the ground, that they might be lighter to climb the steeps. They ran forward in full speed. The Volscians, having at the first onset discharged their missive weapons, began to pour down on them as they approached. The incessant blows from the stones of the higher ground, and which lay among their feet, so galled and disordered the Romans, that their left wing was by this means almost overborne, when the consul, just as they were beginning to give way, reproached them with their rashness, and at the same time with want of spirit, made their fears give place to shame. At first, they stood their ground with determined firmness; then, as they recovered strength to renew the attack, in spite of the disadvantage of situation, they ventured to advance, and raising the shout anew, moved forward in a body. Rushing on again in full career, they forced their way, and when they had reached almost to the summit of the hill, the enemy turned their backs, and the pursuers and pursued, exerting their utmost speed, both rushed into the camp together, almost in one body. In this consternation of the Volscians, their camp was taken. Such of them as could make their escape took the road to Antium. Thither also the Roman army marched, and after a siege of a few days, the town surrendered, not because the force of the besiegers was stronger now than in the former attack, but because the spirits of the besieged were broken by the late unsuccessful battle, and the loss of their camp. End of Book 2, Part 10.